Kim Hejin joined this high-tier hunter academy with one dream, to absolutely blast his way through the ranks and hand out free smoke. But right now, his classmates were having some serious second thoughts. Everyone was praying they wouldn't get teamed up with him, fearing an instant fail. The high-stakes academy exam was officially kicking off, and the entire class collectively lost their minds for a good reason. For the first time in ages, a student actually selected a generic handgun as their main weapon in a world dominated by magic. To everyone else, this was absolute peak-level clown behavior. Modern firearms have the absolute worst leveling up potential in this system, especially when you consider that mythic tier gear holds the legendary power of ancient heroes from past eras. Naturally, most mages and warriors choose swords, spears, or even bows, which make up about 99% of the meta weapons. Yet here is our main character, choosing to bring a pistol to a magic fight. This bizarre choice sent a wave of anxiety through the whole class. Since the dungeon raid teams were randomly assigned in groups of 4, when this guy spotted Yo Yona's name on his team roster, he instantly winced, knowing this girl possessed the most massive ego in school. Granted, she actually had the skills to back up that attitude. Ranking 7th on day 1, she was basically born to run a top-tier guild, but she absolutely despised weaklings, so when our boy got drafted to her squad, she didn't even try to hide her disgust and scoffed right at him. The young man couldn't even say a word before getting completely shut down. Before he knew it, the dungeon test was officially underway. After trekking through the wilderness for 40 minutes, they reached the boss zone. However, our main character was already wheezing and running on fumes. Compared to his elite classmates, his physical stats were honestly trash. The team leader ordered everyone to draw their weapons and prep for combat. Right on cue, a massive, creepy black octopus monster emerged from the depths. Seriously, this beast looked like it crawled straight out of a questionable anime. She immediately barked orders at him to stand back, warning him not to get in the way and ruin their high score. She basically looked him in the eyes and told him he would be much more useful just sitting AFK in a corner. But our protagonist wasn't about to just sit there and take that disrespect. Suddenly, the giant monster went wild, smashing the environment to pieces. The vanguard jumped into action, with the heavy-hitting axe user leading the charge, dragging the beast to the shore, while the squad leader strutted forward like she was the next solo-leveling god. The boss countered by launching a deadly barrage of toxic spores. Their frontliner immediately got overwhelmed and started screaming for backup. Luckily, the haughty prodigy stepped in and rescued him with a flashy move. She then tried to show off by soloing the boss, but the beast easily spotted a massive opening in her defense. A creepy tentacle parasite lunged straight at her pretty face, but right at that second, our boy stands on absolute business. Like a true marksman, the young man fires a perfect shot, directly from the sidelines, nailing the target dead on. She still had the audacity to turn around and yell at him, but before she could finish, the enraged octopus unleashed a massive shockwave. A terrifying horde of fanged monsters lunged straight toward the Heiress and Kim Hejin. Too bad for these dungeon beasts. Our main character is basically packing pure Texan energy, so he calmly closes his eyes and taps into his hidden reserves. He activates Bullet Time, one of the few low-tier skills he managed to unlock as a mere background extra. This handy cheat code slows down the entire world for a crucial 3 seconds. With that brief window, this gun-toting hunter goes absolute John Wick on them. As the echo of gunfire fades, the time dilation ends and reality snaps back. And suddenly, every single beast in the arena gets absolutely deleted from existence in the blink of an eye. The haughty Heiress is left standing there completely dumbfounded by what just happened. However, she quickly seizes the opening to restrain the final target. She binds the creature's massive jaws, allowing them to deliver the finishing blow. They wrap up the battle with ease while our resident marksman takes a well-deserved breather. Next, we see the leaderboard showing their squad ended up in a disappointing 16th place. This sends the wealthy girl into a fit of rage, especially since her ultimate rival, the talented prodigy Chaenaean, just secured a cozy 4th place finish. Rubbing salt in the wound, the rival couldn't help but strike up a smug conversation. The smug prodigy jokes that surviving the test with a useless gun user on the team is practically a miracle. But deep down, the prodigy knows that the mysterious gunman actually carried the entire operation. After all, the Heiress herself made a terrible navigation error that wasted 40 minutes of running. Of course, her massive pride won't allow her to admit that blunder to anyone. There is no way she is going to acknowledge that a guy using basic pistols is actually decent. Hilariously enough, she cannot even recall his name right now. That is because our protagonist is the ultimate definition of a background character. In reality, he is the literal author who wrote this entire fantasy webtoon. It was a novel that he had completely abandoned and dropped months ago, but after replying to a mysterious comment online, his life changed forever. He was suddenly transmigrated directly into his own work as a low-ranking student at Cube. This is a massive, elite academy built exclusively to train the world's future hunters and heroes. The worst part is that his new identity is just a nameless mob character. He was so incredibly irrelevant to the plot that he did not even possess a rendered face. This poor guy literally walked around with a giant question mark where his features should be. Meanwhile, every other student in the class was exuding main character energy, but out of nowhere a strange twist of fate occurred. The old laptop he used to write his web novel suddenly appeared in his room. Yes, the very same device he used to draft this entire system-based world. The second he touched it, his blank face cracked and he basically dig-evolved into a real person. Finally, the young man had actual facial features to show the world. Thanks to this system update, his stats reset and he gained some valuable points to distribute. This absolute madman decides to build a casino breaker build by dumping all his points into luck. He then invested a few remaining points into perseverance just to survive the academy exam. And from that point on, we all know how the story unfolded. He chose to wield a modern firearm, the ultimate cheat weapon in a fantasy setting. Naturally, everyone at the academy assumed he had just forfeited his entire career. Instead, he ended up completely changing the perspective of the wealthy heiress, who is now staring at him from afar, completely lost in her thoughts. She keeps wondering how on earth a low-tier cadet could perform so well with just guns. To make matters worse for her pride, he is drawing way more attention than she is. So who is he really? Meanwhile, our marksman is already grinding, trying hard to level up his terrible stamina. After sweating it out in his training session, Kim Ha-jin suddenly realizes he forgot to check his system alerts and starts wondering just how many sweet story points he racked up. As expected, his insane cheat code level of luck is putting in absolute work, causing his accuracy stats to skyrocket. Even better, his innate gift got a massive upgrade, meaning every single shot he fires now locks in as a perfect bullseye. The young man's basic senses like sight and hearing are sharper than ever, and his story points pocketed a nice little increase of 27. Reflecting on the recent monster round, our protagonist figures his absurd luck did some heavy lifting there too, especially with his CC points, and his master plan to get close to Yu Yeona is going smoothly. So far, all that physical training is paying off with his strength, stamina, and health stats shooting up, while his luck stat gives that growth and extra boost. Deciding he has put in enough sweat equity for the day, he wraps up his session and heads back to rest. Meanwhile, over in her private quarters, Yu Yeonhya is glued to her screen, meticulously reviewing the combat footage from the previous monster round. The thing that completely steals her attention is the mysterious marksman's unbelievable shooting display. This guy somehow managed to unload 60 bullets in a mere 3 seconds. Using a standard pistol, Yu Yeonhya tries to calculate 20 rounds per second in her head and realizes that physics says it should be absolutely impossible for a handgun. She wonders if he smuggled in some modified automatic weapon, but looking at his stats, his agility is decent while his endurance and physical build are completely subpar compared to other cadets. Plus, he randomly swapped weapons during the selection phase. Her sharp instincts tell her something is seriously fishy here, especially since she has zero recollection of ever seeing this guy around the military academy before. Right in the middle of her deep detective work, she receives a message from Shinjak. Yes, that is the exact guy she has a massive, totally obvious crush on. Trying to act cool, she messages him back, saying she is currently busy analyzing some match footage. He wants to know if she spotted any hidden gems on her team, assuming she is already scouting members to build the ultimate squad. That question throws her off a bit, as she did not think anyone on her roster was even worth mentioning. Well, except for that bizarre, fast-firing marksman, who happens to be the exact person he is actually curious about. A subtle, smug little smile creeps onto her face. She is absolutely thrilled that her crush is showing any interest in what she is doing. Keeping it professional, she notes that the gun user is only doing okay considering his actual rank is sitting somewhere in the low 900s, leaving the popular guy shocked and wondering if our protagonist just got lucky. That thought lingers in her mind, forcing her to ask the same burning question. Is this guy secretly cracked at the game, or did he just get incredibly lucky? Leaving that mystery aside, the scene shifts over to the headquarters of the prestigious Holy Grace of God Guild. Inside, the vice captain is completely mesmerized by the spectacular combat performance of the rising star, Kim Suho. Out of all the recruits, this promising swordsman stands out enough to captivate her, prompting her to praise his flawless, surgical movements and masterclass swordplay. To her eyes, the young swordsman has achieved a level of mastery that makes him look like he is gracefully dancing through a deadly battlefield. On top of his elegance, his raw cutting power looks potent enough to slice right through the fabric of space itself. Naturally, this level of talent has Korea's top 3 powerhouse guilds watching his every move like hungry hawks. They are all desperate to sign him, making her want to lock him down quickly before anyone else can snatch up this guildless prodigy. Once she finishes evaluating the star swordsman, the next name on her radar is our gun-toting main character, She is still utterly baffled that, out of all the epic weapons in a fantasy world, this guy willingly chose to fight with a basic firearm. Her assistant confirms that the young man is already making waves in the professional scene, as scouts checking her matches noticed his bizarre performance. The burning question taking the online forums by storm is simple: how on earth did he dump 60 rounds from a standard, non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds flat? It defies all logic because even with superhuman speed, a standard handgun simply cannot handle that level of recoil at that frequency. Since his bizarre ability defies normal explanation, the community has already labeled him as a highly unconventional wild card. She also discovers that he ditched his sword for a gun right after entering the academy, leading her to suspect he might have already awakened his true talent. She is referring to that pivotal moment when a hunter's unique, specialized system ability fully manifests. Since nobody knows what kind of gift they will awaken, many cadets are forced to swap weapons late in the game if their power does not match their old training. However, this switch usually sets a cadet back by at least 3 years, which is why the academy forces students to train with a wide variety of armaments. Even with that logic, she cannot wrap her head around a 17-year-old awakening so early, though she figures his combat application must be limited if it only applies to guns. While he initially seemed like a solid recruit, she decides it is smarter to sit back and observe how his powers develop before offering him a contract. Ultimately, she needs solid proof that this mysterious marksman can actually live up to the growing hype. Cut to Wednesday, which means combat training is officially back in session. The golden boy Kim Suho finds himself matched up against another top-tier elite. This student is ready to face him in a highly anticipated, fair one-on-one duel. This brutal portion of their curriculum is officially known as anti-personnel combat training. Normally, cadets pair up and use safe training weapons to keep injuries to a minimum while getting clear performance data. Unfortunately, things go absolutely horribly for our main character, who ends up recording the absolute worst score in the entire class. Even with a passive skill, Kim Ha-jin is the only unfortunate cadet forced to spar directly with the instructor rather than a fellow classmate. Naturally, he proceeds to take 18 consecutive losses straight to the face. The real issue is that these training weapons aren't calibrated for his insane talent, meaning if the main character used a real gun in a student duel, someone would end up in the hospital. So the instructor steps up to act as a human shield, absolutely demolishing our hero while the poor guy begs for mercy. But the teacher completely ignores his pleas and throws a massive fist straight at his face. Just a millisecond before impact, he casually slips past the strike, leaving the fist to crash harmlessly into the dirt. The instructor stands there completely dumbfounded by this sudden display of extreme agility. The young man effortlessly dodges 2 more heavy strikes, causing the teacher to freeze in shock. He realizes a shocking truth, that this seemingly average cadet might look clumsy on the outside, but those eyes are tracking every single high-speed attack with absolute precision. This is the overpowered passive effect of the main character's unique Deadeye skill. It boosts his reaction speed to the maximum, allowing he and his brain to read the trajectories of incoming attacks before they even land. However, while his eyes can easily predict the danger, his slow physical stats can barely keep up with his mind. To the oblivious crowd of onlookers, his desperate dodging just looks like a clumsy dance of pure luck. Even though his classmates laugh and treat him like a total bottom-tier loser, he gets the last laugh. He walks away with 40 precious story points, which is a massive win, even if he hates being the butt of the joke. After surviving that brutal training session, he kicks back to cool down with a refreshing soda. That is when he spots the elite heiress walking by with her usual arrogant vibe. She glances his way with absolute disgust, looking at him like he is a bug that needs to be squashed. It is pretty hilarious considering he is the literal author who wrote her toxic personality in the first place. But today he has other plans. The author is in the mood to run a little narrative experiment of his own. He casually calls out to the prideful girl, before tossing a cold can directly toward her. She catches it purely on instinct, and immediately snaps, asking if this trash is trying to pick a fight with her. This guy's social stats are so terribly low that she genuinely thought a soda can was a lethal weapon. The young man smoothly explains it is just a simple thank you for carrying their team during training. This tiny experiment is crucial, because interacting with a main heroine should yield far more system points than a generic background character. But the haughty girl is not having it and thrusts the drink back at him. She warns him never to get this familiar with her again, treating this as a one-time pass. As she storms off, our main character just smiles, having already collected the sweet system data he wanted. Later, when she grabs her bag to head outside, she is caught completely off guard. She notices that her bag feels significantly heavier than it should. Wondering what is going on, she unzips the bag. Inside, she finds another soda can that the sneaky writer had slipped in without her noticing. This little prank only fuels her frustration as she glares at the unexpected gift. She raises her hand to crush the metal, but stops herself since the innocent soda did nothing wrong. You see, despite her elite status, she secretly craves junk food like burgers and soda, but her family's high-class reputation prevents her from ever buying it. Our protagonist crafted this entire setup based on this hidden secret that only the author would know. Unfortunately, minor interactions do not yield enough system points, forcing him to plan his entry into major plot events. The young man realizes that the villainous attack on the National Weapon Museum is scheduled to happen very soon. In this fantasy world, demonic humans are corrupt souls who traded their humanity to demons for extreme power. These monsters act as agents of chaos, and one of them is currently waiting inside the museum to assassinate a high-profile target. In the original novel, the beast is defeated by the main hero and his party, earning them massive fame and respect. The main combatants will easily handle the threat since this early game boss is basically designed to be starter level XP. Armed with this future knowledge, he begins plotting the perfect way to insert himself into the action. While he is busy scheming, a passing instructor snaps him back to reality for loitering like a slacker. The main character quickly grabs his laptop to leave, just as a crucial new system notification pops up on his screen. The Elite Academy features various extracurricular clubs where students can level up their skills and form guilds. These groups range from magical research and martial arts training to casual hobbies. There are hundreds of unique options inside the training facility for young hunters to explore. One of the best perks of academy life is joining clubs to level up your connections, grow your skills, and mingle, which is why Kim Ha-jin finally decides it's time to sign up for one. Standing at the cube entrance, he signs up for the travel club and gets a warm welcome from Han Yun, the enthusiastic club president. The president is absolutely hyped to welcome such a massive wave of fresh-faced first-year recruits. Honestly, when the applications first rolled in, the president could barely believe his eyes since the club had ended up with some seriously elite cadets. He welcomes the new roster once more and explains that the club's ultimate goal is just pure relaxation, which sounds simple enough on paper. Members get portal privileges to travel outside the cube up to twice a month, and for their very first outing, the young man announces they'll be going somewhere nearby, none other than Seoul, the bustling capital of South Korea. Our protagonist figures a trip to the capital will be a breeze if they split into pairs, and since the plot is matching his novel perfectly, he has no clue that a major story arc is about to trigger today. It all goes down at the famous Seoul Weapon Museum. Once he arrives alongside the story's main cast, this guy plans to subtly influence the unfolding plot from the sidelines like a true puppet master. However, the president throws a wrench in the gears by telling everyone to draw lots for partners, catching him off guard since this butterfly effect deviates from the original novel, though he decides to roll with the punches. To his absolute surprise, he ends up getting paired with the cold and calculative Yu Yeona of all people. Living up to her icy reputation, the young lady coldly suggests that they should both just go their separate ways and handle their business independently, which the main character is more than happy to agree to. He happily nods and lets her walk off to do her own thing. Before walking away, she shoots him a death glare that promises pure murder if he dares to address her casually again, making it clear this was his final warning. The young man simply shrugs it off and goes on his merry way. The scene then shifts to the National Weapon Museum, which serves as the grand stage for the story's very first major action arc. This place happens to be the largest and most prestigious weapon replica hall in the entire country. Despite the impressive surroundings, our guy just wanders around, strolling through the exhibits with zero interest, until he spots the sharp-tongued Chae Na-yun to his left, completely hyper-focused on a single weapon. Seeing her there, the main character knows that the story's actual hero must be lurking somewhere nearby. And sure enough, the overpowered Kim Soo-ho is standing just ahead, examining a weapon all by himself. Sticking to the script, he walks up and casually asks if he is admiring the legendary seven-branch sword, introducing himself to jog the hero's memory. Fortunately, the hero recognizes our protagonist as that talented sniper from the travel club. The young man recalls how the author wrote this hero to be impossibly strong, handsome, and kind, which always made readers complain about him being too cliché. I guess haters are going to hate, but then the hero invites our MC to check out a nearby exhibit together, which he agrees to, even though he knows damn well that visit is getting cancelled. Out of nowhere, the entire museum security sirens start blaring frantically, An emergency broadcast echoes through the halls, warning everyone that dangerous monsters have breached the perimeter. The unsuspecting civilians freeze in sheer terror. That initial shock instantly spirals into absolute, chaotic panic, and everyone begins running like headless chickens to find the nearest exit. A stampede begins as people start shoving each other out of the way, completely ignoring the safety of children. Right in the middle of the madness, a loud smash echoes, as someone shatters a glass display case with their bare fist, instantly grabbing the attention of the frantic crowd. That single bold move stops the stampede dead in its tracks, leaving even the legendary hero stunned when he sees it was none other than Chae Na-eun. She commands the crowd to calm down, assuring them that the museum's designated standby hero is already on the way. Seizing the moment, she snatches a bow from the display and warns the crowd that running outside is basically asking to become Monster Chow. Unfortunately, stealing the exhibit weapon triggers the automatic lockdown system, trapping everyone inside the building. With no other choice, she tells the cadets to grab whatever weapons they can find and hold the line until professional heroes arrive. Suddenly, she senses a chilling, hostile presence approaching from a distance, and immediately gets into a battle stance. The intruder radiates a sinister dark red aura, making it blindingly obvious that a demonic human is orchestrating this assault. Our main character instantly recognizes this guy as Lucius Lapdog, a crucial mid-boss villain meant to push the hero's development in the original plot, and as the villain extends his lethal claws to strike down the archer, his tunnel vision leaves him wide open. Seizing the golden opportunity, the hero strikes from the shadows with the seven-branched sword. His glowing blade is a mere hair's breadth away from cleaving the demon in two. This epic ambush should mean the timeline is perfectly on track, since the hero was scripted to wrap this fight up with ease. But instead of an easy win, the hero gets absolutely blasted back by a devastating, high-level counterattack. The impact is so ridiculously heavy that the hero is sent crashing to the floor, landing right in front of our main character, leaving the young man staring in complete shock at this massive plot twist, because the knocked-out hero on the ground makes absolutely no sense. The story was never meant to go this way, and Kim Ha-jin realized that the main novel protagonist was supposed to crush this demonic monster easily, but the plot is completely derailed. This sudden defeat completely shakes Chae Na-eun, leaving her screaming in absolute disbelief. The golden boy is coughing up blood, barely able to keep himself upright. Our MC knows the hero of this world is in deep trouble, and there is zero time to recover from a massive setback like this. The massive demonic humanoid slowly stalks forward, ready to deliver the final blow. Desperate for a plan, the archer girl tries to think on her feet. She rapidly fires arrow after arrow to create some distance. Her attacks fly straight at the monster's face, but the brute tanks every single shot like he is wearing cheat code armor. Utterly confused, she desperately tries to slow him down, but absolutely nothing is working. Her attacks are doing zero damage to this absolute unit of a boss. Panic and despair set in as she struggles to comprehend how this fantasy setting went off the rails. To make matters worse, this overpowered antagonist is not even using a magic barrier to defend himself. He is literally shrugging off the damage using nothing but raw, terrifying physical stats. The main character quickly realizes she is in serious trouble. The threat escalates as the deadly enemy rapidly closes the distance. The monster swings his razor-sharp claws directly at her head, making it look like game over for her. Suddenly, the original hero leaps back into action with a fierce kick to the face, having recovered while she bought him some time. But before they can even catch their breath, he is sent flying backward, barely blocking the dark energy with his sword. Then, the demonic beast shocks everyone by entering a second phase and transforming. He wraps his entire body in a suffocating shroud of pure dark aura. The power gap instantly becomes way too massive to handle. In the blink of an eye, the golden boy is knocked down yet again. Desperate, the archer starts firing her bow from the dirt. She provides cover fire from behind to keep the party's star player from getting executed. Aggroed by the annoying attacks, the beast slowly turns around. He locks onto her and swings a massive, terrifying claw right at her. The blow sends her crashing violently into the stone wall. And to our MC, this is an absolute, worst-case scenario disaster. He is horrified realizing that his allies might actually get wiped out right here. After witnessing his own original novel script break for the second time, our young author has a major crisis. He has absolutely no clue why the main plot of this fantasy world is mutating so drastically. With no other choice, he whips open his magical laptop to rewrite the situation, trying to save his comrades. The young man steadies his breathing and prepares his ammunition. He already knows that his standard mana rounds will barely tickle a demonic enemy of this caliber. Even a lucky critical hit wouldn't do enough damage to change the tide. However, since he literally created this world, he trusts that the fundamental system rules haven't changed. As he starts typing away, he manually edits the attributes of his ammunition to counter this specific boss. The clever writer buffs the bullet's attack power straight up to 6. He burns through 100 precious story points just to force this cheat code into reality. After slamming the fresh magazine into his gun, he gets ready, knowing that adaptability is the ultimate weapon in this dungeon. While the hero and the monster are locked in a deadly clash, he finds the perfect angle. Since the enemy has a dark attribute, he prepares the ultimate counter. He yells at the hero to get the hell out of the way. Channeling the light attribute, the marksman fires a brilliant white projectile. The modified bullet lands a direct, clean hit right on the towering demon. Instantly, a massive beam of holy blue light erupts from the impact point. The sheer force of the shot completely obliterates the monster's arm. The demon screeches in absolute agony as his dark defenses crumble. With the oppressive dark energy dispersing, the female archer is finally able to slip away. She collapses safely to the ground while our shooter checks the battlefield. He figures he has done his part, leaving the heavily wounded boss open for the hero's final strike. Although the MC is trembling from the strain of his skills, the main hero seems to be frozen in shock. Nevertheless, he leaves the rest to the golden boy, trusting the designated protagonist of this world to finish the job. Channeling his inner cheat code, Kim Suho raises his weapon as a blinding blue aura envelops his entire body, preparing for the ultimate move. He activates the legendary Sword Saint's mana, unleashing a devastating ultimate slash that tears through the air. This final, overpowered strike brings the raid to an end as the sword prodigy cleaves the demonic human in a single, clean motion. The corrupted beast crashes to the ground, utterly defeated and dissolving into pixels. The exhausted hero can barely stand, his stamina bar completely depleted after that high-tier skill. Meanwhile, his female classmate is just standing there, looking completely dazed and useless. Trying to look cool, he stumbles over to check on her, asking if she managed to survive the blast. Clearly frustrated and suffering from Sunder syndrome, she aggressively slaps his hand away. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Ha-jin figures it is best to leave them be, since her brother is scripted to show up and comfort her anyway. However, he suddenly catches a sharp glare from both characters, reminding him that a mere extra shouldn't poke his nose into main character business. The wealthy heiress narrows her eyes, ready to interrogate him. She tries to grill the protagonist, but her physical exhaustion cuts her off mid-sentence. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic museum walls, a different kind of cleanup is happening. Back inside, the remaining low-level mobs are swiftly sliced to pieces by the squad's vice-captain. Wielding her signature twin swords with deadly precision, she quickly brings the entire boss room under control. Wiping the blood from her blades, she demands a status report on what went down inside. She is stunned to hear that a group of mere Academy cadets managed to slay a high-ranking demonic human. Eager to identify these rising stars, the commanding officer demands their profiles. The captain's jaw drops when she learns that the class heiress, the sword prodigy, and our mysterious protagonist were the ones who cleared the boss. She immediately bolts into the building, her eyes locked on finding the talented young swordsman she holds dear. Giddy like a fangirl, she starts overthinking her opening line to impress him. But right at that moment, the main character is casually strolling out of the exit and bumps straight into her. Intrigued by this ordinary cadet, she tries to fish for info about the prodigy's location. But our clever protagonist beats her to the punch, calmly letting the officer know that the hero is still resting inside. She rushes past him, but a strange chill suddenly shivers down her spine. She cannot shake the feeling that this seemingly ordinary extra is hiding some serious secrets. It was as if he knew exactly who she was looking for from the very beginning. Later, the protagonist takes a breather on a park bench, reflecting on that bizarre encounter with the story's original main character. He wonders if this butterfly effect is going to derail the entire plot, or if the system itself is rewriting the narrative. To organize his thoughts, he traces his steps back to the start, reminding himself that he is supposed to be just a useless mob character with zero impact on the plot. Until recently, the main storyline had followed the script perfectly, making it highly unlikely that his minor presence could cause such massive shifts. But then a sudden realization hits him like a truck as he remembers one crucial detail he overlooked. The terrifying truth is that this world's original web novel actually had a mysterious co-author pulling the strings. The fantasy realm he is currently trapped in is a modified remake of his own work, altered by a fan's email, which explains why the major events are completely off script. If that is the case, then all of his future knowledge and cheat sheets are officially worthless. A wave of dread washes over the young man because he now has absolutely no clue what deadly monsters lie ahead. He quickly boots up his magical laptop, spotting a new system notification about a recent feedback review. The anonymous reviewer complained that the original plot lacked real tension, making it too easy for the hero to breeze through every boss fight. Such a generic power fantasy would only bore the audience and cause the views to plummet. As a result, the system has buffed every single boss monster to hellish difficulty levels, throwing predictability out the window. Following the chaotic museum raid, the Academy instructor summons our protagonist and the sword prodigy for a debriefing. The young swordsman gives a brief report, leaving out the suspicious details, while the teacher decides their recovery is the top priority anyway. Still worried, the young swordsman asks about the injured heiress, only to learn she has gone home on medical leave before they are both dismissed to their dorms. The instructor makes it clear that he will not press them for more answers today. This gives the sword prodigy the perfect opportunity to corner our protagonist in the hallway and call him out. The blue-haired hero demands some straight answers from this mysterious extra. He wants to know why this random cadet made that highly specific comment about the heiress's older brother. For a brief second, our main character looks completely caught off guard, but as he prepares to spin a lie, the co-author's warning flashes through his mind. Deflecting the question, he asks why the hero is so nosy. Knowing the prodigy is not someone to be trifled with, the hero is no fool, and this sassy attitude quickly gets under his skin, making him take the protagonist's suspicious behavior very seriously. Annoyed by the chatter, Kim Ha-jin shuts down the conversation to deal with it later, shifting our focus over to the gorgeous but deadly Chae Na-eun. As the fourth-ranked powerhouse cadet at the elite Cube Academy, she commands respect thanks to her insane talent and the massive influence of the Choi family as Shin Yuk's daughter and Jin Yoon's younger sister. These heavy-hitter names immediately catch the young man's attention during his research, but he still can't wrap his head around why she got so defensive when he brought up her brother. That is when our main character digs up an old news report online. It reveals that the brother ended up in critical condition, following a high-stakes raid against terrifying monsters. The tragic raid left him in a deep coma, and the protagonist instantly recognizes the infamous mission as the Firestorm Demon Suppression Operation. In the original plot, that specific quest was supposed to catapult the brother into superstardom by letting him solo the threat. It was also designed to build a strong bond between him and the main heroes of this fantasy world. For the young girl, watching her beloved older brother climb the ranks as a top-tier hunter was one of her absolute favorite things in life. He was supposed to claim his throne as a legendary hero, but the timeline got twisted, leaving him trapped in a vegetative state and leaving his sister utterly traumatized. Before the young man can even process this tragedy, he receives another ping. It is an alert from the system, confirming that any future deviations from the original webtoon plot will be revealed the moment he identifies the changes. The system interface also warns him that the brother's role as a key supporter to the main protagonist, Kim Soo-ho, has been completely rewritten in this reality. A flashback reveals the brutal truth. The brother was left broken, barely breathing after taking a devastating blow from a high-ranking beast. It turns out the webtoon's co-author decided the main hero had way too many overpowered allies, so they had to nerf the cast and eliminate a few. Unfortunately, this promising young warrior ended up being the sacrificial lamb chosen for the chopping block. 4 years ago, right after officially earning his hero license, he was infected with a corrupting demon seed. This dark twist is far worse than anything our protagonist could have anticipated, as even he never saw such a cruel development coming. Meanwhile, the scene cuts back to the young lady as a grim radio broadcast details the sudden monster outbreaks. The news anchor reports a devastating dungeon break at the National Museum that left 7 dead and 50 others severely injured. Already visibly shaken by the chaos, she cannot bear to listen to the body count and quickly shuts off the radio. She collapses onto her bed in complete isolation, staring blankly at the ceiling. That is when her frantic father bursts into the room, calling out to her with pure panic in his voice. She sits up, looking at him with tired eyes, and asks why he is even awake at this hour. But the worried father could not care less about his official duties right now. Since she is stuck in the clinic, he demands a full medical screening just to be safe, while she acts tough to avoid stressing him out over what she thinks is a minor issue. However, a parent's instinct is impossible to shut off, and her reassurance does absolutely nothing to calm his nerves. Giving up the act, the girl finally asks if she can visit her comatose brother one last time before discharging. Seeing her fragile state, he reluctantly agrees, and the focus shifts back to the grim reality of the brother's condition. To truly understand the horror of his fate, we have to look at how these parasitic demon seeds actually operate. In this fantasy world, demons are apex predators far stronger than mere devils or mages, and their most terrifying ability is planting seeds inside humans to start a slow, agonizing incubation process. The dark seed acts like an otherworldly parasite, feeding on the host's life force until it completely hijacks their body and turns them into a mindless monster. This means the brother's diagnosis is a ticking time bomb, as he is guaranteed to transform into a beast once the standard 5-year incubation period ends. With 4 years already gone, time is running out fast for his transformation, just as his sister makes her way to the intensive care unit. She quietly steps inside his private room to visit him. Meanwhile, our protagonist knows there is only one logical way to handle this before the malevolent entity fully awakens. To prevent a catastrophic disaster, the only option left is to put the host down permanently. This grim execution is the dark cloud hanging over the unconscious young man while his sister stands by his bedside, preparing to speak to him. At the same time, this guy realizes executing this plan is nearly impossible, since he cannot think of a single person willing to pull the trigger. Euthanizing the brother before the metamorphosis is a death sentence, and even the most ruthless mercenaries would hesitate. They would immediately reject a contract on someone who was destined to inherit the leadership of a major hero clan. To make matters worse, the infection shows zero external symptoms during the early phases, meaning no one can intervene until the terrifying entity inside him wakes up. Once it hatches, it will be far too powerful for even the main hero, Kim Suho, to defeat, and our main character knows that a direct clash would end in a total party wipe. To prevent this dark timeline, the young man resolves to get his hands dirty, knowing the core heroes must survive for the upcoming dimensional wars. As the sister sits quietly beside her brother's lifeless, comatose form, the protagonist is suddenly hit with the heavy, crushing weight of reality. He realizes the burden falls solely on him, and he must become the villain who takes a life to save the entire world. In the quiet room, the young lady whispers to her brother about the museum incident, admitting she had never faced a monster of that caliber before. She confesses that she genuinely believed a regular cadet stood absolutely no chance against it. Yet, as much as she hates to admit it, that mysterious sniper cadet was the one who pulled off the clutch save. Ultimately, she decides to stop talking about Kim Ha-jin since their visitation time is officially up. She stops bringing him up, realizing that her time at the hospital is officially over. As she prepares to head out, she holds onto the hope of reuniting with her brother real soon. However, the moment she turns to walk away, something feels off. She freezes in her tracks, hit by a sudden, chilling wave of dread concerning the young man. Even though she tried to bury the memory deep down, the protagonist's words refused to leave her head. With those icy, unfeeling eyes, he had dropped a line that felt like a straight-up threat while she was at her weakest. Her gaze sharpens with pure rage and determination as she recalls exactly what the main character said to her. Cut to the Hero Tower, where Vice Captain Yu Yeonha is currently dipping her toes into some seriously risky business. She is secretly digging through classified files, risking her entire career in the process. She is determined to get her hands on the museum incident records, leaving her assistant sweating bullets over this illegal stunt. However, the data reveals massive traces of light attribute magic left on the slain demonic human. This means whoever took the monster down is a light magic wielder, which gets her hyped since demons are weak to light. She immediately wants to recruit this mysterious hunter. Scanning the security footage, she realizes only 3 cube cadets were at the scene, meaning one of them is secretly a light attribute mage. It is clearly not Kim Suho or Chae Na-yeon since their abilities are already known, leaving her to focus on the remaining cadet. She is dying to know more about this mysterious third cadet. Meanwhile, our protagonist makes a major breakthrough of his own. It turns out that nobody else in this fantasy world can actually see the light. Since his laptop is invisible to others, he can monitor the plot without raising any red flags. Once he figured this out, the young man added a new feature to it. Now, the system alerts him instantly the second the storyline deviates. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Rachel is absolutely wrecking her partner, beating him so bad he's literally begging for a swap. The protagonist's latest upgrade track's plot changes, sending an instant alert if anything deviates within a 30-meter radius. He cannot just rely on messages from the co-author to stay ahead of the game, though even he didn't expect what happened next. Out of nowhere, an enraged Chae Na-yeon appears right behind him, aggressively demanding a sparring match. The main character looks her dead in the eye and flatly refuses, knowing that sparring with her is a total waste of time. She calls him a total coward and snaps at him for bringing up her family, causing the nearby cadets to whisper about the unfolding drama. The young man declines because of his lethal bullets, which could seriously injure her in a simple practice match. She takes his concern as pure disrespect, which only fuels her burning rage. Thankfully, the instructor steps in and shuts it down, yelling at her for trying to fight the cadet when he doesn't even have a training weapon. Due to the high risk of his lethal class, the main character is strictly forbidden from sparring with the other cadets. She storms off, and the protagonist realizes that a simple apology won't fix this. As the author of this world, he knows he messed up, but it's too late now. Still, he has a much bigger goal in mind, so he continues training like absolute crazy to level up his stats. The raw bruises on his hands prove his dedication, especially since his true goal is to eliminate her older brother, making any apology pointless. Getting close to her now would only make the eventual betrayal feel like a knife to the chest later on. Next, the scene shifts to the orientation for a new academic club. A massive crowd of cadets has gathered to check it out. The club president is Jung Han, who runs the prestigious Verity Research Group. He explains that their group focuses on monster analysis and battle research, aiming to study creatures and share tactical data. As he speaks, plenty of students are instantly captivated by his handsome looks and magnetic charm. He easily pulls everyone in, but our protagonist knows that this entire nice guy persona is a total sham. In his mind, he notes that this club president is secretly tapping into a demon's dark power. This scenario immediately brings him back to the original lore of the webtoon's first half. At this point in the Academy arc, major chaos is set to erupt with vanishing cadets, monster invasions, and the club president pulling the strings. His friendly image is a lie. He made a pact with the demon Lilith to gain charm powers, slowly turning into a demon himself. That is the actual reason the main character decided to join this specific research club in the first place. Among all the hypnotized cadets, the young man seems completely unaffected by the president's supernatural charm. To keep the orientation moving, the president demonstrates how they analyze target creatures. He summons a hologram of a high-tier monster known as the Tyrant, a beast that emerged after the first dungeon outbreak and remains undefeated. Chainain comments that intel on high-level monsters is worth billions to guilds for raid planning, especially if someone discovers a hidden weak point. With a smirk, the president singles out the main character from the crowd and asks him where he thinks the beast's vital spot is. He calmly responds that its weakness is still completely unknown, which is correct, though the president notes that guessing is half the fun. To wrap things up, Kim Ha-jin invites everyone to the after-party so they can keep brainstorming about the monster's weak point. Once the discussion wraps up, our main character strolls over to Yu Yeonha and asks if she plans on heading out. She hits him with the classic silent treatment, forcing him to raise his voice just to get on her radar. She finally stops in her tracks and admits she will attend, hoping to dig up some juicy info. Catching on fast, this guy asks if she wants that intel to secure her spot leading the guild's future raid team, instantly grabbing her attention. The Straits of Essence Guild is a massive powerhouse with a legendary history in this fantasy world. When the first wave of monsters breached the gates 50 years ago, her family clan stepped up and founded this elite organization. That legacy is exactly why it rose to become one of the most dominant guilds in the entire nation. The young man then blows her mind by revealing how much inside info he has, pointing out that the vice leader is threatening her spot as successor and asking if that is why she wants this leverage. Totally annoyed by him beating around the bush, she demands to know what his actual angle is. To her absolute shock, the protagonist drops a massive bombshell by offering to reveal the exact weakness of the mountain tyrant. The sudden proposal catches her completely off guard, and he explains that this is the golden ticket she needs to prove her worth as a leader. He reveals that the beast has a hidden blue mark on its heel, and striking it first will temporarily freeze the creature in its tracks. But of course, our hero is not running a charity, and he demands a specific trade in return. The prize he wants is a legendary weapon locked away in her guild's private armory, the Desert Eagle. She is skeptical and asks if he has any actual research or proof to back up these crazy claims about the boss monster. The main character just flashes a smirk and boldly admits he has zero proof to show her. It is a wildly audacious play, especially since he has absolutely no data to back it up. Her mind goes blank for a second as she wonders if this guy is just straight up trolling her. She storms off in frustration, but he yells after her that ignoring his warning will only lead to regret. She might play hard to get, but if she takes the bait, our clever protagonist will have secured a major power player in his corner. The hilarious part is that she immediately folds and contacts one of her top guild operators anyway. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she orders the raid team to aim for the blue heel, proving she secretly trusts the young man. He knows this is a brilliant long-term play, since she is destined to become the ruler of Seoul. But before he can celebrate, our hero faces his most terrifying enemy yet, a massive pile of unpaid debt. He gets slapped in the face with a crippling debt of 300 million won. His expression is pure gold as he tries to process this utterly ridiculous number. With his student loans already maxed out, the main character wonders what kind of chaotic life the original owner of his body was living to rack up that much debt. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, he checks his bank balance and finds a measly 3 million won left. That pocket change won't even cover his tuition, meaning his dream of returning to his original world is looking pretty grim. If he does not act fast, he might end up as a permanent wage slave in this alternate reality. Scratching his head, the young man realizes the solution is dead simple. He needs to make some quick cash. In this fantasy setting, there are only two fast tracks to getting rich, and the first option is the stock market. Ever since dungeons and towers popped up, top hero guilds have been clearing them and going public on the stock market. As the creator of this world, he knows exactly which guilds will skyrocket, but he has no startup capital to invest. That leaves him with option number 2, which is hitting the field as a monster hunter. The open fields are dangerous zones, crawling with wild beasts, but harvesting their parts yields major cash. The real issue is his trash stats, which are barely above average, making a solo hunt feel like a suicide mission. He doesn't want to waste his precious system points upgrading a basic training pistol, so he looks for alternative ways to buff himself. Right on cue, a sudden knock on his door disrupts his plotting. A voice yells out that a special package has just arrived for him, Yu Yeona. Hearing her name makes the young man freeze up, wondering why on earth she is sending him gifts. He swings the door open and spots a sleek, mysterious box waiting for him. Unboxing it reveals something so incredible it leaves him completely speechless. Next up, we cut to the Gwangju Field Zone, where our protagonist has just teleported in for his first official hunt. After checking in at the front desk, he receives a surprisingly polite farewell from the staff. The young man realizes that being an academy cadet comes with some serious VIP perks in this society. With a grin, he steps through the portal gate and officially enters the Wild Zone. The area is relatively low risk, making it a bustling hotspot for hunters that has earned the nickname of the International Metropolis. Nearby, a desperate party leader is screaming for a mage to join their squad before they head up the mountain. Amid the chaotic hustle and bustle of fellow adventurers, our hero quietly slips through the crowd to start his grind. Blending into the crowd to see how this fantasy world handles monster loot, Kim Hajajin spots an agency employee confirming a transaction. Having just taken down a trio of hobgoblins, this guy realizes he can rake in some serious cash by selling monster drops through a registered agency. To make his dungeon crawling life a lot easier, he begins searching for an agent when suddenly a voice calls out to him from behind. This stranger seems to know exactly what our protagonist is looking for and asks if he's in the area to hunt high-level monsters. The young man nods in agreement and quickly realizes this incredibly nervous-looking guy is actually a licensed hunter agent. The guy even flashes his business card to prove his credentials, though the main character definitely didn't expect a pro recruiter to look this desperate. That's when he takes a closer look and reads the agency name printed on the card. It turns out the agency is run by Park Soo-hyuk, the future legendary manager of the story's main hero, meaning this shaky guy has a hidden talent for scouting top-tier talent. He's destined to become the CEO of Korea's top agency, which makes this early, awkward encounter incredibly lucky for our protagonist. The agent's current lack of experience explains his nervous vibes, but the young man is instantly interested and shakes his hand, ready to sign a contract. He knows they are still in the early chapters of this fantasy world, so locking in these future big-shot connections now is the ultimate long-term investment. But then a sudden realization hits him. If this agent is destined to manage the main hero later, is it really cool to steal him first? A bit later, as they head deep into the monster zone, the protagonist asks the agent if he can keep up on his own. It quickly becomes obvious the poor guy is absolutely exhausted, which makes sense since combat cadets have superhuman stats, while agents usually drive. As they approach the high-risk area, the agent spots a fresh cluster of hobgoblin tracks nearby. However, chump change from goblins won't cut it when a single magic bullet costs a fortune, so he needs to hunt much larger prey. Peering over the cliff, he locks onto a massive, boar-like beast and casually asks if taking it down is out of the question. The agent immediately loses his mind and panics, warning him that the creature is a notorious steel boar. It's a monster famous for shrugging off gunfire thanks to its impenetrable hide, but our main character barely reacts and keeps moving forward like it's nothing. The agent is left speechless, convinced the young man has a death wish, but he confidently explains that his weapon is not your average firearm. It's powerful enough to pierce almost anything, and his confidence is backed by a sweet weapon he acquired from a wealthy classmate in exchange for secret info. Our overpowered shooter pulls out a heavily modified Desert Eagle. He even used his system points to upgrade the hand cannon with a devastating new special effect. The worried agent still begs him not to provoke the beast and warns him to play it safe. But the marksman couldn't care less as he takes steady aim and lets loose a single, explosive shot. That lone bullet rips right through the beast's armored hide with laser-like precision, dropping the monster instantly. The thunderous blast leaves the agent utterly dumbfounded and dropping to his knees in disbelief. The system prompt then displays the weapon's perk. Every consecutive kill with this firearm doubles its destructive power. With scaling damage like that, he is going to be absolute cheat code material, and he's visibly thrilled with the performance. Witnessing both the high-tier weapon and the protagonist's godlike accuracy, the recruiter is completely sold on his potential. Yet, the young man barely takes a second to soak in the praise. He simply lines up his next shot at another distant target and pulls the trigger again. When the stunned agent asks what he just shot, the young marksman casually replies that he spotted a flying black pelican way out in the distance. For the agent, this is downright impossible since the main character can apparently snipe moving aerial targets with naked eyes. He just smirks and jokes that his eyesight is simply on another level. He tells his new business partner they need to head down the cliff to harvest the loot, prompting the agent to scramble after him. With 2 high-value monster drops secured back to back, the protagonist asks if they can transport the cargo safely. The agent advises calling a logistics team to handle the heavy lifting, calculating their post-tax profits on the spot, which highly impresses our hero. The recruiter shakes the main character's hand with newfound confidence, eager to build a lucrative partnership together. Curious about what this rookie hunter will do with his first massive payday, the agent asks about his plans. The young man casually replies that he's going to dump it all into the stock market, completely throwing the agent for a loop. He has his eyes set on a rising star in the guild industry. The Pack Horse Masters, a guild secretly founded by a demon, plays a major role in the original webtoon plot. But back in his room, he knows the real moneymaker is their upcoming dungeon raid. According to the original storyline, this specific guild is destined to successfully clear the notorious Devil's Den dungeon. Immediately after that high-profile raid, their stock price is set to skyrocket by an insane 1,000%. That's why our protagonist gladly invests his funds early, waiting to cash out big once the hype train leaves the station. It is the ultimate shortcut to getting rich, so utilizing his future knowledge, he drops 3 million won on the shares. After completing the transaction, he looks for other ways to gather info, prompting him to consider a shady dark website, which suddenly triggers a crucial memory. He recalls the masked faction that serves as the story's late-game villains, and as the original author, he alone knows their secret hideout and that they absolutely despise demonic humans. This makes him wonder if befriending their leader could be his ultimate trump card when the corrupted villains eventually make their move. Kim Ha-jin figures there has to be a vacant slot in the syndicate, which is the perfect opening for him to make a move. But right as the young man starts digging through the files, his screen suddenly starts flickering. The display goes completely black, forcing the main character to lean forward in a total panic. Losing this tech is his worst nightmare, since this laptop is his sole lifeline to his original world, and losing it would derail his plans. Fortunately, the device boots back up, letting him finally breathe a sigh of relief. It has already been a whole month since he got transmigrated into this crazy fantasy universe. It turns out the system was just forcing a sudden update, which nearly gave him a heart attack thinking all his cheat codes were gone. Meanwhile, over at a fancy restaurant, a couple sitting together is drawing looks from everyone in the room. We have Shin Jong-hak, who is visibly miserable to be there, sitting across from a very pleased Yoo Yeona. The moody guy immediately starts whining about how much he detests these formal, high-society arrangements. The girl teases him, pointing out that networking with a future leader of their hunter society is actually a massive win for him. When she checks in on his academic standing and hears he is doing okay, she playfully roasts him for not securing the top spot. But to a prideful warrior like him, anything below first place is an absolute embarrassment. Even though he is sitting comfortably at the top tier, his personal expectations are ridiculously brutal. Their chat is suddenly crashed by Chae Na-eun, who happens to be the exact girl our moody fighter has a massive crush on. He instantly fumbles his cool guy persona, practically leaping out of his chair just to catch her eye. Seeing him simp so hard immediately soars the other girl's mood, given her own secret feelings for him. The guy fussily asks if she is doing all right, to which she shrugs it off with a casual nod. But as the two chat, our neglected Hiras gets increasingly annoyed at playing third wheel. Out of nowhere, the newcomer drops the name of our mysterious marksman. That single name instantly grabs the Hiras' full attention. She leans in, demanding to know what her friend is hinting at. She explains that only 3 cadets were present during the demon attack at the National Museum, and the main character was one of them. The demonic villain completely overpowered the top prodigies, and things looked hopeless until a wild card intervened. It was the quiet guy whose precise shot completely shattered the demon's hand. She witnessed the whole incredible feat with her own eyes. She still cannot comprehend how he pulled that off with a weak training gun, making her question what secrets he is hiding. The Hiras falls into deep thought, prompting the other girl to ask for her assessment, especially since they teamed up during the initial training exercise. Our guild Hiras hesitates before giving an answer, suspicious of his skills. She had already dug into his background, only to find standard records. He is an orphan, a cube cadet, and drowning in a massive $300 million debt. Furthermore, she is baffled by how he knew the boss monster's secret weak point before any expert analyst. Recalling how stubborn he was when questioned, she is determined to scout him as a future recruit for her family's guild. At first, he seemed like a nobody, but she realizes his basic attacks from training should never have been strong enough to sever a demon's arm. she concludes that the young man is hiding a major trump card from everyone at the academy. Then, the rival girl drops a wild theory, wondering if the protagonist might secretly be a demonic human himself. That crazy accusation leaves both her companions completely stunned. Even the elite here doubts a demon would betray its own kind for no reason, yet the girl insists that something about this marksman is seriously off. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, the mysterious laptop begins to malfunction. The system update progress bar is creeping closer to 100%. Suddenly, a searing sensation begins to radiate from the young man's wrist. The heat quickly intensifies into a sharp, agonizing burn. Fresh blood begins to seep through the sleeve of his shirt. The main character panics as the scorching pain in his arm becomes absolutely unbearable. This sudden system update is actually carving a stigma onto him, granting him the ultimate power of the creator's authority. As his narrative influence grows, this magic brand will evolve, offering him a daily power surge that recharges every 24 hours. Suddenly, his mind is flooded with an overload of information, causing his head to feel like it's about to explode. Back at the restaurant, the hot-headed hair slams his hand onto the table. He is clearly irritated that his crush is so preoccupied with the actions of a low-ranked cadet. At the same time, the struggling protagonist can barely keep his balance. He collapses straight to the floor, while the girl at the cafe remains haunted by the harsh words he had previously said to her. She quietly admits to herself that she absolutely detests his attitude. As the young man lies unconscious from exhaustion, the newly formed magic brand glows clearly on his skin. Suddenly, Kim Hujin's trusty laptop lights up with a brand new notification. It turns out his overpowered system just upgraded his observation and reading skills to a whole new level. Talk about a massive buff. Meanwhile, the scene transitions over to the Hunter Association headquarters, located right in the heart of Seoul. Our main character, along with Chae Na-yoon and the legendary Kim Soo-ho, get summoned for their heroics during the museum crisis to receive official awards for helping to save the city from total chaos. Though the young man's wrist still throbbing painfully from yesterday's intense battle, the ache has settled down a bit, but he is still completely in the dark about what that mysterious stigma mark on his hand actually does. To make matters worse, fate plays a cruel joke on him by placing him right next to a furious Na-yoon, who instantly snaps at him to shut his mouth. He literally hasn't uttered a single syllable, but just breathing in the same zip code as her seems to trigger her fight or flight response. The main character calmly asks if she is still holding a grudge, gently reminding the hot-headed cadet that he actually saved her life back there. That little reality check visibly annoys her, but deep down she knows this guy is telling the absolute truth. Before she can launch into another angry rant, the golden boy protagonist Suho steps in to play the peacekeeper. He politely offers to swap seats to diffuse the tension, but she stubbornly refuses to back down. After a bit more petty bickering, she finally relents and swaps places with Suho, who ends up sitting right next to our main character, immediately striking up a friendly conversation. The golden boy genuinely thanks him for saving their skins. Catching our protagonist completely off guard, Suho confesses that they would have faced total defeat without his timely intervention, but our humble hero remains incredibly modest. He keeps his cool, silently thinking that the main cast would have managed to pull off a victory, even if he had stayed home. After all, if he had not stepped in, the golden boy probably would have unlocked some insane main character power-up right on the spot to instantly vaporize the threat, because that is just how typical overpowered shonen protagonists roll when their backs are against the wall. They just keep leveling up under pressure. The scene then cuts to the main stage, where a legendary high ranker finally makes his grand entrance. This elite walks in oozing raw confidence, though he looks incredibly bored by the mundane task he has been assigned. This lazy-looking powerhouse is none other than Yu Si-hyuk, a world-class rank 37 hunter. The entire crowd goes dead silent in the presence of such greatness, and the official ceremony officially kicks off. Na-yoon, Suho, and our main character all stand in anticipation as their names are called to the stage, recognized for their incredible valor. The top-tier hunter presents the awards, praising them for neutralizing the demon beast threat, starting first with Suho as the high-ranking guest hands over the shiny trophy of recognition. The elite commends the young talent's immense potential, calling him someone highly worthy of being scouted, as the class president accepts his certificate with pride. Without wasting any time, the ranker pitches him a spot in the prestigious Abandoned Plains Guild, claiming standard hero work is just tedious paperwork he could not care less about. However, the idealistic youth politely declines the scouting offer, firmly committed to his dream of becoming a righteous hero. Immediately losing all interest, the lazy mentor moves on to the next cadet in line. The fierce female cadet looks slightly confused as he acknowledges her, showing they clearly have some history. She happily views this guy as her master, but in reality, he does not consider her a proper disciple whatsoever. He bluntly reveals that her wealthy father begged him to tutor her, completely crushing her excitement, while our protagonist secretly enjoys the cringe-worthy interaction. Finally, he arrives at the last cadet, locking eyes with our young man, curious as to who this completely average-looking extra is. The very first question out of the elite's mouth is simply asking who this kid even is. Our guy just brushes it off as the usual background character treatment. With that awkward encounter, the ceremony wraps up. Immediately after, the media crowds the hot-headed girl for an interview. While she handles the press, the main character is grinning from ear to ear, having just secured a cool 15 million won bounty to chip away at his massive 300 million debt. Sitting by himself, he begins plotting his next moves, wanting to invest his hard-earned cash into guild stocks while simultaneously itching to investigate the fresh system features that unlocked after his laptop's agonizing update. Booting up the screen, he is greeted by a patch notes list showing the stigma mark features, restricted web access, and a powerful skill upgrade called the Tome of Truth. The young man scratches his head, trying to figure out how to actually activate this new magical skill. The moment he merely thinks about turning it on, the stigma mark on his skin begins glowing and starts manifesting a protective barrier, showing it is ready to fire off. Surprised by the sudden reaction, he realizes it is way too risky to test out a new power in public, so he decides to retreat to his private dorm room, knowing it would be a massive headache if anyone caught him experimenting with secret powers. Next, he checks the other major update, unrestricted internet access. The main character hovers his mouse over the icon and clicks. After a brief loading screen, several mysterious websites pop up, showcasing shady names like Law-Abiding Spirit, Violent Haze, and the Sword of Jeremy. It turns out he is not just browsing the regular web, but has bypassed access to highly classified hidden portals as well. And out of all these secret networks, the most crucial one to his plans is definitely Violent Haze. Kim Hujin decides to browse the most exclusive underground network in this fantasy world, a VIP site used to trade top-secret intel, high-tier magic weapons, and bounty requests. Since basically every major hero uses this platform, the government conveniently looks the other way when it comes to these black market deals. While the registration fee is usually astronomical, all it takes is 200 precious story points for our main character to bypass the paywall and set up an account. But right as he is about to log in and search the database, a sudden voice interrupts his screen time. It is none other than Yoyanya, the guild's vice leader, who tracked him down because she knows he figured out her secret identity. She clearly remembers that this guy was the only cadet who casually slipped away during the big ceremony earlier. As it turns out, she tracked him down just to hand-deliver an exclusive recruitment card from her elite guild. We are talking about the legendary Holy Grace of God Guild, a massive deal that even our hero knows is a golden ticket to the top. The vice leader has some burning questions for the young man, so she takes a seat and politely asks for a quick interrogation. Naturally, the protagonist already knows she wants to scout him, so he plays along and asks what is on her mind. She might look like a sweet, gentle angel in the media spotlight, but that is just a polished PR stunt. She ruthlessly filters through top talents, showing zero mercy and immediately discarding anyone she deems useless to her goals. That is her true, calculated nature, which is why building a solid connection with her now is crucial for the main character's survival. But before she can even start her calculated interrogation, he decides to throw a wrench in her plans. He coldly cuts her off mid-sentence, bluntly stating he has absolutely nothing new to share with her. Despite the cold rejection, she keeps her composure and asserts her dominance, reminding him that she is the vice leader of the nation's top guild. Our main character acknowledges her high status in the local hunter hierarchy, but shrugs it off, knowing she is acting on a personal hunch. He is positive she only sought him out after analyzing the footage of his light-attributed gunshot, meaning she is just looking for answers, not recruiting him yet. Knowing this, the young man plays hard to get by keeping his cool, hoping her passing curiosity will eventually evolve into a genuine obsession. Then he makes an incredibly bold move by declaring his immediate retirement, completely catching the vice leader off guard. After checking his stigma interface again, he gains a deeper understanding of this fantasy system, realizing that higher story points increase his attention score to unlock new marks, which have a 24-hour cooldown. Eager to test out this new ability, the protagonist concentrates his mana to manifest a simple magic dagger. Instead of a basic blade, the stigma glows and summons a straight-up legendary mythical sword right out of thin air. To his surprise, the weapon is completely real, and a quick test swing proves it is fully combat-ready. The most frustrating thing about magic in this world is that it normally requires massive talent and years of theory. Since our protagonist was dropped into this fantasy webtoon world with zero magical background, he assumed he was doomed to be magicless, making this stigma shortcut a massive win. Next up on his testing list is the Tome of Truth, a broken skill that is supposed to max out his scanning and observation abilities. After giving it some thought, the young man decides to chant the activation command out loud. Right on cue, his stigma glows with power once more. This time, the system summons a mysterious glowing book containing the absolute truth of this world. This cheat item allows the young man to uncover the answer to literally any question, provided he has enough mana to pay the price. Talk about a broken system ability. Even the original author would be facepalming at how overpowered this is. To see if the system is legit, the protagonist asks for his own height, which turns out to be exactly 174 centimeters. That translates to about 5'8", and checking this minor detail costs him one valuable story point. Suddenly, the protagonist's Academy smartwatch begins flashing with a bright red warning light. An emergency broadcast starts blaring across the entire Academy campus. A mass notification goes out to all cadets, asking if anyone has seen a missing student. Seeing the ominous red alert, our MC realizes this is likely the trigger for the novel's next major crisis. He realizes the main plot of the original novel is shifting gears. The next major event on the horizon is the infamous serial kidnappings of the Academy cadets. Half a dozen students will vanish into thin air, and because the culprit covers their tracks flawlessly, the investigation leads nowhere as the threat escalates. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the young man knows he cannot just sit idly by. The stakes are massive, because the kidnapper's ultimate target is none other than Yu Yeonja herself. He is also fully aware that if the mysterious co-author decides to modify the plot like they did at the museum, things could get ugly. While he wants to intercept the culprit, he worries that his intervention might permanently wreck the narrative timeline. For now, the best strategy is to lay low, observe from the sidelines, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. The following morning, the action shifts over to the Academy's state-of-the-art training center. The story's original main character, Kim Soo-ho, is taking a quick water break when his training partner points out some drama happening nearby. Our protagonist is minding his own business, trying to get some physical training in, when a group of toxic, low-tier bullies show up to start trouble. These bullies laugh at his struggles with standard weightlifting, throwing petty insults and accusing him of buying his way into the academy. The righteous Kim Soo-ho wants to step in and teach them a lesson, but his classmate quickly holds him back to avoid a scene. Kim Ha-jin is getting cornered while Shin Jong-hak just stands there watching, claiming the protagonist brought this on himself and warning Kim Soo-ho that stepping in will only make him a target. On top of that, he claims they might just testing the main character's reaction, but Soo-ho isn't buying that garbage excuse for a second. Still, Jong-hak figures a guy who literally shattered a demon humanoid's arm wouldn't sweat some D-list academy thugs, suspecting our boy is hiding his true overpowered stats. Well, that theory immediately goes down the drain, because the young man can barely lift a basic training weight. He struggles solo on the bench press until he flat out gives up, making even the local bullies cringe at how painfully pathetic it looks. Now Jong-hak is convinced the weakling just got lucky during his last fight, but Soo-ho ignores the gossip and rushes over to help him out. The nearby cadets immediately sense a massive fight brewing, and Chae Na-eun is already tuning in to catch the drama. But before things can escalate, the instructor storms in like an absolute angry dad, completely furious that they are turning his serious training session into a circus. He barks an order for everyone to assemble, because the written quiz scores are finally ready to be revealed. The rankings are about to be posted right on the wall for the entire class to judge. The cadets crowd around the board, only to realize that a shocking number of them absolutely bombed the test. Yet sitting proudly at the absolute top of the leaderboard is the exact same guy who couldn't even lift the barbell, leaving Rachel in second and Jong-hak trailing in third. Our protagonist isn't even remotely shocked, since he literally wrote this entire fantasy webtoon world himself, and knows every single cheat code. But the moment the final scores sink in, the entire room goes dead silent. A girl's practice sword clatters straight to the floor, because she is too stunned to even utter a word. It turns out to be the elite British princess who ranked third during admissions, and her reputation is legendary. She has literally never taken second place on a written exam, regardless of the subject. So dropping to second place completely shatters her reality, and she stares at the main character like she just saw a literal ghost. The young man is honestly just as bewildered and has absolutely no idea how to react to her intense gaze. To understand why this loss hits her so hard, we have to look back to when she first enrolled in the prestigious Cube Academy. Her royal attendants were terrified she'd be isolated among the world's most elite hero candidates, especially since almost everyone in her class was Korean. But she didn't care about the language barrier, feeling zero nerves, and wanting nothing more than to meet everyone's massive expectations. She carried the heavy burden of her royal family's pride on her shoulders every single day. But today, she is hit with a wave of fear, defeat, and crushing disappointment, feeling like this failure let down her entire nation. To make matters worse, the instructor publicly praises the main character's paper, highlighting his brilliant analysis of magic phenomena and recommending him as a top-tier academic resource. She knows that advanced magic analysis is incredibly complex, realizing she probably can't even close the gap before midterms. This quiet, aloof classmate keeps blowing her mind, even though he looks like he's barely paying attention during lectures. Now completely obsessed with figuring out his secret study methods, her curiosity about him reaches an all-time high. Later on, inside the Academy Information Office, the young man quietly sifts through a mountain of test results. Now that he has unlocked the legendary Tome of Truth, he finally has a cheat code to solve his problems, using system points to fill in any missing knowledge. He still doesn't have a lot of resources at his disposal, so he can't expect massive power-ups just yet, leaving him to hope things scale up soon. Moving on, the main character begins his official agent registration process. He plans to allocate a few of his precious story points to smoothly handle the rest of the registration details. And this brings us right to the second major turning point in this action webtoon. Once this next event goes down, people will start doubting if the institution is actually a safe haven, shattering their sense of security. Even with his current system upgrades, the protagonist knows he is still way too weak to solo a high-level demon. Still, having Jonghak get triggered and send his lackeys after him ended up farming a ton of extra story points, which actually works out in his favor. So he decides to invest those points to boost his survival rate for the upcoming dungeon chaos, starting with a weapon upgrade. Since his current weapon of choice is a Desert Eagle, he adds a custom conversion feature that lets it transform into a high-caliber sniper rifle. For a brief second, the young man wonders if he might have overdone it with the specs, but he shrugs it off and drops another 250 story points to lock in the modification. The gun instantly morphs into a flashy gold sniper rifle, proving the system upgrade was a massive success. Even our main character is thoroughly impressed by the weapon, but there is just one major issue. It is way too flashy and would draw too much unwanted attention in a fight, so he quickly reverts it back to its standard pistol frame. For now, his next priority is to craft a physical movement technique to keep himself alive. He has 3 empty slots to utilize, and unlike innate magic, these techniques are physical skills that must be manually trained, not just gifted. For a long-range hunter, the golden rule of survival is securing the absolute best vantage point before pulling the trigger. So the protagonist designs a technique to help him reposition instantly and dodge danger, typing the custom parameters into his laptop to finalize the build. Once the system finishes compiling, he officially names the skill parkour, turning him into a high-mobility beast on the battlefield who can never be cornered. That overpowered mobility upgrade ended up costing him a whopping 350 story points. Just like that, Kim Ha-jin watches 350 points vanish into the void. Yet this guy doesn't feel a single bit stronger despite the system confirming his new skill is active. Before he can even complain about getting scammed, his smartwatch starts buzzing like crazy. It is a massive group alert showing that everyone is frantically searching for the Academy's second kidnapping victim. The grim reality drops that any student who went missing prior to this event has already been deleted by the hidden killer. Essentially, going missing means game over, and since our protagonist is the actual author of this world, he knows exactly how broken this stealth villain is and who is next on the chopping block. This leaves him facing a brutal moral dilemma. Should he just ignore the plot derailment for his own survival, or should he actually step in? Before he can make up his mind, the scene transitions straight to the underground training facility. The head instructor gathers the Academy cadets and announces they are kicking off a high-stakes, hands-on training exercise. He points to a massive cave that is actually a simulated dungeon generated by high-tier magic. It is packed with realistic holographic monsters, making it the ultimate sandbox for these future hunters to practice their leveling up tactics. Even so, the instructor warns them that taking this mock raid lightly will lead to a very real beatdown. Since this simulated zone is absolutely massive, the elite combat class and the support class have to team up to clear it. The plan is to merge squads from both sides into one big co-op raid party, and the students are told to start mingling. Instantly, the room erupts into a chaotic scramble as everyone tries to partner up with the best players. For Team 8, our main character joins forces with Hazuki and Hozung, while Jaden's crew fills out the rest of the roster. The young man knows this dungeon is crawling with lethal traps, and he suspects some might even be rigged by malicious demon worshippers. To counter this, he craftily preps some custom-made ammunition, but he still doubts if his low-level self will survive the chaos. Just then, his cheat code system flashes a red alert warning him that the original plot is shifting. This is a nightmare for our creator since he cannot track the exact deviations, especially with 3 major plot points morphing simultaneously. Completely blind to who is pulling the strings, the young man is left sweating bullets as the squads finalize their lineups. While he is lost in thought, a snobby cadet named Yoon from the rival squad laughs at him for daydreaming like a total amateur. Naturally, the interface immediately highlights that this obnoxious guy is getting increasingly agitated. Right on cue, the arrogant trash talker crosses paths with Jaden from the support group. While he tries to play it cool, she responds with absolute silence and a deadpan expression that completely shuts him down. Hilariously, the interface registers this awkward rejection as a catalyst that boosts Jaden's hidden growth potential. Elsewhere, the top-tier Hirchi Nayan strikes up a conversation with a familiar face from her archery club. The handsome student introduces himself as Sven, flashing a charming smile before locking her in as his partner. However, his mental stability stats are actively plummeting, putting him on the fast track to becoming a corrupt puppet during this upcoming run. The protagonist is left totally flabbergasted by these bizarre deviations, knowing they could derail his entire survival plan. To prevent total disaster, he decides to keep his eyes glued to the two most suspicious targets in the room. First up is the hothead Jaden on his own squad, who was originally written to be a classic, generic bully character. What genuinely puzzles the main character is why this minor character is suddenly getting a massive power-up. Before he can analyze it further, the loudmouth begins introducing the rest of the support crew. Yoon does the honors for her side, though she miraculously manages to forget our hero's name just to throw some shade. Shrugging off the petty disrespect, the main character pivots his attention to the much bigger threat looming nearby. That threat is the German prodigy Sven, a government-sponsored recruit hyped up as the next big thing. But this elite cadet has one massive weakness. He is hopelessly down bad for the main heroine. Like every other ambitious foreign exchange student, the young man arrived at the academy chasing ultimate glory. Unfortunately, standing out is impossible when you are constantly overshadowed by cheat code geniuses and natural-born monsters. Living in the shadow of these overpowered prodigies has completely crushed the guy's self-esteem. Back home, he was the big fish in a small pond, having never tasted the bitter flavor of defeat or mediocrity. That toxic jealousy will eat him alive, driving him to make a deal with the devil for quick power, which is exactly how our protagonist drafted his tragic fate. The major issue now is that this dark corruption arc was supposed to trigger much later in the storyline. Instead, it is happening ahead of schedule, and even a minor butterfly effect could turn this training exercise into a bloodbath. The young man's internal panic is cut short when the squad bully clamps a hand on his shoulder and barks at him to wake up. Our protagonist brushes the hand off, prompting the loudmouth to call him useless garbage while referencing the local gossip. Hearing this, he realizes his social standing in this academy is officially in the dumpster. Apparently, a rumor is circulating that he is a power-tripping bully, which is total nonsense, yet everyone is buying into the drama. The main character already has a prime suspect behind this smear campaign, and it has the petty rival's name written all over it. What really grinds his gears is that his supposed allies just stand there in silence, offering zero backup whatsoever. With the team rotation finally locked in, Kim Hajin and his squad wait for their turn to dive into the dungeon. While they wait, Jaden tries to flirt with Yu Yeonya by flexing how absolutely stacked their squad is. He even trash talks the main character as useless dead weight, which honestly is just pure comedy at this point. But enough talk, because Team 8 is finally up to show what they've got. Stepping into the dark abyss, the cadets advance with caution while their loudmouth leader struts ahead. It doesn't take long before they hit a classic crossroads in the dungeon maze. As they debate which direction to take, the self-proclaimed leader suggests relying on their backline sniper to scout. Breaking his silence, the quiet young man suddenly chimes in and instructs everyone to take Route 6. The leader is visibly annoyed by this suggestion, but another squad member trusts the protagonist's gut and backs him up. This sudden wave of support completely catches the young hunter off guard. Despite talking trash behind his back, they still have to respect his sharp instincts. The protagonist finds their backhanded compliments irritating, but he shrugs it off as long as it gets them to Chae Nayan. If Sven seals the deal with the hidden demon, the heroine will be left to suffer alone, completely derailing the plot. She is far too crucial for a game over right now, so the group marches down the sixth path. Their arrogant teammate keeps throwing shade and calling him a clout chaser, but our hero ignores the noise to focus on the road ahead. While the rest of the crew is walking completely blind in the shadows, the young man spots a hidden fire salamander and realizes it's part of a trap mechanism. Sensing danger, their archer suggests letting loose a light arrow to illuminate the path. Getting the green light, the marksman readies his weapon. He releases the string, sending a brilliant streak of light cutting through the pitch black darkness. Sure enough, a massive salamander is waiting right there in the open. The arrogant leader is left speechless as the rest of the squad instantly jumps into combat formation. Meanwhile, the main character stands back and waits for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, one of the cadets whips out a weapon and rushes the beast head-on. A loud crack echoes through the cavern as the whip strikes the creature. The swift strike completely disrupts the beast's charging spell right in its glowing jaws, just as it was preparing to blast them. With its maw clamped shut, Hazuki and the Vanguard dive in, unleashing a barrage of heavy strikes. Since the monster is just a simulation hologram, they take it down without breaking a sweat. The skirmish ends instantly with the team taking 0 casualties. But before they can celebrate, a deep rumble shakes the cavern as the dungeon begins to alter its layout. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist feels a strange static energy crackling in the air. He is genuinely impressed that the whip user has already awakened such a powerful attribute. Before they can advance, he comically trips over a rock and tackles a teammate, just as a deadly projectile whistles right through their previous coordinates. They both hit the dirt hard, completely avoiding a fatal blow. The young man breaks into a cold sweat, thinking his luck had finally run out. The female cadet sighs, trying to ignore his clumsy antics and shoving him off her. She is ready to absolutely lose her temper and slap him, but she freezes when the others point out the dangerous trap that was triggered right behind them. That is when the protagonist realizes just how close they came to meeting their maker. His awkward stumble was actually a high IQ dodge against a lethal poison dart. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sven, who was not nearly as lucky and took one of those darts straight to the body. Collapsing from the poison, he begs Chae Na-eun to abandon him and save herself. Refusing to leave a comrade, she drags him along while screaming at him to shut up and keep his legs moving. She is still reeling from the shock, since a projectile struck her teammate out of nowhere, forcing them to flee. None of this makes sense, given that this simulated academy training zone should have lethal lev ammunition. And to make matters worse, a massive lava golem that looks like a mini Godzilla is hot on their heels. No wonder she is losing her mind at his defeatist attitude while they are running for their lives. Meanwhile, back with our main group, the cadets continue to fight their way through the simulated cave system. They find themselves locked in combat with fire-breathing salamanders that shoot deadly energy beams from their jaws. Kim Ha-jin's team is actually holding their own in this chaotic dungeon, especially the backline DPS classes who are doing a stellar job of defending and returning fire. He and Yo Yeonya are absolutely shredding through the incoming mobs without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Jaden is having the time of his life slicing monsters apart, making this whole raid feel way too easy. These low-level mobs pose 0 threat, and since they haven't seen any more lethal traps since that random poisoned arrow, they keep pushing deeper. However, our transmigrated co-author can't shake the nagging feeling that something is seriously wrong with that arrow trap. The system itself literally flagged it as an anomaly, so he can't believe these naive cadets still think it's just a standard training test. The main character's mind is working in overdrive trying to calculate the next threat. Just as he begins to panic, an overwhelming, murderous aura sneaks up right behind him. A massive salamander is locked, loaded, and ready to unleash a devastating flame blast at any second. Our protagonist is genuinely shocked that one of these fiery beasts managed to survive their initial sweep. Suddenly, a colossal wave of pure infernal heat erupts straight toward the unsuspecting party. With Yo Yeonya and the frontliners completely exposed, a single hit from this attack would instantly wipe them out. That's when the young man steps up, instantly activating his signature stigma magic to save the day. He burns through his limited mana resources to manifest powerful water barrier out of thin air. The protective wall of water surges upward just in time, shielding the entire team from the scorching blast. The fiery laser is insanely powerful, but his elemental shield stubbornly holds until the flame eventually dies down. Having expended every ounce of its mana, the giant lizard collapses to the floor completely exhausted. That final desperate strike was indeed its dying breath, but the incredible feat our hero just pulled off leaves the rest of the cadets jaw dropped. Jaden notices the crackling electrical current surging through his whip, feeling rather proud of his quick growth. But instead of celebrating, Jaden grabs our protagonist by the collar, demanding to know why he hid such a clutch water attribute ability. He keeps his cool and smoothly claims it was just a one-time magic artifact, though Jaden isn't buying this excuse before Yo Yeonya breaks them up. The real issue keeping them on edge is the fact that they just fought a real, lethal beast inside what was supposed to be a safe, simulated training ground. She theorizes that since this zone mimics a real gate, perhaps an actual dungeon overlapped with it, but decides they should just focus on the massive bonus points they'll get for slaying it. Deciding to capitalize on the situation, the heiress leads the squad forward, as if nothing out of the ordinary just happened. She acts completely unfazed, but internally, she is absolutely certain that our main character is lying through his teeth about that magic. The guy could barely afford a basic handgun, so there's no way he just casually acquired a high-tier elemental artifact. Maybe elite heroes like Shin Jong-ok or Kim Suho could, but definitely not this mysterious cadet. She begins connecting the dots from him finding the mountain tyrant's weak spot to this sudden magical outburst. She can't fathom why he goes to such extreme lengths to hide his true strength, which reminds her of Chae Naeun's wild theory that he might actually be a devil. Driven by these growing suspicions, she resolves to keep a very close eye on our mysterious protagonist. But let's check back in with Chae Naeun to see how she's dealing with her own nightmare scenario. Their target is a megalith, an intermediate rank boss monster that feels absolutely impossible to bring down. Facing a dungeon boss of this caliber with a standard cadet squad is pure suicide, so they plan to regroup with other teams for a coordinated strike. To make matters worse, Sven is in terrible shape. The archer girl still has no idea where that poison trap originated, and she is starting to suspect this entire operation is rigged against them. In reality, Sven's physical and mental condition is deteriorating rapidly. He feels like absolute dead weight for holding the team back, and that crushing guilt completely breaks his mental fortitude, letting dark thoughts consume him. Right at his lowest moment, a sinister, disembodied voice whispers in his ear, capitalizing on his weakness. The entity tempts him with the promise of ultimate power, asking if he wants to end all this humiliating suffering. The mysterious entity promises to grant him the one thing he desperately craves. It offers the overwhelming strength he has always dreamed of, but in exchange, it demands everything he is. Broken, desperate, and pushing past the point of no return, the cadet eagerly accepts the dark contract without thinking twice. The instant he accepts the deal, a malevolent demonic force instantly takes hold of him. It claims his soul, sending an excruciating, twisting agony straight through his entire body. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as his physical form begins to warp and give in to the corruption. Horrified by the sudden mutation, Chae Naeun rushes over and desperately calls out to her comrade. Unfortunately, his agonized shrieks do nothing but draw the attention of the colossal boss monster straight to their position. To the cadets, it looks like this massive beast is actually mocking Kim Ha-jin and his squad. It's basically waving hello right before it decides to flood the entire zone with a massive wave of molten lava. The colossal dungeon boss swings a fist the size of a truck, absolutely demolishing the surrounding ruins. The trainees are running for their absolute lives, knowing that pausing for even a millisecond means getting turned into pancakes. Another devastating strike lands, sending several players flying through the air like ragdolls. With debris blocking their escape, they find themselves completely cornered with nowhere left to run. Even the talented Chae Naeun, currently lugging Sven on her back, hits a massive dead end. Before she can even catch her breath, the terrifying creature towers over her, locking its fiery eyes right onto her. Talk about a total nightmare. She realizes this isn't some harmless, low-level training exercise anymore. Terrified out of her mind, she admits they might actually die inside this artificial dungeon. Just as the giant beast winds up for a lethal strike, a high-speed mana bullet tears through the air. Out of nowhere, the projectile slams directly into the beast, piercing straight through its skull. Whipping her head around, she looks toward the distance to spot the mysterious marksman. It's our main character Clutch saving her yet again. Now let's rewind a bit to see what went down with the other team. That group found their path completely blocked by a massive, towering wall. This majorly annoys Jaden, since this route was supposed to lead them straight to the main boss. He insists they are on the correct path, but he definitely didn't plan for a giant barrier to block their advance. Instead of overthinking, Ha-jin suggests the boss is right on the other side and tells everyone to start smashing it, which triggers Jaden's massive ego. Trying to prove he's the leader, the arrogant guy winds up and strikes the barrier with all his might. The result, he gets blasted back by a nasty shockwave, because the wall is heavily enchanted with defensive magic. It is a high-tier barrier that even a fully charged magical strike can't even scratch. That's when Hazuki chimes in, pointing out a small gap right at the very top of the barrier. The young man suggests they can scale the wall to slip through the opening, but Jaden laughs it off, claiming a 10-meter climb is impossible. Realizing the self-proclaimed leader is just all talk, the protagonist decides to show them how it's done. He immediately initiates a sequence of insane parkour moves, utilizing pure physical strength and an unbreakable grip to scale the sheer surface with absolute ease, reaching the summit in record time. He doesn't even wait for the others, immediately dashing forward into the next zone. Just as he takes off, a massive, earth-shaking rumble echoes from the other side of the wall. The entire layout of this fantasy zone is changing. It's shifting yet again, completely throwing off Jaden and leaving him utterly clueless. What they don't realize is that giant lava golem is currently wreaking absolute havoc nearby. This is the exact moment this guy arrives on the scene to save the day. He quickly notices that the paralyzing effect of his bullet won't hold this massive boss down for long. The young man screams at the girl to get moving instead of just standing there frozen like a statue. But things take a turn for the worse when the flaming beast locks its aggro onto our protagonist instead. Now he's the one panicking, jokingly pleading for her to save him instead of running away. Seeing the danger, the rest of the squad quickly rallies together. They initiate a coordinated assault on the golem from multiple angles, but despite landing some heavy attacks, their weapons barely scratch its rocky armor. Seeing her allies risk their lives to buy time, Chae-Nain readies her bow, drawing a massive magic arrow and telling the front lines to keep the boss distracted. As the beast charges, Sven suddenly leaps forward to intercept the strike. He bravely holds the line, giving his teammate the crucial seconds she needs to charge her ultimate attack. Recalling her past helplessness against that demonic entity, she gathers every drop of her mana. She vows that this battle will have a different ending, releasing a devastating shot. The magical projectile pierces the air and completely obliterates the golem's face. The monster's massive body collapses, and the boiling lava surrounding its head begins to cool down. The exhausted cadets can't believe they actually took down a high-tier threat, with some already dreaming about the massive system points they'll get. With the threat neutralized, the squad finally regroups to plan their next move. The other two are completely dumbfounded by Chae-Nain's sudden burst of violence, which she proudly labels her ultimate finishing move, leaving Kim Ha-jin looking like he can barely even register what just happened. Not that our guy actually cares, since his focus is locked entirely on Sven, who hasn't quite undergone his demonic transformation just yet. This detail throws a wrench into the original plot, but the young man knows the villainous awakening is still inevitable, because the dude already signed a contract with a devil right inside this dungeon cave. Before things descend into complete madness, the young lady shifts her gaze toward our protagonist, who is lagging behind at the front. Standing a bit further back in the cavern, he is still struggling to catch his breath, prompting her to momentarily swallow her pride and set aside her usual deep-seated resentment as she slowly approaches to have a private word with this mysterious hunter in private, fully aware that she owes him a massive favor. Because of that, she swallows her ego and awkwardly mumbles a very soft, barely audible "thank you," which sounds so incredibly surreal to our protagonist that he genuinely has no idea how to react. Utterly dumbfounded, he asks her to repeat what she just said, which immediately triggers her short temper, causing her to bark back that she is absolutely not saying it twice. The young man still can't process the fact that this prideful girl actually showed him some genuine gratitude. To be fair, her entire childhood was a train wreck of trauma, starting at age 6 when a vicious monster slaughtered her mother, a tragedy that fueled her obsession with leveling up to become a hero. While normal kids were busy playing tag, she was channeling all her inner rage into brutal, relentless physical training from a very tender age. She isolated herself from the world, utterly incapable of forming genuine connections because letting down her guard meant exposing the raw, agonizing scars of her tragic past. Consequently, you can count the number of people she has thanked on one hand, and practically nobody in this academy can claim to be her actual companion. This is a monumental shift for our protagonist, who originally wrote her character as a stubborn soul incapable of apologizing, and as the creator of this fantasy webtoon, he realizes she is changing. With things evolving, she suddenly asks why he lets the elite bully's underlings push him around when he clearly possesses some serious combat skills in a real skirmish. After all, a single shot from his magical firearm was enough to freeze a monster in its tracks, so she cannot comprehend why he acts like a total pushover. To deflect the suspicion, the main character casually claims he genuinely lacks the combat power to defeat those guys in a straight match. Naturally, she finds this excuse hard to swallow after watching him easily suppress a beast, forcing him to show her his firearm, explaining that it is just highly customized gear designed to mask his weak physical stats, meaning he is essentially just bluffing his way through danger. Hearing this, the girl is absolutely stunned by his blunt honesty, since illegally modified weapons are strictly banned at the academy, though the young man notes is exactly why he keeps it hidden. Fortunately, he discovered a clever loophole to store the dangerous weapon inside his magical stigma, allowing him to carry heavy firepower without getting flagged by the Academy's security sensors. Despite his slick explanation, the suspicious lady still is not entirely sold on his weak hunter act after witnessing his actual performance. This leads her to suspect he might possess some kind of hidden superpower specifically tailored for utilizing weapons. The reincarnated author quickly dodges the question, which somehow satisfies her curiosity enough to make her drop the subject, promising she won't snitch on his illegal gear. Even so, she warns him to stop relying on it before pausing to bring up the exact same touchy subject that made her despise him from day one. Our protagonist chooses to remain completely silent during this awkward tension, refusing to offer any explanations or apologies, since getting too close to her would only complicate their inevitable clash. Down the road, he has to eliminate her corrupted older brother, so building a bond now would only shatter her heart later, but his mission remains non-negotiable. When the young lady rejoins her squad, her teammates immediately bombard her with questions about whether she has somehow become buddy-buddy with the outcast. She aggressively denies the rumors, though Sven's suspicious expression makes it clear he has picked up on something unusual. Suddenly, a loud broadcast echoes through the area, informing the cadets that this dungeon training exercise is being terminated immediately, though this warning came way too late to save anyone. If our hero hadn't intervened, they would be recovering corpses right now. Because the system failed, cameras went dark and real monsters ambushed them, while the supervisors did nothing. By the time help finally arrived, the situation was already a disaster, and while it was a massive scandal, Cube covered it up with an internal probe to avoid police involvement. The protagonist realizes that corrupted devil-worshipping infiltrators sitting high up in Cube's administration are the ones responsible for sweeping this major incident under the rug, and he knows this plotline won't advance for a while, though he is currently far more concerned about the mysterious co-author's next move, and what they plan to do with Sven, since a demonic contract triggers mental instability that could push him over the edge and make him slaughter the heroine. Determined to prevent this tragic bad ending from occurring, he decides to play the role of a silent guardian and closely monitor the two of them, prompting the main character to open up his secret communication terminal while mentally apologizing for resorting to such underhanded hacking methods just to keep tabs on everyone. Using his unique laptop ability, he manages to successfully hack and link his device directly to her private social media profile, giving him full access to her message history with key players like the legendary hero, the corrupted classmate, and the arrogant here. However, his main target is the tragic classmate who has just sent her an invitation to a suspicious gathering at a local venue, which matches the exact event in the novel where the corrupted student finally loses control of his demonic power. To prevent a total party wipe, our protagonist decides to tail them and prepare for a dangerous intervention if things get out of hand. Having boosted his raw combat stats through leveling up, he figures he is finally ready to clear some low-tier monsters in the local zone, but while sitting through a boring academy lecture later that day, a sudden notification pops up on his phone. Looking at his glowing smartwatch, Kim Ha-jin has absolutely no clue why the story's main hero is randomly hitting him up out of the blue. The guy wants to know if he's free this Friday because he has a rather suspicious favor to ask him in person. But first, let's talk about the Garrison, a legendary mountain in Gangwon-do famous for its rich spiritual energy, where martial arts experts gather to level up their skills. Though they aren't the only ones, plenty of opportunistic drifters also hike up here, hunting for buried treasures instead of risking their lives in deadly dungeon raids. Instead of fighting vicious monsters, a veteran ginseng digger named Yoon-jin is tagging along with our protagonist for this wild mountain trek. During their trip, the young man remains completely unfazed by the older guide's dramatic expressions. Despite the guide's excitement, he is absolutely convinced our main character's rookie methods won't find a single route, but this guy reveals he has a completely different target in mind. The guide just won't stop yapping, keeping up a constant stream of pointless chatter that our hero just can't stand. So he tunes it out while the guide smugly assumes this kid has zero survival experience, and honestly, the young man does keep tripping over every rock along the path. But then, out of nowhere, he spots a glowing, high-grade spiritual ginseng root right in his path. Discovering it on this route is pure luck, and the guide can hardly believe his own eyes. Before anyone can stop him, the protagonist scoffs down the rare 7-year-old ginseng root, using his unique modification ability to temporarily boost his stats by 2.5%. What makes this move absolutely wild is that the root could have easily sold for 700 million won, yet this guy eats it instead of paying off his massive debt. After a bit more clumsy stumbling through the woods, he realizes it actually makes perfect sense why this hidden instance has remained undiscovered. Tucked away beyond the famous training grounds lies the true prize he came all this way to find, a secret dungeon. The terrifying dungeon of the undead looms ahead, a dark cave of absolute horror waiting right before him. Right in front of him is the territory of the boss, a deadly death knight categorized as a high-tier intermediate monster that could easily crush him despite his ginseng stat buffs. But even if it could crush him instantly, he couldn't care less because he came to this dark place for a completely different purpose. And speaking of a scary reason, the ground suddenly starts to tremble with a horrifying energy. A rotting hand rises from the dirt, and a massive horde of undead crawls out to welcome him at the entrance. Getting ready to take them all on, the main character readies his weapon and steadies his shooting stance. He quickly reminds himself that defeating the main boss is not the goal, as what he really wants to unlock is the hidden stage of this zone. To trigger that stage, the undead monsters suddenly sprint toward the seemingly defenseless and lone player. They think they are hunting an easy boy, but they are about to get a very rude awakening. They are definitely going to regret it when the protagonist whips out his pistol and blasts the leading zombie at point-blank range. From that range, the rest of the mob goes down like dominoes, taking one clean headshot after another. Showing off his peak action skills, he activates his special pursuit skill to lock onto the targets. He triggers Eagle Eye, using it to track the precise trajectory of every single bullet he fires. Predicting their path, the young hunter uses his enhanced speed and agility to vault clean over the charging horde. He rains lead down on the monsters from above, stacking up his kill count like a pro gamer. Securing a massive chain of kills, he lands smoothly after taking down the entire front line. Once he has mowed down enough of them to clear the path, he finally stops firing his weapon. The young man looks around and realizes he has successfully cleared every single enemy in the immediate area. Having cleared them out, he knows the undead count will only skyrocket as he nears the hidden stage, which serves as a compass guide him straight to the gospel. At that location waits Evandel, an immature witch destined to be the hidden boss of this zone, who will eventually build a terrifying undead fortress, start her reign of terror from an abandoned school, and become an absolute endgame nightmare once she fully matures. That is exactly why our main character needs to reach her before she powers up, hoping to claim 2 legendary items as his reward. The first of these items is the highly upgradable growth gear known as Ether, and the second is the powerful seat of the gospel. In the novel's original plotline, those items were what allowed the demon Tamar to rise through the ranks and become a top-tier villain. To counter these evil forces and accelerate his leveling up, Ether is the ultimate prize, so our protagonist approaches the pitch-black entrance of the hidden stage. Activating his trusty Eagle Eye skill, he presses forward into the shadows. Pushing forward with his enhanced vision, he peers deep into the cavern while completely ignoring the low-level mobs roaming around. Deep within the cavern, he spots a withered dead tree pulsing with strange crystals. Surrounding those crystals is his real target, the young witch who is currently weak and vulnerable, making this his only real chance before she becomes a boss. At this point, the little girl is simply playing with magic like a toddler having fun in a sandbox. Although her magic looks like play, the main character is here to rewrite the future and prevent the absolute disaster she is destined to unleash. The burden he must bring almost makes him hesitate, but as the author of this fantasy world, he steels himself to do what must be done. Facing this choice, the protagonist steps closer and reminds himself that she only exists because of his pen, and now she must fade by his hand. For this reason, he knows a spectral witch in spirit form cannot be harmed by conventional weapons. Normal bullets won't do the trick, so this clever guy uses his stigma magic to forge a glowing spear of pure light. Channeling this powerful magic should let him end it in a single strike, and he's honestly amazed at how much that old ginseng boosted his stats. With his stats locked in, Kim Ha-jin hurls the spear with absolutely everything he's got. The weapon blasts straight through the baby witch's head, completely vaporizing her spirit body in one clean, brutal, and highly effective strike. He honestly figured that would be enough to put her down for good. But this mini-boss is way tougher than she looks, managing to survive the lethal blow even her immature state. Clawing back from the brink, she drains the last of her mana to rebuild her shattered spirit form. Suddenly, the entire dungeon begins to shake violently, and the pint-sized witch loses complete control of her magical essence. She explodes into a sparkling cloud of dust, right before the eyes of our clever protagonist. Finally, the 2 high-tier loot items he's been desperately eyeing drop onto the dusty floor. First up is the Seed of Evandel, a legendary item containing the witch's soul that will allow her to reincarnate once it fully sprouts. The second drop, Ether, is a game-changing artifact that lets its master upgrade and overpower any weapon they choose. The moment our hero equips Ether, his base stats instantly jump by 0.6 across the board, and the system locks it to him as untradeable. Talk about an absolute win. The protagonist is thrilled since this dungeon raid went exactly according to plan. Once he starts leveling up Ether, his overall combat stats are going to shoot straight through the roof. With this new loadout, the young man finally feels ready to stand toe-to-toe with the elite cube cadets, not to mention banking 50 story points and enjoying that sweet ginseng buff. Yet, the ultimate prize is definitely that Evandel's seed, which lets him summon a pocket witch ally whenever he decides to sprout it. Sure, the title Witch of Despair sounds like a straight-up antagonist, but if he plays his cards right, she could become his most broken ally. According to his knowledge, raising this seed is actually pretty simple. It just requires a steady diet of blood, and her personality will mimic whoever feeds her, meaning he has to choose the donor wisely. The main character is already eyeing virtuous cadets like Kim Suho or Rachel, hoping the newborn witch will inherit a wholesome personality. On the flip side, asking dramatic divas like Yu Yeona or Chae Naeun is out of the question, as they would throw a massive tantrum and probably corrupt the kid's mind. But the real bottleneck is sourcing the blood, a dilemma this guy decides to put on the back burner for now. Right now, he desperately needs to catch some shut-eye. Tomorrow is the big event, and it's going to demand his full attention. The hunting club trip is about to kick off, which is exactly where Sven is scheduled to make his move against Chae Naeun. The next morning, the squad arrives at the scenic Baekpa hot spring resort. Everyone is hyped for their first outdoor training camp, and the club leader stands up to brief the excited group. While she lays down the rules, our main character listens intently. Leonidas explains the hunt, reminding the cadets that this isn't a game, but a real-world mission to protect innocent civilians. As she speaks, the main character is sweating bullets, completely unsure of how much the timeline has altered from the original novel plot. In the original draft, Sven was supposed to ambush Chae Naeun, leaving her severely wounded before meeting his own demise, a twist he designed to let the main hero, Kim Suho, step in and play protector. The major plot twist now is that while the spotlight is on Chae Naeun as the demon's prey, Liana is the one who ends up in the crosshairs. This divergence leaves our protagonist feeling deeply unsettled, realizing the story is drifting far away from the fate he originally wrote for Sven. Despite harboring dark demonic energy, the corrupted cadet hasn't fully turned into a monster just yet. Our guy figures the cleanest solution is for the traitor to lose control in public, where the other cadets can help suppress him. Meanwhile, Chae Naeun starts noticing that the protagonist is staring at her constantly. This constant observation makes her self-conscious, and she can't fathom why he's keeping such a close eye on her. Little does she know, the main character is actually using her as a radar to monitor the suspicious guy's movements. Naturally, she starts wondering if he has a secret on her. The suspicious cadet notices the staring too and warns her to be careful, but she shrugs it off, convinced our protagonist is totally harmless. The corrupted boy tries to sound ominous, hinting at the strange disappearances occurring around them. He subtly hints that he might be connected to these events, but the young lady trusts him far too much to suspect him of anything malicious. Soon after, the hunt officially kicks off, with the suspicious cadet and the heroine leading the pack. The duo heads deeper into the zone, with the main character stealthily tracking them from behind, prepared for the worst. As time ticks by, the tension builds deep within the quiet forest. Suddenly, a wild deer is brutally ripped to shreds by a sinister force. The demon behind this act is Svagnum, who has completely taken over the cadet. He is busy testing out the dark, corruptive power he recently acquired from his demonic contract. The moment the girl calls out his name, he quickly drops the mangled animal to hide his true nature. She proudly brags about how many beasts she's successfully hunted down. However, she's completely shocked by his massive haul in such a short window, while he just stands there playing dumb, leaving her clueless about the dark magic at play. Having secured the victory in their hunting wager, he now gets to demand any favor he wants from her. But when the time comes to make his request, the guy gets flustered, stumbling over his words as he tries to ask her out. All the while, our hidden protagonist keeps his eyes glued to the pair, fully aware that this awkward situation could turn violent at any second. The demon he contracted with is the seed of desire, which slowly consumes its host's mind with their darkest obsessions, explaining why he's losing control of his impulses. Under the demon's influence, he finally blurts out his demand. He wants her to be his girlfriend. When our main character Kim Ha-jin asks her to be his girlfriend, she freezes like a glitching NPC, totally unsure how to respond. That awkward silence makes him think he just got instantly friend-zoned, and when Chae Naeun admits she can't imagine dating someone she barely knows, this cold reality check hits him right in the feels, making the young man think this rejection is his ticket to freedom. This should be the perfect trigger to push Sven right over the edge and unleash his inner demonic boss fight. But then she adds insult to injury by mentioning she only goes for guys stronger than her, delivering a critical emotional hit that definitely leaves a mark. And boy does it work, because Sven looks absolutely devastated by the rejection. The girl simply repeats herself, ready to turn around and walk away. But the simp of the year still doesn't get the hint, desperately asking if he just needs to prove he is stronger than her to win her heart. Now she is getting seriously annoyed and deeply unsettled by his creepy vibe. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic hand shoots straight toward her as the corrupted villain smashes the ground right in front of her feet. His human form violently twists into a monstrous, beast-like creature, complete with a terrifying tailed dungeon monster appearance. She only survives this sudden boss raid because our protagonist jumps in, using Aether to expand his defensive shield at the very last second. But the moment he turns his head to check if she is alright, the demon exploits the opening and drives a massive, heavy strike straight through him, forcing the young lady to desperately reach for her weapon with what little precious time she has, while our main character struggles to breathe under the demon's suffocating grip. Realizing he is in deep trouble, she instantly activates her high-tier magic power, condensation skill, and clean slices one of the tentacles, demanding that the monster release her savior. Instead of backing down, he goes full Yander mode, screaming about his love for the girl as his dark obsession buffs his demonic form to a whole new level. Absolutely furious, she keeps spamming her magic power condensation technique while the main character remains pinned down, until a blinding flash of green light erupts as the female hunter awakens a whole new tier of power. The main character mentally notes that in this fantasy world, many combatants end up choosing weapons that completely mismatch their actual class stats, and this girl is the prime example, since her true talent isn't long-range bow attacks at all, but pure close-quarters magic. Channeling every drop of her mana, she constructs a massive energy sword and orders the monster to drop the protagonist this instant. Without wasting a beat, she charges forward and unleashes a devastating ultimate strike directly onto the boss. The raw impact leaves nothing but absolute destruction in its wake. She literally splits the terrain open, and even the girl herself is stunned by the ridiculous scale of her own strength. The main character can barely believe his eyes, watching her launch a massive blade of light, while the girl herself stands there looking completely clueless about what she just pulled off. Despite the shock, her first instinct is to check on our protagonist, who quickly assures her he is totally fine, though her own condition is looking pretty terrible after that massive mana drain. She is utterly spent. Her vision turns into a complete blur, and as she collapses, our boy quickly rushes forward to catch her. After some time passes, the sleeping beauty finally starts to regain consciousness and opens her eyes. She wakes up with a jolt, only to realize the main character is carrying her piggyback style. Blushing hard, she demands to be put down immediately, but he knows she's too weak to walk and just wants to help, though when he finally relents and lets her go, her jelly legs instantly give out, sending her straight to the dirt. Face planting once again, she starts to panic, realizing she cannot even support her own weight. Her lower limbs have completely stopped listening to her brain. Seeing her struggle, the young man gives her a puzzled look and asks if she has ever experienced mana depletion before. Judging by her heavy panting and blank stare, it is obvious she has never even heard of the condition. He explains that burning through your entire mana pool leads to physical paralysis, and since she's totally out of juice, walking isn't an option, jokingly teasing that maybe he should just abandon her right there. With her pride defeated, she reluctantly accepts his help and climbs back onto his shoulders, prompting him to ask if she still intends to use a bow as her main weapon. Having witnessed her insane hidden potential during the fight, he tries to explain, but she remains completely clueless. The protagonist insists that she must have felt that surge, a newly awakened force slumbering within her. With that kind of raw magic, she could easily obliterate entire waves of monsters and demons with a single swing, eventually leveling up to become the legendary supreme ruler of the battlefield in future wars, though it means abandoning her beloved childhood weapon. This unsolicited advice only annoys the young woman, who hates how he acts like a know-it-all guide, leading the main character to realize she will probably stick to her bow for the time being. As they finally approach the portal, he tells her she's on her own from here, leaving the poor girl completely stunned by how abruptly he drops her. She actually begs him to stay, but Kim Hujin just shrugs it off and walks away, keeping a cool, distant vibe as if he was never even there. By the next morning, rumors about the crazy assault on Chae Na-eun spread like wildfire through the academy, and everyone realizes Sven was the culprit, while our main character just strolls past the gossipers without giving a single care. He heads straight for a meeting room door, cracking it open only to find a bunch of VIP powerhouses waiting inside. The lineup includes the arrogant high-tier cadet Shinjongak. Alongside Yu Yeonhya and the other class elites, it seems all the major story players have gathered for an emergency meeting. And somehow this plain-looking guy has scored a seat at the table. But before we get into that, let's rewind to the previous day. Just 24 hours before the incident, the story's main hero, Kim Suho, had approached the protagonist with a request. He asked if he could spare some time for a quick chat on Friday. It turned out the guy needed a serious favor, and when the young man asked what was going on, the hero revealed he wanted help investigating the mysterious case of the missing students, especially since the academy put him in charge of a special squad. Since the administration wanted to keep the media out of their business and avoid external interference, they decided to run a stealthy internal investigation using top cadets across all grades to sniff out the culprit. Naturally, the first-year lineup is stacked with heavy hitters like Kim Suho, Shin Jong-hak, and Chae Na-eun. The squad leader explains that while the academy could have deployed elite staff, having cadets run the show is the best bait to flush out a traitor hiding in their own ranks. Our main character gets the logic behind the trap, but he still fails to see where he fits into the picture. That is when he finds out Chaenaeon specifically demanded his recruitment, which is why the golden boy came to sign him up. With that in mind, the young man agreed to tag along, especially since this little side quest could net him some sweet story points. The team leader kicks off the meeting by asking for everyone's theories to narrow down the suspect list, noting that for now, they don't think Sven's demon craze rampage is linked to the abductions. However, the second the hero makes that assumption, the arrogant rival cuts in, sounding offended and demanding to know why they are discussing his classmate. The hero sighs at his attitude and points out that she could very well be the killer's next target. It is a valid concern, given that high-ranking demons love using puppets, meaning the mastermind who corrupted Sven might just send another brainwashed cadet after her. Next, the leader asks if anyone has a solid suspect to add to the board, and while our main character already knows the exact identity of the kidnapper, he still wants to avoid messing up the main storyline too much, so he hesitates to expose the culprit right away, or so he thought. In his original webtoon draft, 6 students vanished over the course of 2 months, but now 3 have already vanished in a mere fortnight. The timeline is accelerating rapidly, which means the casualty count could skyrocket if he keeps sitting on his hands. Weighing the lives at stake, the young man faces a tough moral dilemma, because letting the plot play out naturally might get his new friends killed. Resolving to stop playing the passive observer, this guy decides to take action and raises his hand to name the chief suspect, calling out the charismatic student president who leads the prestigious study club. A heavy, stunned silence immediately drops over the entire room after that massive accusation. The hero quickly objects, arguing that it is impossible since they already ran a background check on the guy and found 0 red flags. The class representative scoffs at the theory, mocking the idea that the president is using high-level psychic magic to lure his victims in, but the protagonist calmly replies that whether it is psychic magic or not, the guy remains highly suspicious. That is when Yu Yeonya steps in and flips the script on the young man, claiming that his random accusations are highly suspicious and suggesting that he might be the true mastermind. This sudden counterattack catches our main character completely off guard. To understand why she is acting like this, we have to look back at how the author wrote this story. He felt the main hero needed a complex, strong-willed supporter to help him grow along the way. So the creator designed a sharp, ambitious girl and named her Yu Yeonya to assist the hero. Now back in reality, she doubles down on her theory and practically paints the protagonist as the devil incarnate, causing the hero to jump to his defense, pointing out that the accused cadet was actually using a portal when the incidents occurred. The sharp girl fires back that she is just making logical deductions, arguing that pointing fingers at the clean-cut president is far more ridiculous given his rock-solid alibi. Seeing the room turn against him, the young man tries to de-escalate the tension, but things quickly spiral out of control when a hot-headed cadet suggests they beat him up to see if he transforms into a demon. The crowd starts agreeing with the aggressive suggestion, playing right into the smart girl's hands. Meanwhile, the protagonist is absolutely flabbergasted that he has suddenly become public enemy number 1. Left with no other choice, he lets out a dry, amused chuckle. Instead of backing down, this guy coldly dares the cadet to step up if he really wants to test the speed of a bullet, forcing the hero to quickly step between them and prevent a full-blown duel, while the accused young man suggests they simply call Chaenaeon to clear up his alibi. He is just about to explain that they were stuck in the portal together when Shin Jongkak suddenly hurls a basketball straight at his face. Fuming that Kim Hajin dared to utter her name, the hot-headed rival charges forward, demanding to know why he even spoke it. Our main character fires right back, pointing out that he and the heroine fought the demon side by side, before mocking the elitist jerk for failing to do basic research. Naturally, the arrogant hair completely loses his temper, creating a tense showdown in the middle of the classroom. Another classmate steps in to cool the tension, but the meeting is already ruined, so the young man decides to make his exit. But just as he reaches the doorway, a hot-headed cadet blindsides him with a heavy physical strike. Sensing the danger instantly, the protagonist ducks with lightning reflexes to avoid the incoming fist. The powerful punch completely shatters the door, leaving even the arrogant rival stunned by the sheer violence. The attacker is equally shocked that a low-ranking hunter managed to dodge something so ridiculously fast. Pissed off by the cheap shot, our main character draws his trusty firearm and aims it right back at the culprit. But the reckless cadet just charges ahead anyway, ready to clash again. Before he can pull the trigger, the Academy's golden boy steps in, cutting through the tension with a swift draw of his sword. The class representative sternly warns that the attacker has crossed the line. He points out that blaming others without checking the facts is only making a bad situation worse. After making his point, the savior pulls out his high-tech smartwatch. With the argument effectively shut down, the angry attacker storms off in a huff. Shortly after, the elitist rival gets a direct confirmation from the heroine that the protagonist couldn't possibly be the culprit. Now that the truth is out, the entire room is left eating humble pie, feeling incredibly guilty for accusing him, shaking his head at their hypocrisy. Our main character walks away in pure disgust and heads toward the training grounds. He really needs to clear his head, feeling completely overwhelmed by how exhausting this new life has become. First, he was dragged into the plot of his own fantasy novel, and now he is forced to fight the very characters he designed. Feeling completely drained, the young man curls up on the grass, admitting he is thoroughly sick of this other world. He deeply misses his real family and wishes more than anything to return to his original dimension. Even mundane worries start creeping in, like whether his rent is overdue or if he has already been declared missing by the police. He wonders if his parents are safe, if they are searching for him, and how much emotional baggage he has been suppressing. In this quiet moment, he feels completely trapped and alone, knowing there is no easy way back to reality. But right in the middle of his existential crisis, the RPG system decides to chime in. A glowing blue screen pops up, notifying him that his endurance stat has leveled up due to today's mental stress. Though he complains it is not the most exciting buff, he is still secretly glad for the extra boost to his stats. He knows that anyone reincarnated into this brutal fantasy setting would have died instantly without some serious mental fortitude. So, deciding to stop his pity party, the protagonist wipes away his tears and gets back on his feet. He dusts himself off and stands tall, looking like a proper webtoon hero ready to conquer the next dungeon. Now, let's check back in on the main hero and the rest of the classmates who completely botched this investigation. As the rival group argues, someone wonders where our gun-wielding protagonist went, and the class representative guesses he went to get some air. Meanwhile, the calculating Harris notes that the attacking cadet actually used his advanced martial arts during the scuffle. This makes her highly suspicious of how a mere long-range cadet could effortlessly dodge a close-quarters master. But before she can investigate further, her phone buzzes with a sudden notification. It is a suspicious message from a classmate requesting a secret meeting in the library tomorrow. This is the exact danger the main character warned her about, but she decides to ignore the red flag. Instead of staying safe, she arrogantly agrees to meet this mysterious person anyway, even though this individual is secretly a lethal assassin targeting cadets. On the bright side, the protagonist realizes that grinding quests is the perfect cure for depression, since he barely has time to miss home. Now he watches the main cast stress over his well-being, especially after the dramatic classroom showdown. It deeply frustrates the transmigrated author to be trapped in his own webtoon, making him plan a way out. Soon, the injured heroine returns to the academy, even though her clingy childhood friend is still fussing over her. The Rightus class representative offers to assist her since she has not fully recovered her mana yet. This immediately triggers the rival's possessive and jealous nature. Meanwhile, our protagonist keeps a close eye on the calculating Harris, who is acting completely normal. Class begins with a grim announcement from the instructor that the stressful midterm exams are officially starting. The practical exam is split into two phases, kicking off with intense player versus player duels. The second phase will force them to clear dungeons filled with dangerous, summoned monsters. Our favorite Magic Academy instructor makes it crystal clear that the upcoming exams for Kim Hajin and the rest of the Academy cadets are going to be absolute hell. When it comes to the written portion of this magic exam, the young man isn't breaking a single sweat because he knows he has got this covered. What actually has him stressed is the upcoming PvP combat duel phase, where every trainee gets 3 nomination cards to challenge their rivals. While this sounds like a golden opportunity for elite hunters to just farm weaklings for easy ranks, the Academy system is way ahead of them with a clever point balancing mechanic. If a top-tier warrior bullies a low-level target, they earn virtually 0 rating points, and if the rank gap is too massive, they might actually lose score instead. Of course, not everyone is playing the meta, as some battle-hungry maniacs only care about hunting down as many opponents as they can possibly crush. But the stressful combat rules are honestly the least of our guys' worries right now. The real mystery is Rachel, who has suddenly started acting incredibly suspicious and hovering around him like a lost puppy. He notices her constantly spying on his every move, which is super weird for a top student who usually works alone, leaving him wondering if she is trying to steal his secret techniques. When she sneakily glances over at his notebook, she spots him joyfully writing down his family's names, which only deepens the mystery. This bizarre behavior leaves the poor girl feeling completely baffled. Meanwhile, the story shifts to Yu Yana's side of things, where a nervous classmate named Yoon is eagerly waiting for her to show up. Clueless about his actual motives, she decides to play along and heads straight toward the meeting spot. She enters the private study room where he greets her with an overly cheerful, almost plastic smile. Although she keeps her guard up, she immediately notices the room is completely empty, but the host quickly reassures her that the others are just running late and tells her to take a seat. The sharp girl immediately catches the scent of a weird aromatic candle burning in the corner, which the guy claims is just a special aromatherapy tool to boost focus. As they begin their review session, the conversation naturally shifts to the ongoing investigation regarding the missing Academy cadets. He mentions that he is also part of the search squad, but has zero leads, prompting him to ask if she has any primary suspects, which instantly triggers her memory of the warnings from our protagonist. Sensing her hesitation, the suspicious guy eagerly presses for more details. With a sudden snap of his fingers, he activates a sinister spell to hijack her mind. The girl's body goes completely limp as a wave of forced relaxation washes over her, and under this hypnotic state, she confesses that someone suspects him of being a demon worshipper. She spills the beans about him using mind control magic on the victims, which immediately prompts the villain to desperately ask if they have any physical proof. And that is exactly where this idiot slips up, because the moment he brings up the word proof, the spell begins to break. She instantly catches onto his slip-up while he desperately tries to play. He plays dumb and claims he just misspoke, but her danger sensors are already blaring at maximum volume. Summoning her weapon, the heiress coldly points out that innocent people do not immediately ask about evidence when accused of a crime. They simply deny it, and with a swift crack of her whip, she strikes the fraud and demands to know his true identity. With his cover blown, the sinister antagonist drops the act and shows his true, psychotic colors. He creepily assures her that her turn is coming up next, so there is absolutely no need to worry about. Getting impatient, the scene then transitions over to the mysterious second-year dormitories. Inside, the captured heiress slowly opens her eyes and finally regains her senses. She looks around the dim room only to find herself completely bound in heavy ropes. She desperately scans the sparse items scattered across the empty chamber, soon realizing she is trapped in the senior quarters, which confirms that the crazy senior indeed abducted her, cementing the fact that he is indeed the mastermind behind all those mysterious kidnappings. It is only in this desperate moment that she finally realizes that the main character was telling the absolute truth all along, but she puts her regrets aside to focus on escaping this nightmare, thrashing against her restraints while silently praying for someone to rescue. Her hopes are immediately crushed as the villain steps out of the shadows, ordering her to shut up and obey his commands, before the scene transitions to the main character receiving a weird late-night text from her that makes absolutely zero sense. The message contains only the single digit 9, which is far too cryptic for him to decode on the spot. Meanwhile, the cruel captor steps on her high-tech smartwatch, laughing at her desperate attempt to send a coded distress signal in the middle of a losing battle, mockingly pointing out that she sent it to the very guy she previously distrusted, arrogantly assuming that her savior is already as good as dead. But she fiercely snaps back that he will never get away with this with the elite guards closing in. Crush her hope. The villain crushes the remaining debris of her device, declaring he is abandoning the academy anyway after he finishes her off, filling her with a burning rage that only seems to entertain this psychotic monster, prompting her to make a desperate gamble, summoning the high-ranking demon Lilith bound to her by a dark pact, though the antagonist plans to twist her fury into pure despair as we switch back to the young protagonist, who is still staring at his phone trying to crack the meaning of that bizarre numerical alert. Kim Hajin lets the clues pile up until he suddenly pieces them together, realizing the code points directly to September 11th. He instantly summons the mystical Book of Truth to get some answers, asking for the target's exact location. The system points him straight to the sophomore dorms, where the target is currently cornered. We then cut back to a stunned Yu Yeonya, who is now hearing the chilling whispers of a demon. This entity named Lilith preys on the poor girl's isolation, attempting to sweet-talk her into submission. But even these comforting words and demonic psychic powers are not enough to break her spirit. The stubborn heiress simply glares right back at her captor. Her fierce gaze shows she has no intention of losing her dignity, as she actively resists the mind control. Annoyed by her resistance, the villain steps closer and softly brushes her hair. He smugly claims that even the demon wants her to surrender to this hypnotic spell. She fights with every ounce of her strength to shatter the mental shackles binding her. Meanwhile, the smug antagonist boasts that escaping this demonic magic is absolutely impossible. But just as he is monologuing, a sudden sniper round shatters the silence. The bullet tears right through his skull from the window, sending him crashing down. As the demon groans in agony, a familiar voice calls out to mock the girl for getting caught after ignoring his warnings. The heavily bleeding villain curses at the mysterious sniper who just ruined his plans. Our main character cheerfully explains that his custom-made bullets cannot be healed without a proper surgeon. Driven mad by the pain, the demon unleashes his dark aura and demands that the hidden hunter show his face. In a blind rage, the monster begins tearing the entire room to shreds. His wild attacks even end up collateral damaging the poor girl. Observing from afar, our protagonist scoffs at this useless waste of energy, mocking the demon for having no clue where the shots are coming from. The young marksman locks in and prepares to fire again, letting the demon know he is chilling far out of reach. From his distant perch, he lets loose 3 more devastating rounds. The bullets punch right through the beast's body, bringing him straight to his knees. As the demon collapses, he finally spots the sniper's nest way in the distance, where our boy has been landing flawless headshots with his tuned rifle. Securing effortless kills like this is exactly why this guy loves playing the long-range game. He jokingly tells the girl that he is about to use up all the ammo she bought him as he continues to turn the enemy into Swiss cheese. He laughs and tells her that she definitely owes him a major refund for this rescue mission. By this point, our hero has completely traumatized the monster, who genuinely starts to think this human is way more terrifying than any real devil. Another high-caliber bullet pierces right through the fiend's spine. At this point, the boss monster looks like a walking corpse full of holes. Quite satisfied with his handiwork, the main character decides that the threat is neutralized. He calls out to check if the girl is injured, and luckily, she is mostly fine. He tells her to just rest easy because the rescue squad is already on the way, prompting her to silently thank her mysterious savior before passing out. Later on, the heiress wakes up in a clean hospital bed. She finds the heroic Kim Suho sitting right next to her, casually peeling an apple. The class representative assures her she is physically fine, which makes her ask with slight annoyance why he is even here. He explains that the entire squad took shifts watching over her, leaving her utterly confused as to why they would care so much. The righteous warrior admits they felt responsible since they were on duty when one of their own got targeted. He bows his head and offers a sincere apology on behalf of the team. Speechless, she finds his stubborn sense of justice kind of charming, making her like him just a little bit more. Even so, her mind keeps drifting back to the mysterious sniper who actually pulled off the rescue. She asks if a certain someone stopped by to check on her, but the class rep has absolutely no clue who she is referring to. Feeling way too embarrassed to explain, she decides to drop the subject entirely. Instead, she just gazes out the window, lost in thought. Later that day, our protagonist receives a direct message from the grateful girl, who wants to repay him for his heroics. For our main character, this entire mission turned out to be an absolute win. The system awards him a massive 500 story points, leveling up his Deadeye skill in the process. Reaching rank 7, this is the biggest jackpot he has ever hit, proving that intervening in the main storyline is totally worth the risk. Even though he had to burn through his precious ammunition, the rewards from the system make the whole gamble worth it. With skills like these, Kim Ha-jin had more than enough to handle the situation. Right at that moment, someone suddenly calls out to him. The young cadet realizes it is Agent Shin-yuk, who is absolutely thrilled that he actually reached out. The desperate agent even drops to his knees, begging this young man not to cancel their deal, though he never actually planned to do that in the first place. Instead of walking away, the protagonist casually pulls out and sets down a heavy briefcase, announcing his plans to invest directly in SA Entertainment. This sudden move completely stuns everyone in the room, but this is all part of the main character's plan. He calculates that the rare ginseng he harvested and sold online netted him a massive $300 million. Having already dumped $250 million into Pack Horse Master stock, he now wants to sink the remaining cash into SH Entertainment. With the company's massive growth potential, he is absolutely certain it will yield a fortune. The agent is left completely speechless, feeling totally unworthy of managing such an astronomical amount of cash. Our protagonist tells him to just accept it since the partnership benefits them both, while also requesting him to purchase a magic bag and a high-utility vehicle. After asking about the agent's age, the young man tells him to drop the formal honorifics and speak casually, threatening to pull the investment when the agent hesitates. This sudden threat instantly puts everyone on edge again, causing the nervous agent to quickly adjust his tone and speak more casually. After that, they head over to a nearby convenience store to pick up a few things. The agent curiously asks why the protagonist is suddenly buying lottery tickets, knowing he could easily claim any potential winnings without a legal guardian's help. Sure enough, this lucky guy hits the jackpot, winning a whopping 2 billion won. That translates to roughly 1.5 million American dollars in cold hard cash. He decides to reinvest those winnings immediately and tells the agent to update their contract, prompting the man to guard that ticket like a sacred relic. The loyal agent is practically willing to defend it with his life, terrified that someone might steal it. While they secure the funds, the scene shifts to a mysterious location. Inside a dark warehouse, a spirit creature manifests and informs its master that a specific faction has finally begun mobilizing, and the Pack Horse Master group has been mobilized. However, their leader only cares about stealing a single, highly valuable magical artifact. The spirit also reports a bizarre development. An anonymous buyer has been aggressively purchasing massive amounts of Pack Horsemaster shares. Starting at 3 million, the purchases jumped to 10 million, and now stand at a mind-boggling 250 million, which is highly suspicious for a nameless entity. Despite how suspicious it looks, the boss shrugs it off and remains completely locked in on the primary objectives of their mission. The spirit creature then adds that several intriguing new pages have recently popped up on the internet. These mysterious web forums are suddenly buzzing with activity. The site shares detailed info about relic hunting and an organization called the Agency of Truth, which feels so sketchy that the spirit suggests tracking down the source. The leader sharply calls out Deng Zhang's name, telling him to stop wasting time and focus on the task at hand. Deng Zhang quickly points out that the Academy's midterm exams are scheduled to kick off tomorrow, with everyone hyping up elite cadets like Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, leaving the subordinate to wonder if their boss plans to interfere in the event. As it turns out, she absolutely intends to make her move. She is aiming to scout some serious talent during the exam chaos. She knows someone of interest is lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Fast forward a bit, and the highly anticipated practical midterm exams finally kick off. As the event starts, Hazuki runs over to happily hug her mother, since it has been quite a while since their last meeting. During exam week, the Elite Cube Academy opens its gates to top guilds, the Hunter Association, and families, turning the campus into a massive, bustling festival. The opening announcement proudly declares the Cube as the world's premier training ground for heroes, and a legendary high-ranking hero steps up to deliver the keynote address. However, our main character is far from impressed by the grand spectacle. He simply contemplates whether he should bide his time and wait. To stay ahead of the game, he purchased high-tech drones to monitor the campus and scan for any potential security threats. While patrolling the crowded grounds, the young man accidentally collides with a mysterious woman and immediately offers his apologies. It turns out she is the exact same mysterious figure from the warehouse, visiting the academy to scout out new prospects. The instant the protagonist gets a clear look at her face, he completely freezes in his tracks. He realizes that he totally forgot to account for this particular character's arrival, despite her scheduled appearance during these high-stakes exams. Realizing his stunned expression is making the interaction incredibly awkward, the protagonist quickly shifts his gaze in another direction to play it cool and desperately tries to break the tension. Unfortunately, instead of offering a normal apology, he accidentally blurts out an awkward compliment about her appearance. She shuts down his gaze with a brutally cold, silent glare, giving him a blank stare that screams, "Congratulations, you just made things 10 times worse." Without uttering a single word, she struts off as if he isn't even worth the breath to dismiss him, slowly fading away into the background. As she blends into the crowd, she orders Deng Zhang to keep a close eye on the mysterious guy she just crossed paths with. Somehow, this random dude detected her presence despite her carrying a high-tier stealth artifact that completely masks her identity. This freakish level of perception makes him highly suspicious, so she wants Deng Zhang to dig up some dirt on him immediately. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin realizes that the welcoming committee for the Academy cadets isn't just full of top-tier hunter heroes, because the notorious Chanlian troupe has crashed the party. Their mission is to scout elite talent like Kim Suho or Shin Jonghak. Since the top-ranked Suho absolutely despises their villainous philosophy, he is instantly crossed off the list, leaving Jonghak as their prime target. At least, that is how the original fantasy novel plot was supposed to play out. But for the main character, the real nightmare isn't just the infiltration, it is how this butterfly effect will derail the entire storyline, especially with pro-heroes stepping in. If things go south, a few casualties will be the least of their worries. To make matters worse, the local security heroes are getting seriously frustrated because they still cannot track down the anomaly. One of them complains that it would look absolutely embarrassing if some rogue intruder slipped right past their defenses during a high-profile cadet training session. These two guards, Jin Hyuk and Jun Ji, are highly ranked pros who are determined to neutralize any threat before it ruins the upcoming cadet examinations. On the flip side, the shady infiltrators are in absolute disbelief that a mere cadet could see right through their siren necklace, a rare magical artifact designed to completely bypass a person's senses. This bizarre feat immediately piques the interest of one of their leaders, who usually looks down on the rest of humanity. He considers everyone else to be weak garbage. Deng Zhang, however, is completely sick of this battle maniac's attitude since all he cares about is fighting strong opponents, and now he is itching to challenge the protagonist. He is told to keep his eyes on the prize and focus on the mission, since they still have zero clues about the young man's true stats, system skills, or whether he is actually a threat. Besides, he points out that the cadet duels are just about to commence. The second arena is packed to the brim as the crowd hypes up for the opening match, which was set up via a special nomination ticket. And guess who is scheduled to fight? Our main character himself. While he is walking over to the arena, Yu Yona suddenly cuts him off to ask if he is actually heading to the battleground. He nonchalantly nods, confirming that he is indeed scheduled for the very first match. Fully satisfied with his response, the wealthy Hera signals her assistant. The servant hands him 100 premium, high-grade magical bullets, exactly as she promised. Naturally, using these overpowered rounds during an official exam is highly illegal, but whatever he chooses to do with them afterward is his own business. She even offers to hook him up with a larger stash later if he runs out. As the young man accepts the case, she makes one thing very clear. This is not some cheap transaction to pay him back for saving their lives. Instead, she wants him to accept it as a personal gift from her. She then mentions that half the academy has been gossiping about the mystery hunter who destroyed the demonized beast Manhwa during the recent dungeon crisis. But knowing he prefers to keep a low profile, she kept her mouth shut. The main character breathes a sigh of relief and tells her he would highly appreciate it if she kept keeping his secrets. If the higher-ups ever find out he was the one who single-handedly neutralized a high-threat monster like Han, it would destroy his quiet life and bring endless trouble. The girl is surprisingly chatty today, admitting she respects his decision to play the weak card, but warns him that he is going to get absolutely crushed in the next match if he does not unleash his true power. He looks completely clueless. When she asks if he even bothered to check who his opponent is, his blank expression makes it obvious he did not have the slightest clue. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, a massive, muscular meathead is furiously pumping iron, practically drooling at the thought of absolutely obliterating our protagonist in the arena. The scene shifts to the boss of the Chameleon troupe, who has just reviewed the MC's background report. On paper, his file is completely ordinary, a basic orphan who graduated from a run-of-the-mill cadet school with bottom-tier stats. Zero special talent to speak of. The only thing that actually pops out on his profile is a massive, eye-watering 300 million won debt hanging over his head. Recalling their brief encounter, she keeps racking her brain over how a bottom-rank cadet managed to pierce through the high-tier, perception-blocking properties of her gear. She still has no clue how her stealth artifact got exposed, and Deng Zhang is equally useless at providing any logical explanation. When the big guy finally returns to report to the Chameleon troop leader, she is already visibly annoyed. He clearly wasted time messing around on his way back. While he tries to laugh it off, she cuts the small talk immediately and demands his report. He lazily shrugs it off, claiming he did not spot anyone worth mentioning on his stroll, just a bunch of low-level extras. She snaps back that the average crowd being weak is obvious, but she wants to know if any specific rookie caught his attention. After he says no, the leader reminds him that this year's freshman class is rumored to have some insane monsters, so they need a thorough investigation. Plus, the young man's duel is about to kick off. The match features the exact same kid who managed to bypass their boss's legendary stealth magic. Meanwhile, back at the arena VIP lounge, the high-ranking hunter heroes are stuffing their faces with gourmet food. They are casually chatting about old times and family drama, until one of them notices someone staring. The mysterious spectator is just sitting in the stands, wearing an incredibly creepy smile. They joke about whether he is just an overenthusiastic fanboy starstruck by their presence. Either way, the highly anticipated match is finally about to begin. The countdown finishes, and the duel is officially underway. Stepping onto the stage first is none other than the powerhouse from the martial arts class, Jeong Horak. On this stage, Kim Ha-jin is matching up against an opponent who is ranked near the absolute bottom of the academy's hierarchy. Now, these two students are finally standing face to face, ready to settle their score. Knowing exactly how to get under his opponent's skin, he keeps throwing out witty banter to completely trash the guy's focus. You see, the brute's specialty is channeling mana to create a thick, invisible shield of protective energy around himself, making him basically bulletproof against standard training rounds. This is the first official duel of the academy semester, and both of them are stepping into the arena with something to prove. The fighters lock eyes and prepare their stances as the referee raises his hand to signal the start of the match. With a loud blast, the tanky brawler wastes no time and makes the first aggressive move. Meanwhile, the gun-toting protagonist keeps his cool, patiently waiting for the perfect window to strike. In a split second, he activates his cheat-like bullet time ability to read the opponent's high-speed trajectory. Instead of the usual 3 seconds, the skill now lasts a whopping 60 seconds, giving our boy plenty of time to track the speedster. Even with that advantage, the brute slams the ground with enough force to shatter the arena tiles right beneath our hero's feet. The sheer destructive power is insane, making the young man realize this guy is a total tank. Like a wild beast, the warrior keeps charging forward, ripping up the concrete as he hunts his target. As the tank closes the distance, our clever protagonist spots a vital opening in his defensive posture. Seizing the golden opportunity, he finally draws his weapon with lightning speed. He pulls the trigger and fires, making the overconfident brute laugh at his seemingly useless ranged attack. The muscular fighter assumes the projectile will just bounce harmlessly off his impenetrable shield. But that naive assumption is exactly what our protagonist was banking on all along. The bullet pierces straight through, sending a sharp, agonizing pain through the brawler's shoulder. He completely freezes in shock, and the entire arena goes dead silent. Nobody in the crowd has ever heard of a basic firearm piercing through a high-tier mana shield before. Only now does the arrogant warrior realize he is dealing with a totally different kind of monster. Based on his martial arts knowledge, no standard bullet should be able to bypass his defense. He believed his protective aura was absolute, but now that illusion is shattered. Completely rattled, the brawler curls up into a defensive ball to block the next oncoming volley. However, each subsequent shot still breaks through, hitting him with devastating, bone-crushing impact. Watching his rival squirm, the sharpshooter almost starts to feel a little bit guilty. The secret is that these custom rounds are infused with stigma magic and anti-demon attributes, making them deadlier than standard ammo. He keeps squeezing the trigger, forcing the heavy armor specialist to play defense the entire time. The audience goes wild cheering for the underdog, but the cornered fighter has reached his absolute limit. Exploding in pure anger, the brute slams the ground to disrupt the protagonist's endless barrage. The shower of flying concrete forces our main character to dodge and maneuver quickly to avoid taking damage. After a slick evasion, he throws out a witty warning before tossing a deadly blade directly at the brute's face. Terrified of what might happen, the opponent frantically ducks out of the way instead of trying to parry the weapon. Little did he know, it was just another calculated bluff, as the projectile turned out to be a harmless decoy. With the rival wide open and off balance, the young marksman unloads another barrage of heavy fire. The relentless onslaught leaves the muscular warrior battered and unable to rise from the floor. Slowly approaching the defeated martial artist with his pistol raised, he watches the guy shiver in fear. The spectators watch in absolute horror, anticipating a brutal execution on the academy stage. The main character's finger rests calmly on the cold metal of the trigger. He is fully prepared to wrap this up, leaving the helpless warrior at his complete mercy. But just as he is about to fire, the gun goes click because he completely ran out of ammunition. Although the bruised martial artist is completely drained, he somehow finds the strength to drag himself up. Standing on shaky legs, the brute takes advantage of the awkward pause and immediately yields. This sudden forfeit leaves everyone with the bizarre taste of a victory that feels exactly like a defeat. Even the veteran instructors in the VIP booths are completely baffled by this bizarre turn of events. The dramatic clash ends in an instant, with the announcer declaring the beaten warrior as the official winner. The angry winner hates this pity victory and roars at him to return, but our hero just calmly walks away. After the battle, the medical team is amazed by how fast the injured warrior recovers from those magic wounds. Up in the VIP seats, one of the elite combatants asks her peer for her honest thoughts on the gun user's performance. She claims that Kim Hajin showed some high-tier skill while his opponent made way too many mistakes. If the martial artist had just kept his cool instead of mindlessly rushing in, he might have had a chance. Even so, the girl just can't stop thinking about the main character's insane performance, his inhuman firing speed, and the godly reaction time needed to keep up with a high-level martial artist. Especially since the moment his rival slowed down, this clever protagonist matched his pace perfectly, making her wonder if he has a secret cheat system to adapt to any opponent. She is also seriously bugged by the fact that those bullets seem to be infused with pure elemental energy. But her partner thinks that theory is totally ridiculous, arguing that simple man-infused rounds shouldn't have the firepower to break through enhanced physical defense. She fires back that they still don't fully understand the marksman's hidden gifts, and there's a strong chance he actively buffed the bullets himself. Honestly, judging by today's show, she is ready to bet that this young man could become one of the greatest hunters of all time. You better believe she is keeping his name rent-free in her head after a dazzling performance like that. Meanwhile, a certain grumpy observer isn't impressed at all and feels absolutely zero respect for the newcomer. To him, the protagonist is just some weak and boring kid with a tiny pistol, though the squad leader explains that the boy possesses rare anti-demon attributes, which makes him highly valuable. The Hothed still couldn't care less, claiming that gimmick means absolutely nothing when stacked against raw power. His teammate calls him out for being a total hater, just because the sniper chooses to fight from a distance. The arrogant fighter fires back, claiming a true clash only counts when both warriors are trading lethal blows face to face. He mocks the situation and asks if they've monitored the real elite targets instead, noting that the spear prodigy's close combat mechanics are getting seriously dangerous. That spearman's sheer bloodlust is enough to suffocate everyone nearby, prompting the team leader to joke that the spearman must have a toxic personality if this jerk actually respects him. Soon, the conversation shifts to the legendary sword genius, whom they find incredibly intriguing. The swordsman's combat style is fascinating because he flows through the battlefield with an almost flawless rhythmic grace. It was like he was dancing out there, his swordsmanship razor-sharp and clean, yet there was still a bizarre, unsettling vibe to it. Even though the sword prodigy won, the scout suspects he is masking his true power and putting on a show, which only proves his actual lethality is through the roof. The scout remains unimpressed by the cadets so far, but just hearing about our marksman again is enough to send his temper over the edge. His partner reminds him that their boss has a major interest in anyone possessing anti-magic skills, though the Hothed still despises them. While the brute is venting loudly, a patrol guard spots him and demands that this trespasser clear out of the restricted forest immediately. Already completely ticked off by the interruption, and furious about getting caught sneaking around, he steps right up to the guard and ends him like an annoying fly, crushing his skull with a single effortless swing as the lifeless body hits the dirt. Watching this, his partner facepalms and asks if this absolute clown really just obliterated a guy's head. The Hothed proudly nods, which is definitely going to drive their commander insane over such a stupid, unnecessary mess. Leaving that chaotic scene behind, the spotlight turns to the mysterious female leader of the infamous villain group. As she looks out, she finds herself drowning in bitter, painful memories from her dark history. Those haunting scars are the exact reason she is desperately biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash her ultimate revenge. She commands her subordinate to keep close tabs on their 3 top targets, highlighting the gun-wielding protagonist as their absolute priority since his unique attribute could break the world's mana laws. Her right-hand man questions if targeting someone they barely know is smart, but the boss shrugs it off because she only cares about getting results. She wants this mission finished, and besides, she is already planning to confront him face-to-face tomorrow. When the second day of the midterm exams rolls around, the hype in the arena is absolutely electric. Elite scouts from the top guilds and even representatives from Holy Grace have arrived, all hunting for the next breakout star in this high-stakes tournament. According to the official Academy bracket, the main sword prodigy is scheduled to clash against the Academy's formidable rank 8 fighter. Right after that, the royal princess is set to face off against the archery heiress, a matchup between 2 similarly ranked powerhouses. This is a heavy-hitter clash of the top tier, and the girls are kicking off the action, while our main character watches from the spectator seats. For the time being, he is content to just sit back and analyze the unfolding battle. Having read the plot beforehand, the young man is certain the princess will dominate, because the archer hasn't switched to her true weapon class yet, a mistake that will cost her dearly. And just like that, the high-stakes match officially kicks off. The archery specialist sees this duel as her golden opportunity to finally surpass her rival. She draws her bow and unleashes a massive, mana-infused arrow. The shot arcs high into the sky before splitting into a deadly rain of projectiles targeting the princess. But the royal beauty doesn't even blink. She effortlessly weaves through the incoming barrage with absolute poise. Despite the density of the attack, only one arrow is tracked heading directly towards her blind spot, prompting her to easily deflect it rather than dodge, leaving the archer completely stunned. She is left utterly speechless by the sheer perfection of her opponent's defensive technique. Dynamic defenses, especially when the melee specialist starts aggressively pushing forward, driving the crowd absolutely wild over the match. Meanwhile, the leader of the infamous Chameleon troop casually slides in next to Kim Ha-jin, staring him down so intensely that he is left completely speechless. Talk about a plot twist, because she is actually one of the most wanted criminals alive, a legendary figure in the underworld running a massive syndicate under countless fake aliases with her true identity known only to herself. But right when this deadly boss is about to initiate contact, some random klutz accidentally spills a cold drink all over the underworld queen's face. Her hair is ruined, the cool villain vibe is completely destroyed, and even our main character is left utterly stunned while the offender stammers out apologies, causing them to miss the climax of the duel. Naturally, Rachel takes the victory, playing out exactly as this guy wrote it in his original novel. Being a gentleman, he hands the drenched crime boss a tissue so she can clean herself up. Once she recovers her composure, she finally gets down to business and brings up his recent duel against Jeong Horak. Highly impressed by his combat performance, she hands him a mysterious business card, telling him to get in touch, before curiously asking if his unique power is some kind of cheat skill. The name printed on the card is merely one of her many fake identities, Li Shofan. It definitely is not her true name, since our protagonist would immediately recognize that as the author. Playing completely dumb, he asks if she is trying to scout him into a gang or a high-tier guild, reaching out to take the card even though recruiting academy cadets this early is highly illegal. But when he tries to pull his hand back, she grabs him in a vice grip and refuses to let go. She cryptically mentions she cannot reveal everything yet but promises he will not regret partnering with her, asking him to call her sometime. With that, she vanishes, leaving the young man completely baffled since there is absolutely no logical reason for her to seek him out, making the surprise visit highly suspicious and strange. Meanwhile, the match between the main story hero and Yohai wraps up, and the outcome is exactly as expected. The prodigy secures an easy victory, wrapping up the day's events. While everyone hypes up the protagonist's rival, the crowd is still reeling from the female lead's devastating loss to Rachel, since nobody expected a top-tier domestic talent to get crushed by a foreign exchange student. Our boy retrieves his high-tech drone, hoping the recorded footage captured some juicy clues for his investigation, planning to head back to his dorm to analyze the crazy stuff he caught. But as he reviews the data, he spots a girl weeping in isolation, realizing it is the defeated rival and that the loss has clearly crushed her spirits. He instantly remembers penning this very emotional beat in the web novel, where the original hero was supposed to swoop in and comfort her during her breakdown, marking the first time she lets her guard down around him. The young creator wants to ease her pain, but he knows shallow words of encouragement will not do much right now, as some setbacks require a person to just let things go. However, the original story's hero is built different, being far too stubborn to ever let a comrade suffer alone. The main character wonders this legendary protagonist is truly capable of altering the grim future of this fantasy world. Later that night in his room, he gets hit with a brilliant idea. Out of the blue, he sends her a text message offering compliments on her impressive performance. After reading his text, she is left totally baffled, with her face flushing red in anger. He then starts trolling her, claiming she would have performed way better if she had used a sword instead of a bow, urging her to change her weapon, similar to his own path. Oddly enough, his advice strikes a deep chord within her. Right on cue, the original hero arrives to play his destined role from the novel. However, the moment he tries to offer sweet words of support, he is met with a glare of pure, unadulterated fury that could rival a pride of angry lions. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, she is completely consumed by a burning hatred for the annoying guy who dared to criticize her style. And with that chaotic twist, the first semester midterms officially wrap up. Later on, our protagonist is casually reviewing his surveillance drone footage when he spots something absolutely horrifying. In the recorded footage, a brutal and unexpected murder is captured. It shows an antagonist ruthlessly tearing a target's head clean off in a single strike. The recorded scene is a sheer, unmitigated bloodbath, leaving the young man to wonder if this psychopath is closely connected to the dark underworld syndicate. Judging by his savage behavior, he can tell this is a true lunatic who executes people without hesitation and gets a sick kick out of it. Sadly, there are way too many monsters like this lurking in this fantasy world. Even though the modern cities look incredibly advanced and comfortable, literal and figurative demons hide in the shadows, populated by psychopaths with zero grasp on reality or human morality. They might look like normal citizens, but they actively plot against the world's hunters, acting not just as common thugs, but as the true, dangerous villains of this narrative. This makes our main character realize that simply avoiding the known plot bosses will not cut it anymore. Thanks to the mysterious co-author's annoying edits, literally anyone could become his next fatal enemy. With the first midterm officially out of the way, the class prepares for their second major practical evaluation held at the Dangerous Monster training grounds, where the cadets are welcomed by the elite mage supervising the trial. Before unleashing the beasts, she breaks down the core rules of this event, which involves combating high-tier magical creatures summoned directly by the academy staff. This particular exam is hyped up to be their deadliest challenge yet, primarily because these summoned threats possess the exact same lethality as wild beasts and will not just disappear once defeated, even if the instructors try to intervene and push them back. The cadets are completely losing their minds when they realize this isn't just a simple test, but a literal life-or-death battle. Instructress Yu Hua basically tells them to tap out immediately if they value their lives, explaining that their grades will solely depend on how they perform against the vicious monsters. With that, she commands everyone to take their positions and prepare for some serious action. The first squad of 4 cadets is called up: Juno, Hazuki, Yunjin, and Spencer. They brace themselves as the magic circle prepares to spawn the beasts Meanwhile, the instructor tells the remaining students in the back to pay close attention. They need to analyze their classmates' combat performance down to the smallest detail. They are expected to grade their peers and even write down feedback on how to improve their tactical strategies. Before kicking off the trial, she orders everyone to shut off their smart watches. She also drops a friendly reminder that honest reviews are mandatory, as this peer assessment directly impacts their final written exam grades, meaning even the notoriously lazy Chainayan has to actually put in some effort this time. Finally, the dungeon-style exam begins as the resident mage channels a summoning spell to bring forth the first creature, Beast. Materializing from the glowing light is Hazuki's opponent, a terrifying, evolved ghoul. This thing is ridiculously fast and packs a heavy punch, immediately putting the young cadets on the defensive. As the intense action unfolds, the spectating students diligently scribble down notes on their tablets until the first group wraps up their run and the second squad steps up. One overpowered cadet absolutely obliterates a massive serpent without breaking a sweat, and of course, it's the class rep Shin Jonghak showing off his top-tier talent. Right after that flex, a blinding beam of magical energy suddenly strikes down upon another target. It turns out to be Chainayan, sniping the unicorn beast with her mana arrows to easily clear her practical test. Meanwhile, the instructor looks like she is just casually playing around with her own summoned threat. A few more rounds fly by until Group 10 is finally called to the arena floor. Now Kim Ha-jin steps up to face a remarkably rare and dangerous chrome enemy. Naturally, our protagonist handles the threat beautifully, using his big brain evasive maneuvers to stay untouched. Once he secures a sweet spot, the young man realizes this encounter is almost too easy and expects it to wrap up any second. But right on cue, a sudden anomaly throws the entire training arena into absolute chaos. The main character looks up to assess the danger while Jin-hyuk gets deployed to handle the emergency as part of his official duty. However, he gets immediately chewed out for slacking on the job, and Yua coldly reminds him that a guard was literally assassinated yesterday, meaning it is definitely not the time to be fooling around. Even though a red alert is blaring, Yua casually asks if she has managed to locate the source of the breach. She suspects the disturbance originated from the nearby seabed, but while they are busy debating the threat, a mysterious figure steps out from the shadows right behind them. It is none other than the villain Jung Yu-ah, wearing a smug grin as he confronts the warrior standing in his path. The instructor sharply warns this intruder that he has just stepped into a highly restricted zone area, but the villain couldn't care less, swiftly brushing him aside like a minor nuisance. Preparing for a real fight, this antagonist locks eyes with Jin Hyuk and delivers a chilling warning. He promises that this is a clash the defender will deeply regret, but right as they get ready to square off, a sudden violent tremor violently shakes the entire area. The sheer force of the earthquake immediately steals everyone's focus. A massive whirlpool surges from the waters, forcing them to halt the exam and order an immediate evacuation of the entire facility. As the instructors tell everyone to prioritize survival, the group still locked in combat with the creatures is ordered to abandon the trial and flee for their lives. Our main character is incredibly annoyed at having his battle interrupted halfway through. He cannot help but wonder what kind of hidden threat is triggering this massive event. The entire structure continues to rumble while untamed beasts run wild in the corridors, out of control. The young man ducks behind a pillar, genuinely sweating because these active summons haven't vanished, and his calls for backup yield nothing but empty silence. Slowly analyzing the situation, our protagonist rules out Jin Jua, knowing his system interface would have flagged any shift in her alignment, which means no one on site possesses the power to trigger this disaster. It is a mystery, but another cadet suddenly pieced together the puzzle of what is actually unfolding. This sharp-witted ally manages to pinpoint the root cause behind all this madness. Meanwhile, in another part of the zone, Rachel finds her path blocked by a mysterious warrior whose sheer aura makes her spine tingle. Connecting the dots, our protagonist realizes the narrative world is shifting to spawn a completely original scenario, much like the existence of Kim Chundong, a character the original author never created. It looks like Sir Lancaster is deeply connected to Rachel, and is likely the mastermind behind the scenes, leaving the young man completely in the dark as this fantasy webtoon takes a wild new plot twist. Rachel suddenly comes face to face with Alex Lancaster, a legendary mage who vanished during the London incident years ago. She demands answers from him, but the fallen wizard only responds with a chilling, twisted smile. In that instant, the young lady realizes this guy sold his soul to demons for cheap tricks and ultimate power. She refuses to accept that the former captain of the Royal Guard fell this low, but he couldn't care less as he smugly chuckles. The traitor reminds the princess that he was stabbed in the back while serving his kingdom, so he simply chose a better boss. Unsheathing her sword, she officially accepts him as a mortal enemy, and she swears on her honor to bring this rogue wizard to absolute justice. With godlike speed, the academy's top student slashes at him, only to freeze when her blade passes straight through. It goes right through his body, prompting a fake apology from the villain. This version of the rogue mage is just a projection, leaving the heroine trapped in a barrier while monsters occupy the academy guards. He points out how soft this academy is, noting his old empire would have deployed armies just to keep her safe. Looking at him, she recalls the tragic loss that drove him mad in the first place, but that tragic past only makes her more certain that he has become a complete monster. The dark magic user claims he has no time to debate theology with a kid, and decides to make his exit, leaving her desperately trying to stop him with zero chance of success. His illusionary body melts into pure darkness, and out of the shadows emerges a faceless assassin wielding dual blades. The shadow assassin vanishes, reappearing to strike her with bone-crushing force. She stumbles back in shock as the dual-wielding shadow keeps pressing the attack with heavy, relentless strikes. These strikes leave shallow, bleeding cuts all over the young lady's body. It is painfully clear that this is not an opponent she can defeat in a straight-up fight, so she plays defense and waits patiently for a single opening. But that opening never comes, and her sword is violently disarmed, leaving her completely defenseless. The dark assassin stares down its cornered prey, ready to deliver the finishing blow to her unarmed self. Still, the clever princess has one final trick up her sleeve: telekinetic magic. She uses her telekinesis to call back her dropped weapon, sending the blade flying through the air. It flies back just as the shadow killer lunges forward for the execution. But before they can clash, a massive surprise explosion rocks the area. The blast from outside halts the fight as a mysterious guy casually steps through the dust and rubble. The moment the shadow monster spots the intruder, it immediately switches targets and charges at him. Kim Ha-jin, our cheat code protagonist, casually swaps his weapon configuration once again, and this time he activates the legendary American breathing style, second form, shotgun mode. The young man obliterates the target instantly, taking 0 damage in the process. One shot, one kill. He doesn't even mind spending 250 story points for such a satisfying result. Looking up, the princess realizes her savior is actually that random classmate she ignored. This boy offers a hand and asks if she is okay, completely ignoring the tension, and acting totally casual despite her being covered in cuts and bruises. He pulls out some bandages to gently wipe away the blood. This close contact leaves the princess incredibly flustered as she squirms while he treats her minor wounds. While cleaning up the mess, he notices something interesting. Looking at the stained bandage, the protagonist realizes he just scored a DNA sample from the Academy's top cadet. Unaware of his scheme, she quietly thanks him for saving her life. Suddenly, the Academy's elite mages rush over to check on the students. They offer medical aid while Jin, the magic instructor, receives a report that 2 other cadets are in critical condition. The instructor is absolutely furious, demanding to know who dared to cause all this chaos. Meanwhile, switching perspectives back to the hero standing on the shore, Gen Haki meets up with his ally, who eagerly asks about the recent monster raid. Unfortunately, the beast was driven away not by their rival, but by a mysterious third party. The warrior can't comprehend what made the boss monster so enraged, especially since the intruder handled it with 0 effort. Judging by the sheer scale of the power left behind, this unknown entity is terrifyingly strong. She has trouble believing it, and Kim Ha-jin completely agrees with her, because he feels the exact same suspicion about the mysterious intruder. Between a high-level boss monster crashing the exams and a rogue intruder infiltrating the academy, the midterms have descended into absolute chaos. It doesn't take long for the madness to hit the airwaves, and by the next day, this wild monster incident is trending all over the national news. Naturally, the public starts demanding answers, forcing the academy to put the midterms on hold indefinitely. Since the instructors are completely bogged down dealing with damage control and rebuilding the destroyed campus, the cadets get a sudden break. With classes officially cancelled, the young man's classmates are absolutely thrilled and ready to celebrate. I mean, who wouldn't party after getting a surprise 10-day vacation from their hunter training? Sure, a few of their peers are still processing the trauma of the attack. They literally almost became monster bait yesterday, but hey, a school holiday is a school holiday. That's when our protagonist's laptop pings with a brand new notification, warning him about yet another major plot divergence that could push him closer to a villain route. Fortunately, the transmigrated author recalls a specific name from his original character database, Lancaster, a major figure from the British faction. This guy originally wrote him as a late-game boss, so seeing him spawn this early is a massive problem, making him regret not adding more heroes to carry the plot. Despite the impending doom, he's just glad he managed to snag a sample of Rachel's blood without raising any red flags, until a sudden physical interruption breaks his train of thought. A wild classmate suddenly appears and smacks him right on the back of the head. Only one girl has the audacity to pull a stunt like that, and she is absolutely fuming with rage. To be fair, she has a pretty good reason to be mad, since this guy keeps telling her to ditch her bow and arrow, because it supposedly limits her true potential. Watching the bickering duo from a distance, the story's actual protagonist and the class rep can't help but smile, thinking these two might actually be growing closer. Satisfied that she got her revenge for all his annoying teasing, she finally stomps off back to her dormitory. She's feeling pretty good about herself after delivering that satisfying reality check. However, her victory walk is cut short when her smartwatch buzzes with a new notification. It turns out to be the official peer evaluation report from their latest combat exam. Curiously, she immediately starts scrolling through her classmates' reviews, paying extra attention to what the top cadet wrote about her. To her surprise, the star student notes that she initially seemed hesitant and lacked confidence during the battle, but he quickly adds that she adapted brilliantly, praising her grit and showing total support for her dedication to the path of the archer. He even points out that while others might doubt her unorthodox style, her only real obstacle is believing in her own raw talent. Ultimately, he predicts that she has the potential to become one of the strongest heroines in the academy if she keeps pushing her limits. Reading such high praise from the top ranker makes her heart skip a beat. She's practically moved to tears, feeling completely validated in her choice of weapon while choosing to ignore our main character's constant warnings. She swipes to the next review, which was sent by an anonymous user who decided to write a literal essay criticizing her performance. Riding the high of the previous positive review, she eagerly dives into the feedback. She reads the first few sentences, only to suddenly freeze in place. Within seconds, her entire body begins to tremble with pure, unadulterated fury. The brutal critique makes her blood boil like a volcano about to erupt. Her rage-fueled scream is so loud that her roommate can hear it echoing from all the way inside their dorm. Seething with anger, the hot-headed heiress vows to find this anonymous internet troll and prove them completely wrong. Meanwhile, back in his room, our protagonist carefully places the blood sample onto his mysterious seed and waits. The magical Evandel seed he acquired during his previous mission possesses a unique, hidden property. By absorbing human blood, it will eventually hatch into the legendary Witch of Evandel. The young man is relieved that by using a royal bloodline, the resulting summon will inherit noble traits instead of turning into a wild monster he can't control. If he had messed this up, he would have ended up raising a literal world-ending threat, so he impatiently pokes the tiny sprout, wishing it would just grow faster. But before he can relax, a sudden, agonizing wave of pain rips through his entire body. The young man's face loses all color, because he knows exactly what this agonized sensation means. The magical energy is condensing, and a second stigma mark is carving itself onto his skin. The glowing brand burns onto his wrist, bringing back the exact same torturous sensation he endured during his first upgrade. This guy's agonizing screams echo through the quiet dormitory, piercing the night silence as the agonizing process finally concludes, and by the next morning, he somehow manages to drag himself out to meet his contact. Looking completely exhausted, even his business partner notices his zombie-like state and asks if he's doing all right. Trying to deflect, he shifts the topic to their growing mercenary business, learning that they've secured a sweet new vehicle and some high-paying clients, which gives him a much-needed break. The agent sincerely thanks him for his financial backing, prompting our protagonist to wrap up the meeting and head back out. But as he walks down the street, he spots a massive crowd gathering around a bulletin board and decides to go check out the commotion. Rolling up to the scene, Kim Ha-jin-yoon initially wonders if a local guild is throwing some massive event, but nope, it turns out elite heroes from the essence of the Straight Guild are arriving, bringing a whole parade of noise with them. Scanning the crowd, he spots Johanna and wonders if she is out here on an investigation with her squad. Before he can look away, she catches him staring right at her. Johanna struts over and bluntly asks if he has some business in this monster-infested zone. This guy, keeping it cool, politely explains that he is just looking to secure a little bag. Some quick cash, that is, and even introduces his agent to her, leaving the poor guy absolutely stunned that this rookie knows a VIP from Essence of the Straight. The agent does some quick math in his head and realizes that pairing Kim Suho with our protagonist would be an absolute train wreck of a match, because their personalities clash like oil and water. In the original novel, this hero was destined to be the main character's agent, but everything shifts when Yu Yeonya gets wind of his agency. Her massive financial backing was supposed to launch this business into the stratosphere, but now we have a major plot twist. It is highly debatable whether the current version of the heiress will even find his startup worth her time. If she pulls her support, the future of the agency is going to tank hard. Just when things look grim, she makes a wild pivot and decides to tag along on their trip. Headed straight to the property, her sudden move completely blindsides the young man, sending his brain into overdrive. With a million questions running through his head, the ride proceeds in pure, unadulterated, awkward silence, with both of them stubbornly maintaining their personal space. Our guy just sits there, playing it cool while trying to decipher what the heiress is plotting. Finally, she breaks the ice and asks about his future plans, leaving the young hunter totally caught off guard. When he asks for clarification, she specifies she wants to know his post-graduation moves, to which our protagonist casually admits he has not planned that far ahead yet. She agrees that is fair, but points out that by their third year, cadets basically transition into full-time heroes in training, where survival gets brutal. Cutting straight to the chase, she drops a bombshell offer for the main character to join her guild, boasting that they are already ranked second in the land, and though the top spot belongs to another, she plans to claim number one the moment she takes the reins. In the country, she promises him elite support from high-tier agents to legendary weapons. Poor Park Soo-hyuk starts sweating bullets, realizing his job description might get downgraded to full-time chef, while she confidently brags about making a premium offer to a guy who doesn't even know his own worth. The young man quickly reminds her that poaching academy cadets early is highly illegal and carries a massive $350,000 fine, but this rich girl just shrugs it off as a minor cost of doing business. Suddenly, the car screeches to a halt, sending her face planting hard into the front seat. Furious, she yells at the driver for slamming the brakes just to let someone else hitch a ride. A nervous Park Soo-hyuk stammers that they have reached the designated monster hunting ground, but she scoffingly doubts a rookie agent could track down such a prime spot. He explains that monster activity spikes in April, driving hunters into a frenzy and leaving the usual zones incredibly crowded. Fortunately, the location he chose is custom-made for our marksman sniper build, and the young man confirms he already vetted the site, so they are good to go. Reassuring them there is nothing to fear, he promises to meet back up with them once the job is done. With his hunting target locked, he heads out alone into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Johanna clearly has zero interest in chatting with the agent and walks away, mentioning her guildmates are about to arrive. But just as she leaves, she taps on the car window, giving Park Soo-hyuk a mini heart attack. She turns back because she is actually low-key impressed by his scouting skills and wants to talk business. Fast forward 10 days after the interrupted midterm exams, things finally settle down, and cadets head back to their regular schedule, immediately crowding around the leaderboard to see who came out on top. Unsurprisingly, our protagonist sits comfortably at the peak of the rankings. Ever since he humbled Jong-horak in the exam, the lackeys sent to harass him have backed off, leaving our main character to enjoy some long-awaited peace. He is finally experiencing the quiet school life he was denied at the start, but naturally, trouble just loves to find him. Right as he is minding his own business, a fist goes flying past his face and craters into the wall next to him. And of course, it's Chae Na-eun, absolutely livid about the scathing profile review our guy wrote about her. Judging by his stunned reaction, he was not prepared for this confrontation, and she is definitely not accepting excuses. She fumes that only he could be audacious enough to write such terrible feedback, but the irony is, our MC actually wrote it to help her grow. Still, she snaps at him for constantly telling her that archery isn't her true calling. The surrounding students eagerly watch the drama unfold as she challenges him. She throws down a wager, and to her shock, the young man accepts with some very simple terms. Talk about high stakes. If she loses this wager, she will never again lay a hand on a bow. That ultimatum only makes her blood boil, fueling her desire to prove him wrong no matter what. The young man even claims he will use a bow himself to prove his point, but Chae Na-eun is convinced that no amount of leveling up will save him. She storms off, absolutely convinced she's going to win this ridiculous bet, while Kim Ha-jin silently smiles, thinking about his level 7 sniping skill, and how leveling up just a bit more will let him completely crush her. To make matters worse for her, his overpowered luck stat is basically a cheat code. This guy knows her real issue is deep denial, since she genuinely believes her archery skills match her swordplay, when she is actually terrible with a bow. Our protagonist knows that cheap participation trophies and empty compliments won't help anyone survive in a dangerous system. If you want to survive, you need to grind and build actual combat skills. The scene then shifts over to the chaotic room 303 of Grace Hall, where the travel club's president, Han-ho, is making a major announcement right after surviving midterms. The young man is zoning out, remembering how the study and housing clubs got banned after getting tangled up in demonic magic incidents. Plus, the webtoon's plot is moving a lot slower with fewer world-ending events compared to the novel he wrote. This actually gives him some peace of mind since he knows exactly which plot lines to exploit. Meanwhile, the club leader keeps talking and drops the bomb about their next trip. They are heading to France. But this luxury vacation is actually a setup for a brutal assassination of a Parisian millionaire, shifting this action fantasy story into high gear. The president explains that the whole mess kicked off when a notorious guild of assassins sent a death threat, complete with a terrifyingly precise date and time for the execution. The target of this threat is a man named Vadel, who is publicly celebrated for being incredibly generous, humble, and financially responsible. But of course, in this kind of webtoon, that squeaky clean image is just a total lie, because the guy is actually a massive fraud. Behind closed doors, this phony is actually Belbit, a notorious scammer hiding under an alias, who built his fortune by exploiting innocent people with ruthless schemes. For years, he managed to dodge the consequences of his crimes, but his cover was finally blown. Since he cannot go to the authorities and does not have the time to hire high-level hunters for protection, the cold grip of death starts, closing in. But just when he is about to lose mind, he stumbles upon a bizarre loophole, and he gets this saving grace, solely because the elite academy cadets are scheduled to travel to Paris. In the original web novel plot, Hanno was desperately trying to book lodging for the class, and while that logistical nightmare was going on, the slithering criminal slid in like a snake to generously offer his massive mansion to the group. It sounds nice, but it is actually a sinister meat shield tactic. If the assassins want his head, they will have to fight through a horde of overpowered student mages first. Back in his room, the main character's monitor lights up with a direct message about a lucrative new gig. He gets hyped because it's a request from his very first client. Looking over the details, the client wants him to track down a con artist who absolutely ruined their family. They even attached high-quality intel to help this young man hunt the target down, and as he skims the dossier, he is genuinely stunned. The scene cuts to black right there, and we are taken inside a shady warehouse, where some syndicate members are dissecting the footage of the main character's recent battle. One of the villains is completely fascinated by the anti-demon magic our protagonist showcased during the fight. The others are pretty hyped about this year's crop of rookies, especially this guy, and one female member teases the boss about why they are studying a newbie's combat footage. Despite the skepticism, another member speaks up to vouch for the boy's insane potential. They also did a full background check on him and found 0 red flags or dangerous connections to worry about. Figuring his biggest vulnerability is his empty wallet, they plan to throw an absolute mountain of cash at him to recruit him into their ranks. However, one member reminds them that their true mission is to hunt down and eliminate the mole inside their syndicate, suggesting the young hunter would be perfect for the job. But even if they successfully scout him, they still face a massive dilemma. They have no idea what color code to give him since the only slot left is black, which belongs to their strongest operative and the traitor. That is when one brute steps forward and demands the prestigious color for himself. It's the psycho who murdered the helpless guard, but the other members instantly laugh in his face, telling him he's way too brainless to pull off that rank, so they decide to resolve the issue with a democratic vote called by their leader. The boss takes charge and tells everyone to raise their hand if they support bringing this talented rookie into the fold. With the vote landing at an 8-2 majority, the choice is made. They are going to draft him. The captain then hands her subordinate, Valorant, an exclusive invitation to a high society party in Paris, which will serve as the backdrop for their upcoming operation. Operating under the code name Yellow within this mysterious group, the agent is gearing up to heist a legendary ring. Meanwhile, back at the academy, it is time for the students' very first international trip. Hanno does a quick head count and announces that team matchmaking will be randomly decided right before they step through the portal. As Chaenayan steps forward to draw, the main character reflects on how he never traveled in his past life. But in this fantasy world, anything goes. If System follows his original novel script, she should end up teamed up with the story's original hero. Her hand dips into the lottery box, and the tension builds as the scene cuts. The screen transitions over to the iconic Eiffel Tower, showing that our high-tier academy cadets have successfully materialized in Paris. But there is a massive plot twist with the rosters. She actually got grouped with our main character, which is the absolute last. Kim Ha-jin just wanted to lay low, but she keeps bugging him while the French crowd enjoys their famous academy drama. The other students are in for a shock when they discover this guy actually has a love life. They flaunt their romance all over France, making everyone super jealous, and it honestly feels like he planned this whole trip just to see his girl. He introduces his girlfriend as Natasha, the doctor joining them for the journey, and she greets the group very politely. With that out of the way, the cadets split into the teams they drew. They can spend the day however they want, but everyone must return for the big party. Since Chae Na-eun and our main character are paired up, she asks where he wants to go, but since he has no real plan, he suggests checking out some local spots. He's actually pretty surprised when she agrees to tag along with him. To the girl, it's just obvious because they're partners, but the protagonist remembers how his last partner ditched him, without a single care. Being the overly prepared guy he is, our hero already made a list so they can get around, without ever getting lost, and the only thing he asks of her is to stay in touch. She warns him that her taste is incredibly picky, so she won't be easy to please. In the end, they head to a very fancy and exclusive restaurant. Much to her surprise, the young man somehow already has a reservation waiting. As they sit down, she wonders how he pulled that off, and though the webtoon doesn't show it, he used a cheat. He used the Book of Truth to get it, and when the menu comes, he tells her to order whatever she wants. That really catches her off guard, since he already knows she's extremely picky with food and comes from a super wealthy family. But suddenly, he senses someone familiar nearby and immediately tenses up. The shock is enough to make him abruptly stand up. Everything was going perfectly fine, and then he just bolts, leaving her all alone. Sensing that something is seriously wrong, the protagonist wonders if the plot has changed again. He rushes over to a couple and calls out to them. The girl wearing glasses is a Xiang-a, a major character who was never supposed to set foot in Paris. At this point in the story, she has no idea how to respond, and he had to use his full speed just to catch up. Catch up with her while she awkwardly tries to pretend she doesn't recognize him. She acts like they're strangers, but the main character wants her to drop the act. Right then, the system alerts him to a plot shift just as Yu Yeonha's boyfriend steps in to protect her. The protagonist chooses to back off and checks out his laptop. The system warns him that the story has changed and Valoran and Yu Yeonha are now supposed to cross paths in Paris. Meanwhile, his partner has absolutely no idea why he's off by himself. He recalls that their first meeting originally happened at the Holy Grace Guild headquarters. Back then, they both signed up as fresh recruits. They went on dangerous missions together, and even got through some incredibly tough times side by side. They were basically best friends who always had each other's backs. But that strong bond shattered when Valoran betrayed her. In their fight, the betrayed girl lost and demanded answers. Valoran, the one person she trusted like a true friend, turned out to be a sadist who only wanted to toy with her, revealing her real identity as the yellow member of the masked syndicate. She is a cunning villain and a master of disguise and theft. Right now, the young lady seems to be working undercover. Inside the mansion, Yoren notices she looks quite upset. The girl says she's relieved because this is her chance to finally move past what happened. Joran still doesn't trust the informant who claimed Valoran would show up at the party. She has her doubts too, but she knows the thief well enough to believe she'd come for something valuable. After all, how could a master thief ignore Homer's priceless ring? The thief knows exactly where it's being kept, so she'll do whatever it takes to steal it, and Sukai plans to strike then. Right after Chae Na-eun finally eats her fill, Kim Ha-jin asks if she is finally ready to split up since he has some other places to be. In reality, he just wants to be left alone so he can start plotting his next move for the upcoming event. Since she has no excuse to linger, Chae Na-eun gets ready to make her exit. Of course, the protagonist can't help but throw in one last witty remark, prompting her to snap back instantly. Right on cue, the scene transitions directly to the high society party. Over there, Kim Soo-ho and his partner are inadvertently drawing everyone's attention. The nearby guests are already whispering, wondering if these two are secret celebrities or top-tier models. Yu Yeonha is glad she put so much effort in her disguise, while Kim Soo-ho finds his tight suit a bit too revealing for comfort. She gracefully offers him her hand for a dance, knowing it would look suspicious if they just stood there. As they hit the dance floor, the spotlight shifts. The focus turns back to our protagonist, who arrived early at 5:30 and quickly spots the disguised heiress in the crowd. Everything seems normal so far. The event is hosted in an ancient palace just outside the city, and the MC is on site to ensure the original plotline doesn't derail. Activating his trusty dead-eye skill to scan the perimeter, he suddenly freezes. The young man is shocked to spot a magic portal manifesting out of thin air, an anomaly that absolutely should not be happening yet. Under normal circumstances, only high-ranking demonic humans or powerful entities can tear open portals like this, signaling a massive crisis. This means a traitor is hiding among the guests. acting as a beacon to keep the gateway stabilized. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. It is a direct message from the annoying co-author explaining the sudden plot shift. The co-author decided an ultra-rare artifact like Homer's ring deserved more hype, so they threw in a notorious villain group. Once our hero reads this, he remembers just how lethal these antagonists actually are. Their ruthless leader is a deeply entrenched and highly dangerous player in the underworld. These guys thrive on chaos, steal priceless magical artifacts, and pull the strings behind major global conflicts. In other words, the protagonist has to clean up a massive mess just because his co-creator wanted to spice up the chapter. After channeling his ether magic, he slips on a mask and prepares to crash their little party. Scanning the venue from his high vantage point, he searches for the infiltrators, Joran and Valoran. Meanwhile, Valoran is in a back hallway secretly coking out a poor waiter. Having successfully stolen a disguise, she easily gains access to the secure vault holding the legendary ring. The heist seems almost too easy as the glittering artifact sits right in front of her. Just as she reaches out to grab it, a tense but familiar voice echoes from the shadows behind her. It turns out she was using a stolen identity to pull off this grand theft. The thief is genuinely startled to see Yonya standing there, looking incredibly calm and composed. The heiress claims she is just checking on her staff, playing coy as she takes a few casual steps forward. Once she gets close enough, she suddenly locks the imposter in a tight embrace from behind. Completely caught off guard, the infiltrator has no clue what is happening. A split second later, the heiress tightens her grip and coldly declares she won't be fooled by the same trick twice. Without hesitation, she delivers a devastating, earth-shattering suplex. The impact is so violent that the guests in the main hall think a bomb just went off. Emerging from the debris and smoke, the thief reverts to her true form. She is actually quite impressed that the heiress managed to see right through her flawless disguise. Refusing to waste time on small talk, the young lady charges. She had already suspected something when the real helper vanished in Paris, and the imposter's speech patterns confirmed it. This sharp intuition makes perfect sense, especially since our heiress has already suffered from betrayal in the past. But before she can press her advantage and finish the fight, a sudden weapon swings out and blocks her path. An opposing fighter catches her strike, demanding that they stop this madness immediately. Tired of them wrecking the venue, the newcomer demands to know who they are. Completely unaware that these girls are elite academy cadets, the opponent refuses to back down. The heiress drops her own disguise and tells her to stand down before things get ugly. However, the enemy refuses to yield and channels her electric aura. A burst of lightning energy completely shatters the heiress's whip. This leaves the young lady genuinely stunned at the sudden loss of her primary weapon. Taking advantage of the distraction, the original target turns back toward her. The thief lunges forward with a lethal, piercing strike, forcing the heiress to take the full force of the blow. She barely evades the fatal point and immediately launches a counterattack. Yonya swings her blade with absolute fury, each clash sending massive shockwaves through the air. The blinding speed of the exchange leaves the young lady struggling to keep up with the overwhelming pressure. She goes toe-to-toe with Valoran until she finally spots a perfect opening and delivers a knockout blow. With her weapon chipped and battered, the defeated giant crashes to the ground, completely defenseless. An enraged Yonya raises her blade to deliver the final strike, but just before it lands, Kim Suho steps in. He moves like lightning, parrying the lethal slash with his own weapon. As a sweat-drenched Valoran realizes she just escaped death by a hair, Yonya gives her savior a chilling warning to get lost. Refusing to back down, the self-righteous hero stands his ground, determined to protect the fallen foe because of his annoying sense of justice. Unfortunately for him, his heroic speech does absolutely nothing to calm her down. She swiftly kicks him out of the way, but the moment she turns back to finish the job, she gets a nasty surprise. Valoran has completely vanished, proving that even a split-second distraction is all a clever runner needs. Yonya immediately gives chase, tracking the escaping target who is fleeing with a smug expression. But before she can close the distance, a massive wave of pitch-black energy surges forward to cut them both off. The sudden eruption of dark power makes both combatants freeze dead in their tracks. A sinister demon has suddenly materialized to claim the precious artifact for itself. The legendary Ring of Homer is now clutched by a grotesque demonic human resembling a tentacled sun. Peering into the chaotic scene from a distance, our protagonist keeps a close eye on this bizarre creature. But let's pause the action for a second and check in on what Cheyenne is up to. To no one's surprise, the poor girl is completely lost, wandering around like a confused NPC. Despite constantly consulting her map, she somehow keeps looping back to the exact same spot. Growing increasingly frustrated, she aggressively curses her useless tech. She takes it out on her smartwatch before suddenly remembering that her own father is the CEO of the company making them. She immediately retracts her insults and decides it is much better to just call her reliable friend. Unfortunately, the call to Yonya goes straight to voicemail, leaving her even more annoyed than before. Back in the main hall, Yuyona instantly recognizes the sinister aura of this demonic threat. She knows this monster possesses the corrupt powers of a fallen high-ranking hero. Showing the courage of a true hero, the young lady demands the beast hand over the artifact immediately. However, the arrogant demon simply scoffs, claiming that creatures of the dark deserve such powerful treasures far more. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin observes the unfolding drama from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene. Our main character realizes the monster already has the ring, and that none of the rookies inside are strong enough to reclaim it. Deciding it is time for a backup plan, the young man prepares his secret weapon. He summons a slime whip and fires it forward with blinding speed. The sticky projectile shatters right through the glass window and shoots directly into the main hall. Caught completely off guard, the monster helplessly watches as our protagonist snatches the ring straight from its hands. The beast looks around in sheer confusion, utterly clueless about what just happened. Seizing the distraction, Yuyona launches an all-out assault at maximum speed. This intense clash gives the main character the perfect window to slip away unnoticed. But just as the young man makes his quiet escape, danger strikes. As he takes a moment to inspect his new loot, an unexpected assailant blindsides him from the darkness. He barely dodges a massive blast of energy that leaves a smoking crater where he just stood, followed by a mysterious figure stepping out, holding a glowing energy blade. This new opponent makes it clear he has no intention of letting anyone leave. Getting away with the treasure won't be easy, as the protagonist never anticipated another demon crash-landing the party. The gentlemanly foe greets him with surprising politeness, introducing himself as Sidious. The villain proudly boasts about his membership in the notorious Brotherhood of Bad Deeds. This chatty antagonist admits he was genuinely impressed by how smoothly the young man stole the artifact, though he warns that clever tricks won't save him. With his pleasantries out of the way, the villain demands the immediate return of the item. Naturally, our hero flat-out refuses, which instantly escalates the tension. Realizing negotiations are over, the demon decides to go with his favorite backup plan. He decides to take the treasure back the old-fashioned way, absolute violence. Igniting his deadly energy blade, the fiend charges forward to start the real fight. The deadly villain releases a wave of dark red magic that slices through the area, almost hitting Kim Hajin. Fortunately, our main character barely survives without being burned to ash. Realizing this opponent is not someone to be taken lightly, crossing paths with this overpowered threat is a certified ticket to the afterlife. The confident villain brags that his high-tier magic sword is worth millions, boasting that its destructive potential is limitless as long as it gets fed enough mana. He then demands the ring, warning our hero to hand it over if he values his life. Here is the catch with these demonic humans. Once they sign a contract with a demon, their mana pools skyrocket. That makes a high-scaling weapon like this absolutely broken in their hands. The protagonist keeps his eyes locked on the glowing blade, desperately calculating a way to disable this overpowered weapon. Brimming with confidence, the demonic swordsman prepares to unleash another fatal strike. He swings again, unleashing another wave of destructive energy, forcing our main character to rely on his evasion skills. The young man pulls off some desperate defensive maneuvers, but still finds himself trapped. Backed into a corner, he realizes he needs to buy some time, so he tries to initiate a quick negotiation. Naturally, the villain has zero interest in talking things out after coming this far. Having already rejected the offer, he mocks the masked fighter for thinking a cheap stalling tactic will save him, scanning the young man from head to toe. The demon worshipper scoffs, claiming our protagonist is laughably weaker than the actual elite heroes gathered in the Grand Hall. To him, the opponent is just a weakling with a gun and decent reflexes, making it incredibly foolish for someone so average to stand against a demon. Wrapping up his arrogant villain monologue, the demon raises his sword high in the air. He prepares to deliver the final blow, fully expecting to end the battle in a single strike. But right before the impact, the weapon's ominous magic suddenly vanishes into thin air. This sudden failure leaves both the demonic fighter and our protagonist completely dumbfounded, as the villain has no clue why his weapon stopped working. While the villain stares at his useless blade in disbelief, our clever hero stands tall and starts dropping some truth bombs. He calmly reveals that the magic sword is officially bricked for the rest of the day, a hidden mechanic that even its owner was completely clueless about. The absolute wildest part is that this sudden failure was entirely triggered by our main character's insane passive luck stat. Of course, the enemy dismisses this explanation as absolute garbage. Ignorant of our protagonist's broken abilities, he remains convinced he can easily tear apart an unarmed human. However, our main character isn't buying his threats, chuckling at the bad guy's blind overconfidence. Channeling the absolute last bit of his remaining stigma energy, the young man gets ready. He molds it into pure light magic and instantly switches his weapon to its ultimate mode. The desperate villain charges forward, aiming to take him out with a lethal physical blow. But just before the kick can connect, our protagonist pulls the trigger and ends the entire battle right then and there. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Chae Naeun, who has completely abandoned the search for the ball to play video games instead. Looking outside, she spots a massive fleet of police cars patrolling the streets and begins to wonder what kind of chaos is going down. Since it is so late and absolutely nobody is updating her on the situation, the poor girl starts to feel incredibly left out of the loop. Trapped in a terrible mood, she cannot even comprehend why she is acting so irritated and annoyed. Just as she sighs in frustration, a mysterious boy suddenly collapses onto the seat right next to her. It is our exhausted protagonist, appearing out of absolute nowhere. His sudden arrival startles her, especially since he is covered in wounds and can barely whisper a word after the brutal clash. Before he can even explain, he loses consciousness and collapses right in front of her, leaving her completely stunned. Freaking out, the flustered girl shakes him and frantically asks if he is still breathing. However, our battle-worn hero is completely drained of energy and remains dead to the world. With no way to reply, he slips deep into a dream that forces him to relive a piece of his past. Back in his original world, he had just walked out of a grueling college entrance exam. His loving parents called out to him from the crowd, having traveled all that way just to support him. The young man wondered why they pushed themselves so hard and went through all that trouble just to see him. But just as he reaches out, their warm faces begin to distort and tremble. As they fade into a blur, he breaks down in tears, apologizing to them for failing to get a good score. In the dream, his parents gently comfort him, showing absolute empathy for the heavy burden he carries. They hold their precious son in a warm embrace, showering him with unconditional love despite the bitter disappointment. Reliving that heartbreaking memory forces the protagonist to wake up with warm tears streaming down his face. He sits up to find himself resting in an unfamiliar bed, wondering where on earth he is. Suddenly, a visibly relieved Kim Soo-ho and Naeung walk in to see how he is holding up. Right on cue, Chae Naeun starts complaining about how she had to carry his heavy, unconscious body all the way to safety. She points out his puffy, tear-stained eyes and begins teasing our hero for being a massive crybaby. A tearful Soo-ho tells her to beat it while a maid brings in some apples and helps out Kim Ha-jin. The maid explains that the main character is suffering from extreme fatigue and needs to get as much rest as possible. Our MC still has no clue why everyone is suddenly playing nursemaid or where he even ended up. As it turns out, this guy somehow managed to find himself inside the Grand Mansion, meaning they've successfully established contact with Fidel. Even though it's late, he claims he isn't hungry and skips out on dinner. Instead of eating, his mind is racing with thoughts about the upcoming murder incident that will officially kickstart his master plan. The young man is just glad he woke up in time to witness it. Meanwhile, the maid annoys Chae Naeun by asking her to tag along for the night. Soon after, Kim Soo-ho bids them farewell before sticking around to peel an apple for the protagonist. The hero isn't so sure it's a wise idea for the patient to be getting out of bed this quickly. Our boy fires up his smartwatch to check the latest dungeon news feed. Thankfully, the report states that there were 0 casualties, and most people escaped with only minor scrapes. However, Valoran is completely missing from the report, which means the demon must have escaped without a hitch. The protagonist then asks Kim Soo-ho what he actually knows about that particular demon. Soo-ho admits he's in the dark too, as the monster fled before the young hero could finish her off. He snags a slice of apple while the hero keeps carving up some more slices for him. Noticing the hero's battle scars, this guy warns him to take better care of himself. He even teases that since Soo-ho is basically the main character of this fantasy world, it would be a major plot hole if he got taken out. The young man recalls how the hero boldly stood up to Yu Yeonya, despite her being ready to obliterate anyone in her path. Only the demon's perfect timing saved the hero from taking massive damage, and our MC completely understands his honorable intentions. He respects the righteous path the hero has to walk, but he knows it comes with a glaring weakness. In this cruel fantasy setting, those who choose the path of pure good are always forced to make agonizing sacrifices. While reflecting on this, he can't help but think about his own tragic fate. The young man deeply misses his parents and desperately wants to return to his original world. Soo-ho chuckles and says being labeled a protagonist doesn't actually mean anything. In this crazy world, he believes our MC is just as much of a main character as anyone else. In the hero's insanely wholesome worldview, everyone is the star of their own show. He then brings up that brutal review the protagonist posted using his anonymous forum account. The hero points out that the poster was being way too harsh on Chae Na-yeon for no apparent reason. Our MC counters, explaining that archery completely wastes her true talent. That's exactly why he made that high-stakes bet with her. If she loses, she has to drop the bow forever. The hero strongly objects and calls out the young man's harsh method. He calls him out for trying to force her to quit. Our MC fires back, asking if coddling someone who is heading down the wrong path is any better. Empty praise doesn't build strength or spark improvement. Sometimes people just ignore solid advice, which is incredibly frustrating to watch. The protagonist asks if a righteous hero like Suho is actually prepared to take responsibility. This prompts the hero to ask the obvious question: what is the young man basing his doubts on? And if she fails, will the MC take responsibility for ruining her career? Our boy confidently asserts that he has analyzed her more thoroughly than anyone. After all, he literally wrote her character, meaning he knows her fatal flaws better than the hero ever could. The young hero is left completely baffled by these cryptic words when they are suddenly interrupted by a loud crash from just outside the room. Activating his specialized eye skill, the main character realizes that Chae Na-yeon was eavesdropping using a stealth technique so perfect that neither of them detected her. Having heard everything, the flustered girl bolts back to her room, completely embarrassed and muttering angrily to herself under her breath. Just then, Yu Yeonya stirs awake and sleepily asks what has her companion so incredibly riled up in the middle of the night. She tries to play it cool and claims that it's absolutely nothing. Yu Yeonya drifts back to sleep, leaving the young lady alone with her racing thoughts. She tries desperately to calm her pounding heart and act normal, amazed that neither the hero nor the main character noticed her presence. Even so, their harsh but critical words about her future keep repeating in her head. Tossed in a sea of confusion, she is suddenly startled when a blood-curdling scream echoes through the mansion, snapping her out of it. In another room, the startled main character jolts awake once more and yells at the girl to keep it down. The poor girl frantically explains that she wasn't the one screaming this time. Realization quickly hits them both as they recognize that the terrifying shriek came from outside the mansion. The scene then abruptly shifts over to one of Feital's private. While Kim Ha-jin is busy surviving this crazy fantasy academy, terrified maids discover a guest murdered in cold blood, realizing the killers actually kept their grim promise. Naturally, the entire dormitory wakes up in a panic as every cadet rushes out of their rooms to see what is going on. Wondering what happened, the class president Kim Suho takes the lead and sprints straight downstairs. Following behind, our protagonist steps out with his gun ready, completely stunned that someone actually made a move from the third floor. As they reach the bottom, the class president sprints ahead and slams the door open to the crime scene. The moment the door swings wide, he freezes in his tracks at the sight of Feital's gruesome state. Staring at the blood-covered body, the dead man's maid is shaking uncontrollably as she tries to explain the horror. As the rest of the academy students arrive and learn what happened, they are absolutely horrified by the sight. It looks like the target, Belbat, has lost so much blood that he is already past the point of saving. Immediately jumping to conclusions, the butler is the first to point fingers at the cadets, convinced they are the murderers. He yells that they killed his master, and since his anger seems totally justified, none of the students try to argue back. The maid announces she is calling the police and an ambulance, ordering the students to immediately return to their rooms. Just as they are about to leave, the main character casually flips on the lights because he already knows the truth behind this setup. The others have absolutely no idea what is going on or why this guy is acting so calm in a crime scene. Without saying a word, he walks right up to the corpse while the maid screeches at him for tampering with the evidence. She aggressively demands that he step back immediately and leave the crime scene alone. But our guy is not playing games right now. He cold-bloodedly presses his Glock straight to her neck. Seeing a gun pointed at a civilian, the class president and the rest of the crew are completely stunned. Even the hot-headed Chae Na-yeon looks shocked, genuinely believing this guy has finally lost his mind. That is when the protagonist finally speaks up, coldly calling the maid, Natasha, a total liar. He boldly claims that the man lying on the floor is not actually dead. According to the original web novel plot, the target was supposed to fake his death here, strike a deal with demons, and become a massive threat later on. But with the mysterious co-author constantly editing the story, he has no clue what this villain will do next, which is why he needs to end this threat now. He plans to stop the villain right here for good, leaving the entire room in dead silence after his shocking claim. The protagonist knows that convincing them in the middle of a murder scene is going to be a massive pain and will likely cause him trouble later. However, seeing the main hero's righteous attitude has pushed him to act, wanting to prove that he can make a real difference in this world too. Besides, blaming himself for altering the plot feels pretty pointless when the timeline has already been derailed so many times. So he stands his ground, asserting that the target is wide awake, and using a clever trick to fake a state of suspended animation. Trying to shut down his crazy theory, the maid tries to use her medical background to argue back. She claims that as a certified doctor, she knows a corpse when she sees one, but the young man is already 3 steps ahead of her. Pointing at the wound first, he notes that the angle of the slash makes absolutely no sense if the attacker had jumped from above. Next is the blood pool, arguing that no human could lose that much volume, making the crime scene look cartoonishly fake, but he is saving the best evidence for last. To deliver the final blow to their lie, the young marksman pulls up a hologram on his wrist. Tapping his smartwatch, he reveals that the victim is actually a wanted international con artist named Belbit, proving they staged this entire show. Hearing this, a panicked Natasha quickly turns to the butler to confirm if the ambulance is actually on the way. Once he nods, she tries to brush off the protagonist's wild accusations, insisting they should just let the actual experts handle the situation. She tries to shut down the discussion right there, but our protagonist is ready to take things to the absolute extreme. He raises his pistol and points it directly at the supposed corpse, leaving the maid looking completely horrified. Trembling, she stares at him in disbelief and asks why on earth he would threaten a dead man. Even the other Academy cadets think he has gone way too far this time and try to get him to lower the weapon. The young man doesn't flinch, stating he will count to 3, which will easily determine if the corpse is ready to wake up or not. With a cold look in his eyes, he begins the countdown, and the tension in the room instantly skyrockets. Natasha completely panics, begging the other students to stop this absolute psycho from aiming a gun at a body. But he just keeps counting down, pressing the cold metal barrel directly against the man's forehead as he prepares to pull the trigger, ready to shoot. He ignores her screaming as she desperately asks why he cannot just wait for the police to arrive. Suddenly his voice hits the final number 3. In that split second, Natasha breaks down, realizing from his cold gaze that the young man is not bluffing and will absolutely pull the trigger. Terrified for the victim's life, she throws herself over the body, ready to take the bullet herself while crying out for mercy. Begging him to stop, she finally confesses that the target is actually her father, and she cannot stand by and let him be killed. With her confession, the entire act falls apart, and the other cadets finally realize they have been completely played. The butler practically jumps out of his skin at the sound of a gunshot as Kim Ha-jin lets one fly. He fires the shot and coolly remarks that this place needs real heroes, not just bystanders, and definitely not the regular police, especially since they just cornered a notorious wanted criminal right here, deep inside the luxurious mansion. The authorities swoop in to arrest Natasha and haul away her father's body, revealing that this whole murder mystery was just a setup because this guy was already running from the law in Europe. They wanted to trick the investigation by using the elite Academy cadets as clueless witnesses to sell the lie, planning to wake him up after fake killing him. Fun fact, the drug used to fake his death is dirt cheap, and she easily snagged it thanks to her shady connections from working under him. After that, she used some rogue magic to conjure up an illusion of a chest wound, packing enough blood bags to make the crime scene look like a horror movie. It looked so real that anyone walking in would assume he was done for, and they even bribed the local cops to swap the body with a fake corpse during the transport. This would let him vanish without a trace, while the clueless Academy cadets gave their testimonies, making the fake death of the criminal airtight, because who would doubt future top hunters? He would just assume a fresh identity and keep on committing crimes in this fantasy world, or at least that was their grand plan. But that is absolutely not happening. Thanks to his handy system cheat, the protagonist learns that the culprit is currently being escorted by the French Hero Association. It's game over for that guy, and our main character happily hums to himself, thrilled with the sweet reputation points he just secured. His brilliant deductive skills completely blow away the wealthy heiress, who teasingly calls him a master detective. She jokingly suggests he should go ahead and open up his own private detective agency. However, something still bothers her about the young man, as he seems to have an almost unnatural understanding of the criminal underworld. To keep his cover from blowing, he quickly plays it off by blaming his mysterious family background. The funny part? The author of this webtoon novel didn't even write a backstory for this character, leaving him as a total blank slate. Now let's cut over to the villainous group's secret headquarters. Celestine reports her failure to retrieve the legendary magic ring, blaming a masked warrior who ruined her plans. She is still visibly shaken that this mysterious fighter actually managed to overpower their forces. The big boss of the evil syndicate asks if this mysterious fighter might actually be a high-tier demon. but she is absolutely certain he wasn't a demon or a typical hero, especially with those piercing eyes of his. With those options ruled out, the boss orders her to dig into local mercenary groups and high-ranking hunters. He warns her to keep her distance and report back instead of playing the lone wolf, since this guy is clearly bad news. He is also incredibly annoyed that Silas Sin flaunts her demonic nature like a badge of honor while trying to play innocent, but he sees right through it and rips into her for failing to hide her true nature from the public. She quickly apologizes and morphs into a human guise to blend in. Before the boss asks about the lost magic sword, she is clearly not thrilled to admit they lost such a powerful weapon to an unknown player. Speaking of that glowing blade, guess where it ended up? That lightsaber-like weapon is now sitting in our protagonist's inventory, though he has absolutely no clue what to do with it. He lacks proper magical training and can only rely on his stigma system, making the weapon useless to him right now. Though selling such a rare drop feels like a massive waste, it just feels wrong. So, while examining the ultra-rare relic instead, the magic ring catches his eye, and he realizes unlocking its true power normally requires a massive mana pool, but this guy has a cheat code. He can easily bypass that requirement by spending a few SP to alter the item's properties and activate it directly. The moment he completes the purchase, the artifact glows brilliantly and transforms into a sleek new shape. It turns into a beautiful silver ring that boosts his intelligence over time and adds some extra mana stats, leaving him thrilled. He can even trade it later if he wants, maybe to the main hero or the stubborn heiress, since they are gifted with raw magic power. Out of curiosity, the young man pulls up his system stats only to see his leveling up has started to hit a bit of a bottleneck. But hey, he's got the determination to grind and break through any wall this fantasy world throws at him. While pondering his next move, he wonders if he has what it takes to deal with the hot-headed heiress in his current state. This thought reminds him that it is high time he dug into the original owner's mysterious past. The young man is absolutely certain that the co-author must have left behind some hidden lore. After all, if a mere extra made it into the prestigious academy and holds such crazy potential, his background cannot be normal. To dig up the truth, our protagonist decides to hire a top-tier information broker who specializes in finding lost people. This guy is the absolute best in the tracking game, and his hefty service fee definitely reflects that. Even though it costs a fortune, our boy has no other choice and decides the investment is worth it. Then, out of nowhere, a cold breeze sweeps past him. A sudden realization hits him like a truck. He just remembered he invested every single penny into the stock market, leaving him completely broke. Absolutely flat broke, Kim Ha-jin shifts his gaze to the mysterious magical seed he has been cultivation testing. He keeps feeding it energy every single day, and that is exactly where the scene cuts. Next, the focus shifts over to Jonas's perspective. She is seen putting in an urgent call. She is trying to reach a contact most likely to dig deeper into the main character's secretive past. Meanwhile, winter has officially arrived in Norway, and instead of lecturing us on why everyone is there, our protagonist gets violently smacked right in the face with a snowball. Of course, it is that annoying brat Chae Naeun, showing off her cheat-like perfect aim. The young man explains that club activities resumed after a brief hiatus caused by a demon attack, and the group rented a cabin in Norway for a team retreat. During this group event, a senior student steps up to explain the rules of their little game. Numbered flags are hidden all over this snowy forest, and bringing one back earns you a sweet reward, with some being highly valuable. These high-tier prizes are more than enough to get these academy cadets hyped up. Now it is time to draw lots and form teams. And naturally, the angry girl gets paired with him, instantly accusing him of rigging the system just to annoy her. Highly irritated, she warns him not to hold her back, but he calmly points out that she is about to walk straight into a trap. It is a wild boar trap, and a second later she gets hilariously caught in it anyway. After that ordeal, a classmate notices that he is not dressed warmly at all. She asks how he is surviving the freezing temperatures, but he casually claims his light jacket is plenty. Little does she know, he is wearing a cheat-tier magic relic called the Royal Coat, which lets him regulate temperature. Interestingly, a generous classmate actually gifted him this overpowered gear as a midterm present. To him, she is a literal angel, and he silently jokes that he should have written more sweet characters like her into this fantasy world. Suddenly, his stubborn teammate spots a colorful flag waving in the distance. The protagonist scans the area and confirms the target. It is the elusive #1 flag, though the bizarre part is just how absurdly high it is placed. The hot-headed girl does not care about the height and immediately starts climbing without a second thought. Meanwhile, our clever main character pulls a hidden gadget from his pocket. It is a sharp throwing blade tied to a bundle of thin wires. To an outsider, it looks like a cheap piece of junk, with no real combat application. But those strings are actually reinforced with stigma magic, making them insanely durable. He tosses the blade towards the high branch, not caring too much about his initial throw, since he can easily guide its trajectory mid-air using his magic power. The knife slices perfectly through the target, causing the flag to fall from the sky. Even his picky teammate is secretly impressed that this crazy stunt worked. The flag lands right at his feet. He picks it up to read the prize details while the girl rushes over in excitement. He reads the card and discovers they won the grand prize, the personal phone number of a top-tier celebrity. She thinks it is the best reward ever, but our protagonist looks totally bored and tells her to take it. She starts bragging about the high status of this celebrity in the guild hierarchy. But that elite guild status means absolutely nothing to him because he already has her contact info. This unexpected act of casual generosity completely throws the girl off guard. She tries to hand it back, claiming she did nothing to earn it, so he simply agrees and suggests they head back to the cabin. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yu Yeonya, who is constantly overanalyzing her last conversation with him. She is deeply confused, trying to figure out how this mysterious cadet could possibly know secrets, especially details about a notorious European criminal, since they should have zero connection. She wonders if he just memorized a bunch of wanted posters, but even that logic fails to add up, so she constructs a wild theory. He must have a tragic backstory and is hunting the villain who ruined his life. Knowing he is an orphan, she speculates that his family was murdered by these dark guild members. In her mind, this explains why he hides his true power level and keeps a low profile while waiting for revenge. But of course, this is all just wild speculation on her part. The truth behind the main character's origins remains a total mystery. If her gut feeling is right, Chae-naeun believes she can eventually recruit Kim Ha-jin into her elite guild, though scheming like a master strategist leaves her completely exhausted, especially since she absolutely detests having to contact a guy named Jin Hyuk. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to this uncle's private office, where he is currently picking up a call at his investigation agency, but the exact second he recognizes Yu Yeonya's voice, he freezes up and wonders why his niece is calling him out of the blue. She gets straight to business, hiring him to investigate a 17-year-old cube cadet. She demands to know every detail about this mysterious kid's past, trusting her uncle more than anyone to handle it. Later, the academy students are absolutely stunned that our main character tracked down not only flag number 1, but also flag number 4. That particular loot drops a much better reward, a sleek VR headset instead of some random girl's phone number. With the hunt over, the cadets wind down and start enjoying their cozy cabin retreat. The food is absolutely top tier, and the young man pitches in to cook for the group. Thanks to his culinary skills, the classmates start seeing a completely different side of him, contrasting with the nasty rumors floating around that originally hurt his reputation. He recalls working shifts at his aunt's grill back in the day, making him pretty confident in his barbecuing abilities. As they feast, the cadets begin discussing the upcoming end of the semester. Word on the street is you cannot trust a soul during finals because the academic evaluations are notoriously brutal. To make matters worse, the insane pressure routinely destroys friendships, since finals week dictates their rank and grades in this high-stakes fantasy academy. Eventually, someone mentions the remedial recovery class, catching our protagonist's eye. It is precisely what it sounds like, a dump for struggling students who failed to keep pace with the elite levelers. There are roughly 200 cadets stuck in there right now, and shockingly, 20 of them have already signed pacts with literal demons just to pass their classes. That is why this year's finals are bound to be a chaotic disaster. Thanks to the co-author rewriting the plot, this class keeps swelling, proving how corrupt the system is becoming. Suddenly, a female cadet compliments the main character's cooking, praising the perfectly cooked pork belly and inviting him to join them for a bite. However, he is perfectly content dining, all by himself. He also finds it slightly bizarre that she is acting so friendly over a plate of meat, making him wonder if his food is truly that legendary. Once the feast wraps up, it is time for everyone to hit the sack and head back to their rooms. Inside the cabin, Chae-naeun gets teased mercilessly by her squad due to one of our heroes' witty comebacks. After wrapping up dinner, she simply enjoys the vibe, realizing it has been ages since she last laughed like this. Suddenly, the young man receives an unexpected system notification. A client is hunting down a notorious con artist named Jerome Miller, and he suspects this case is tied to Belbet. So to play it safe, he activates his magical book of truth and starts throwing out targeted queries to get answers. He uncovers the target's entire backstory, but the massive info dump leaves him with a splitting headache, a classic side effect of using this high-tier artifact. He quickly types up the detailed report on his laptop and instantly pockets a cool 5 million points for the intel. In a flash, talk about easy money. After shutting the screen of his device, he steps outside to admire the breathtaking view of the northern lights. Moments like this remind him of his past life when he first picked up a heavy smoking habit. He spent nearly 5 whole years chained to cigarettes. Yet since reincarnating into this fantasy world, the urge has completely vanished from his mind. Nearby Mei Yun quietly observes him, picking up on his quiet contemplation. The main character flinches when he notices her standing there, though she had only just walked up. She looks weirdly let down, assuming he was once a smoker who survived a rough upbringing back in high school. Suddenly, he finds himself on the receiving end of completely random accusations and desperately tries to deflect them, but Naeun presses him even harder, pivoting to ask a highly serious question. She demands to know if our protagonist honestly thinks he can defeat her in their wager. He responds with a sharp question of his own. Is she truly prepared to abandon the bow forever if she loses the wager? Naeun puts on a tough front, insisting there is absolutely nothing for him to worry about because she is guaranteed to win anyway. However, her nervous body language tells a completely different story, looking ready to burst into tears if she actually loses the bet. Desperate to deflect, she quickly changes the subject to the latest news out of France, mentioning that this mysterious detective is being hailed as Sherlock. Just like a classic detective case, Naeun storms off in her usual childishly petty fashion, leaving Kim Ha-jin behind. But before making her exit, she pauses to ask him what cigarettes actually taste like, though the scene cuts away before the young man can answer. Now, let's pivot and check in on the master detective of this story. Jin Hyuk is currently digging into the main character's mysterious background while utilizing a stealth concealment skill to remain completely undetected, and his patience is finally paying off. Just as his focus is wearing thin, he suddenly spots a suspicious hooded figure lurking in the shadows. This mysterious individual is leaving a newborn baby right outside an orphanage, but the stranger's identity remains completely shrouded in mystery. Before the investigator can gather any more clues about the scene, the mystical vision suddenly vanishes into thin air. This leaves him even more baffled about the true identity of our mysterious protagonist. Still pondering the riddle, the investigator heads back to his assistant's office. Jin Hyuk returns to the room with zero concrete answers, yet he knows his priorities are clear. First things first, he urgently needs to hit the restroom before he can even begin sorting through these messy details. The one detail he did confirm is that this guy grew up as an orphan, so he used his special detective skill to look back at the day Haijun was abandoned to identify the culprit. However, all his magic revealed was the bizarre sight of a random child suddenly materializing out of nowhere, holding the infant. The investigator still cannot connect the dots due to a powerful system interference blocking his sight, meaning he would have to burn through his mana for a prolonged period to see more. So yes, he is literally solving this high-stakes fantasy case while sitting on the toilet, though he hesitates to report to Yonya since giving away this valuable info feels like a massive ripoff, especially since he would be giving it away for free. But right then, his hilariously shameless assistant pops her head in with an update. Apparently, another client is looking for info on the young man, meaning this exact same intel can be double sold for a massive profit. The buyer is another high-ranking user on the Violet Haze network, and their lucrative offer gets straight to the point. They are offering a staggering $100 million upfront just to take the job, plus an additional $500 million once the mission is successfully completed. That is an insane amount of cash for a standard information gig, leading the detective to suspect who is really calling the shots. It almost certainly has to be the notorious underground syndicate known as the Masquerade. Now the investigator is beginning to realize that this rookie must be incredibly special if such powerful players are digging into his past and hunting for his secrets so aggressively. Meanwhile, back at the academy, class begins and the instructor drops a bomb by announcing that final exams are just around the corner. With only a month left, the cadets will face a brutal practical exam testing all the combat skills they have learned throughout the semester. While the midterms had a live audience, our protagonist notes that this next challenge will be far more dangerous. The finals are set to take place on a desolate, monster-infested island where they must fight to survive. They have to endure for a full week, and he already suspects that the troublesome co-author will make things even more miserable. With unexpected system changes bound to happen, he plans to keep a low profile and avoid getting dragged into any unnecessary drama. The instructor keeps the rest of the details classified, but emphasizes that no outside interference will be permitted, as high-ranking heroes have secured the area so the cadets can focus entirely on the challenge. With that final warning, the lecture is officially dismissed. As the young man packs up his gear, Yonya approaches to give him a smug reminder about their high-stakes wager. Since he loves pushing her buttons, he casually mentions that she is about to lose her precious bow, prompting her to snap back and declare her victory. She promises to crush him in their duel, and finally, it is time for their epic one-on-one archery showdown. They head down to the training range to prep their weapons, though he is quite surprised by the sudden audience. She actually brought a whole entourage of elite classmates just to witness her victory. High-tier cadets like Shin Jonghak, Kim Suho, and the class representative are all hyped to watch, with the arrogant rival acting as if there is no hostility between them, despite all the drama that went down between them previously. But then the arrogant rival suddenly grabs him by the hair. The elite student is furious that this low-ranking cadet dared to tell Chae Naeun to give up her bow, demanding that the young man pack his bags and drop out of the academy. Not wanting a massive scene, the fiery archer pushes the spectators back to kick off the competition. The rules of their shooting match are simple. A mechanical launcher will fling targets into the sky, and they must shoot them down under pressure. She proposes starting at a range of 100 meters, increasing the distance by 50 meters with every successful hit. She assumes the pressure must be getting to him, but our protagonist remains completely unfazed, having anticipated a much harder challenge. Still, the proud heiress is fully prepared to shatter his confidence. Both archers take their positions as she readies her opening attack. She activates the launcher, sending the clay targets flying into the sky, firing a shot that instantly shatters her mark with absolute precision. With perfect aim, Kim Ha-jin makes her absolutely sure that he is going to miss this shot. Nobody can top that, since hitting a target at 100 meters is child's play for Chae Naeun. But then she notices he is still holding his bow, and he hadn't even fired yet. It turns out this absolute genius did not expect the targets to launch that fast, so he never actually released his arrow. Hearing his hilarious excuse, the elite archer girl and everyone else spectating the match just freeze in pure disbelief. A split second later, the entire crowd bursts out laughing, assuming this guy has got to be trolling. But oddly enough, instead of joining in on the laughter, she finds herself completely irritated by just how casually the main character makes his excuse. She also notes that the young man's shooting stance is an absolute train wreck. Since she is convinced his next shot will fail anyway, she generously decides to let him take another attempt. Our protagonist steadies himself, locks in, and pulls the bowstring back. It is true that the top-tier prodigy has vastly superior form, but classic technique is not what decides this fantasy duel. The main character is not the type of person who plays by the rules when something much bigger is at stake. The real gap in this action-packed world comes down to cheat abilities, and the protagonist's stats are absolutely no joke. Right then, the automated target launcher fires another disc, and the young man releases his arrow with a boost from his passive marksman skill. It is a perfect hit. The clay disc shatters instantly, proving this marksman's cheat-like talent leaves the haughty archer girl and the rest of the spectators completely speechless and stunned. Ready for round 2, he coolly tells them to keep the targets flying. Now we get a quick flashback of the girl's complicated past. Back in the day, everyone admired her as an incredibly disciplined and gifted prodigy, sword disciple. But then she made the shocking decision to switch from martial arts swordplay to the path of archery. This sudden change was clearly tied to her late mother, even if she tried to deny the connection. She constantly told herself she could dominate the battlefield no matter what weapon she ended up using. After returning her magic sword and apologizing to her renowned master, she shocked the legendary hero. He accepted her decision but asked one final time if she was sure, warning that it might become her biggest regret. Back in the present match, disc after disc gets completely obliterated as the main character and his fierce rival keep things neck and neck. To the shocked audience, it is impossible to believe he is actually matching her shot for shot, even as they reach the 400-meter mark. One of the top cadets points out that he is not just fooling around, he is deliberately trying to pressure her mentally. Bit by bit, that psychological pressure builds up inside her head, which plays right into the young man's strategy. By this point, the spectators are actually starting to believe that our protagonist might pull off the impossible and win. The look on the arrogant rival's face says it all, as he is absolutely furious and desperate for her to claim victory. But her latest shot goes wide, completely missing the target. The main character seizes this perfect opportunity to tell her that she was never cut out for archery. Incredibly annoyed, the girl snaps at him to shut up and just shoot. Watching her closely, he realizes she is completely lacking in calm focus. She is way too easy to bait, which makes long-range weapons a terrible fit for her, yet she still insisted on using the bow. He keeps pressing her buttons, calling her a coward and getting deep inside her head. This time she is absolutely livid, snapping at him to keep his mouth shut, but he does not back down. To him, dropping these hard truths is the only way, and there is absolutely no reason to coddle her poor choices. Everything she has said up to now is just fragile pride she built up to protect herself. Her composure completely shatters, and her hands begin to tremble on the bow as she warns him to shut up. Then our protagonist lands the ultimate emotional crit, saying that having talent is not the same as being elite, and she will never defeat a high-ranking monster, or avenge her family with that attitude. This final insult absolutely triggers her, and the furious archer lets loose an arrow at the flying target only for her shot to miss by a mile, much to the absolute shock of every spectator present, including the arrogant young master. Even she cannot believe she choked, and in the end, the school's top prospect loses a match that should have easily favored her skills. After the duel, the concerned young master finds her sitting alone, completely crushed by this humiliating defeat. Because he genuinely cares about her, he gently asks what went wrong. But she can only focus on one thing: the way the main character brought up her family's secrets so casually, completely ignoring how much it would hurt, and that cut her to the bone. She feels betrayed for ever letting her guard down around him, even knowing he was never a nice guy. The concerned hare suddenly feels the urge to investigate, so instead of just comforting the distraught girl, he decides to dig into the protagonist's mysterious past. Being an orphan, Kim Hujin opens up about his rough upbringing in this crazy fantasy world. Navigating life completely alone makes the main character realize he might actually share a similar kind of pain with Chae Naeun. Since she lost her mother, it basically flipped her entire reality upside down. Watching them interact, Shin Jong-ak starts to suspect that our protagonist actually views her as someone incredibly special, a precious friend he wants to push, guide, and protect, so she can ultimately live a much better life. The moment she realizes this, her eyes light up, and the young hare decides it's best to leave her with her thoughts for now. Finding herself alone, the girl recalls a pivotal childhood memory of the moment she declared that handling a blade felt too boring, totally dull. Back then, her supportive brother stood by her side. He always believed that she could achieve greatness, no matter what path she chose. However, he did ask her to make one very specific promise. He wanted her to reconsider her weapon choice when the time was right, proving he always knew she was destined for the sword. Recalling that vow, she suddenly feels a massive wave of fresh motivation wash over her. Talk about main character energy, as he has already altered the webtoon's plotline dramatically just by shifting her destiny. With her head held high, the determined girl struts forward, completely ready to face whatever battles lie ahead. Meanwhile, the investigator informs his niece that the young man's past is shady, asking if he should drop the case. Instead of backing off, the wealthy hare tells him to keep digging. He remains absolutely determined to recruit this talented cadet into his family's massive guild. That ambitious plan brings a smirk to Jin Hyuk's face, making him ready to put in double the effort. He is ready to hustle twice as hard. But in the aftermath of that chaotic match, things have gotten extremely complicated now that so many cadets witness the crazy showdown. For once, our protagonist is feeling genuinely anxious about walking into the academy's classroom. He is seriously considering skipping class altogether until he runs right into an unexpected sight. There she is, practicing her swordsmanship, rocking a brand new short haircut. Caught off guard, she tries to awkwardly hide the blade behind her back, which is totally useless. The young man casually speaks up. He asks if she is training while eyeing her fresh cut, prompting her to defensively ask what he is staring at. The MC playfully teases her for chopping her hair after getting emotional, but she blushes and claims it is just for the summer. Offering a genuine smile, he tells her it actually suits her nicely and asks if she is feeling any better. She quietly admits that she is indeed feeling much better. Hearing that, the main character leaves her to her training and heads out. As he goes to practice, she suddenly remembers he was originally enrolled as a swordsman when he first joined the academy. He threw away all those years of martial arts experience to gamble everything on a completely different class of weapon. It is the exact same risky transition she is facing now, leaving her wondering what drove him to make such a bold decision. Right then, her enchanted sword begins to glow with an intense light. The sudden surge of magical energy catches her completely off guard. Witnessing its incredible range, she realizes his past remarks were not teasing but pure, unfiltered honesty. Now she is absolutely convinced the young man understood her true potential from the very beginning. Speaking of our boy, he is busy stocking up on gear because every cadet must pass a strict equipment inspection before the big exam. He needs to gather everything, including survival gear for the upcoming challenge. An intense island survival test awaits, but in the meantime, his mysterious pet seed keeps demanding attention. It keeps begging him for food, and upon checking he notices it has grown significantly. That means it will likely hatch soon, probably taking the form of a small child he can secretly hide in his dorm. Before its magical traits develop, the little seed snuggles up to his warm hug, making him hope the hatching happens soon. Cut to a secret meeting of the mysterious masked syndicate. Valoran is completely flabbergasted that their powerful boss is going undercover as an academy cadet just to watch the event. She needs her subordinate's magic assistance for this scheme, even though he thinks the plan is total overkill. The leader explains she wants to personally evaluate a certain cadet's skills and retrieve a valuable item from the site. With no other choice, the loyal subordinate activates his magic to alter her physical form. To successfully pull off the disguise, she must not only adopt the target student's looks but also replicate their exact personality. Even though they are cold-blooded villains, the subordinate cannot help but feel a sudden wave of worry for her safety. The boss casually calms Kim Hajin down, promising that absolutely nothing will go wrong in this fantasy world. But of course, things immediately go sideways back in the classroom where a disguised boss is getting bullied, standing out like a sore thumb with her completely blank stare. To make matters worse, she is actively trying to blend in by mimicking the original girl's social circle. She is desperately attempting to play the part just as instructed when our protagonist suddenly spots her. The young man walks right into the classroom, interrupting her awkward little performance. While she acts natural, he is internally screaming because overpowered system cheat lets him see right through her facade. Having bypassed her illusion magic, he notices that this terrifying leader also realizes she has been exposed. She instantly figures out that he knows her secret, making the poor guy sweat bullets as he desperately tries to escape. He makes a hasty retreat to his desk, trying his absolute best to blend into the background. This low-level hunter is completely baffled because there is zero logical reason for the boss of a villainous syndicate to be chilling in a school academy. But there is no time to overthink since the written exams wrap up, paving the way for the high-stakes practical testing phase. As all the young cadets board the transport ship, the protagonist keeps his eyes glued to the disguised girl. He maintains a hyper-vigilant watch on her because he is well aware of her true identity as a dangerous powerhouse. The young man assumed she would have vanished by now, but this story is wilding out and completely breaking the original novel's plot. Since she crashed the party anyway, our reincarnated author has to keep tabs on her to prevent a total disaster. He wants to ensure nothing goes off the rails, even going as far as trying to strike up a casual conversation with her. But his attempt at small talk only earns him a random canned beverage and a cold shoulder. Now he is left wondering if this unexpected development is tied to her secret investigation into the main heroes of this world. Right on cue, the loud voice of the instructor echoes through the deck, demanding absolute silence from all the cadets. The atmosphere gets tense as the proctor starts blasting out the rules for the upcoming island survival trial. These rookie hunters must survive on a monster-infested island for 5 whole days while accumulating as many points as possible. They can farm points by slaying dungeon beasts, robbing their fellow classmates, or even trading points like stockbrokers. For the overachievers, snatching a supervisor's name tag nets a massive bonus, but the main character knows trying to fight those elite heroes is pure suicide. It is practically an impossible task, and tension peaks as the survival exam is officially declared open. With the transport ship finally dropping anchor near the mysterious shoreline, it is game time. The moment their boots hit the sand, the young students scatter into the wilderness to start their leveling up journey. Our protagonist instantly locks eyes with a top-tier princess, Rachel, amidst the chaos. He approaches her and casually asks if she wants to team up for this final survival test. She is visibly stunned by this sudden proposal, but when it comes to the precious characters he wrote in his original novel, he takes zero chances. The young author is doing everything in his power to shield them from the chaotic changes introduced by the mysterious co-author. There is still a massive looming threat of a high-tier villain mage currently hunting down the princess. Because she is in the most danger during this chaotic exam, he feels responsible for keeping her safe. However, even a polite girl like her knows how to decline a teammate, which does not really shock this guy since elite cadets love going solo. So instead, he simply asks to share their GPS coordinates just in case things go south, as he has no intention of letting the co-author ruin his plot. She agrees to share her location details without thinking too much about the gesture. Later that night, a solitary figure moves cautiously through the pitch-black jungle of the island. It is none other than the fiery heiress, who suddenly halts as a wild beast leaps at her from the shadows. To make things worse, it is not just one creature, but an entire pack of ugly, snarling monsters looking for a meal. She unsheathes her glowing magic sword and effortlessly slices through the incoming wave with style. The skirmish is over in a blink of an eye, but the hot-headed girl just sighs in annoyance, already completely fed up with fighting these endless waves of trash mobs. There is still no secure shelter to set up camp, grab a bite to eat, or recover her energy. Exhausted and frustrated, she begins to panic that she might be the very first elite cadet to fail and drop out. Just as despair sets in, a warm, glowing light in the far distance catches her attention. Feeling a sudden surge of hope, she dashes toward it, absolutely certain that someone is whipping up a hot meal. She believes she is saved, right up until she spots our favorite marksman chilling by the fire. This guy literally brought an entire inventory of premium camping gear and came fully prepared for a luxury vacation. Her excitement instantly evaporates into annoyance while the protagonist looks slightly startled by her sudden appearance. He is surprised she stumbled upon his camp and gently reminds her that they are not supposed to be PvP fighting this early in the game. She is absolutely dumbfounded that he managed to smuggle all this high-tech gear onto the island, and he agrees to share his food only under certain conditions. Kim Hajin pays the exact amount, leaving Neon absolutely stunned by his cold rejection. Sure, it's a ridiculous price, but since she's literally starving, she has no choice but to accept it. The young man whips up some delicious bacon for her, and instead of sharing a cozy moment with Rachel, he winds up feeding a ravenous Neon who happily digs in. Meanwhile, our protagonist is busy multitasking on his laptop like a true pro. Having just finished hacking the Dengzhang servers, he can now spy on everyone. He streams live footage of every cadet on this fantasy island, including Rachel, and seeing her safe makes him wonder if history will even change. But just when he thinks she's safe, he spots her meeting a group of cadets to buy some food. One of the guys generously offers to her without charging a single dime. But that greasy, smug grin makes it painfully obvious that he's up to no good. The guy is clearly hiding something, but by the crack of dawn, our main character is already wide awake. Looking up, he wonders if this is some kind of magical polar night, because the sun still hasn't risen. Neon is still knocked out cold right next to him, snoring away. As for the mysterious little seed, this guy realizes it's feeding time and takes action. He gently nurtures the tiny organism. Finding the little thing way too cute, he slips it into his pocket and tells Chae Naeun that he doesn't need her around. He asks if she plans on getting up, but she remains dead to the world even when he starts packing the tent. The young man decides it's best to finish packing and make his move. This is the phase where cadets start hunting each other, so he thinks it'd be smart to take out the powerhouse players early. However, the cadets he suspects are tied to demons haven't revealed their true nature yet, and there's a big difference between minor demon humans and direct contractors. The ones borrowing power can share mana to delay transforming, but those who sold their souls directly face brutal side effects, and only one cadet fits that description in his mind. That would be Ju, so after packing up, he decides to secure the high ground. To gain a massive tactical advantage, his first destination is the giant world tree right in the middle of the island. Feeling the pressure of the clock ticking, he doesn't waste a single second. He takes off running, leaving Chae Naeun behind while she's still fast asleep. She doesn't even budge as our hero dashes across the terrain. As he moves across the island, one of the cadets working with Youngho spots him. She immediately requests permission to launch an attack, but Yelena firmly shuts that idea down. She warns her team not to harm the young man under any circumstances during this exam. That makes zero sense to her teammate, considering our protagonist's rank is near the very bottom. He might look weak on paper, but Yu Yeona knows his true potential, and is sure they would lose even if they teamed up. Soon, the main character reaches the colossal world tree and gets into position. Rose has absolutely no idea what he's doing and wonders if this absolute madman is really about to climb it. Well, he is indeed planning to do exactly that. He proves her right by launching himself upward, using insane agility to bounce between the branches. Rose is left completely speechless, and Yu Yeona points out that this freakish skill is exactly why they shouldn't engage him. She reminds Rose that his rank is a lie, noting he's so sharp he could dodge arrows without even looking. Then Yu Yeona asks her teammate to keep this little observation a secret. She wants to respect the protagonist's privacy for now, and Rose quickly agrees. Right after that, she gets a sudden alert on her device. Checking her smartwatch, she decides it's time for their squad to head back. Meanwhile, the young man is still scaling higher into the tree's massive canopy. Once he reaches a good spot, he activates his special eye skill to scan the nearby cadets. One particular signature stands out instantly. He locks on and confirms he's successfully found one of the demon-linked cadets. He thinks to himself that this part was actually the easy step. Now, the main character just needs a simple wooden stick to act as his target marker. With the setup complete, our hero chucks the stick forward. He throws it at maximum speed and bends its path using his stigma magic. The wooden branch flies straight through the air, heading right for the target, but the oblivious cadet doesn't notice a thing until it slams violently into the dirt right next to him. Totally startled, he grabs the stick to figure out what in the world is going on. He then glances back toward the direction of the throw, desperately scanning the area. He tries to pinpoint exactly who threw it, with his immediate suspicion turning to a nearby landmark. His prime suspect is the giant world tree, where Kim Hajin is already perched, keeping a close eye on him while waiting for the next phase of the plan. While the scheme unfolds, let's check back in with Chae Naeun, who was taking this whole training exercise way too lightly. She was completely relaxed until she suddenly jolts awake, with one specific thought instantly dominating her mind. The parting words of the protagonist keep echoing in her head, making her feel incredibly shy. She behaves just like a young girl nursing a massive crush, recalling the exact phrase the main character uttered right before leaving her side. even though she is used to endless compliments about her beautiful appearance. Hearing it while she was supposed to be asleep still gets under her skin. The hilarious part of this fantasy setup is that this guy was actually talking about a literal seed, while she is over here, totally convinced he was referring to her. She wonders if he meant a pet, or perhaps even himself, and just picturing him saying something so intimate directly to her face makes her flush red. She is burning with pure embarrassment, having absolutely no clue how she even begin to respond. Now let's jump back to our oblivious protagonist, who has absolutely no idea about the romantic chaos he just caused. Despite his cluelessness, he suddenly gets that classic webtoon shiver down his spine, sensing that someone far away is talking trash about him. As morning arrives, the rest of the Academy cadets are on the move once again. Over in Rachel's group, she is still feeling incredibly uneasy about the events of last night. After joining up with the other team, she noticed they didn't ask for a single thing in return. They were being way too generous, and that suspicious kindness is exactly what is keeping her on edge. Her hunter instincts are screaming that something is seriously off here. While the majority of the students are splitting up to hunt monsters and grind points, one specific group has other plans. The shady squad led by Ju Yoo-hoon clearly isn't focused on climbing the ranking ladder. They couldn't care less about points, and what worries her the most is their intense, lingering focus on her every move. Sensing major trouble, she decides to distance herself and wonders if she should go track down the main character instead. But before she can make a move, a loud voice calls out to her. The guy claims he spotted a high-value 10-point beast and wants her assistance in taking it down. Although she isn't interested in the hunt, she decides to tag along just to get away from the main camp. She follows him into the woods while the rest of the squad stays behind, which makes her feel even more uneasy. Her anxiety spikes as they finally reach their destination. The guide points eagerly toward the location of the supposedly massive target. He points out the giant bear he talked about earlier, except there's a huge catch. It is not a beast at all, but a terrifying masked assassin looking absolutely thirsty for blood. The traitor acts totally clueless about the intruder, but our heroine's survival instincts kick in instantly. She senses the immediate lethal danger radiating from the figure. Reacting in a split second, she pushes him out of the way and dodges a lethal slash. The deadly attack was aimed to slice them both down, and she cannot comprehend why a demonic entity is on this isolated island. Her first instinct is to secure the safety of her teammate and help him escape the combat zone. But when she turns to check on him, the guy starts whining and throwing a massive tantrum. He is crying over a tiny scratch, which is absolutely pathetic compared to the brutal battles she has survived. Without a second thought, the coward bolts as soon as he realizes the sheer danger they are in. Facing a literal demon, she realizes the entire setup was a massive lie. His acting was absolutely terrible, but she has no time to dwell on it as she readies herself to fight this monster. Raising her weapon, she confirms her darkest suspicions, though she never expected her classmate to sell her out like this. Handing her over directly to a demonic executioner is a new low. The beast-like human charges forward, unleashing a relentless storm of razor-sharp strikes. Every single slash is meant to tear her apart. She barely manages to evade the initial onslaught. However, the dodge leaves her momentarily exposed, forcing her to block the incoming heavy strike. She parries the blow just in time, realizing this opponent possesses insane physical power. Still, she refuses to back down. Standing her ground, she remains confident that she can turn the tide of this battle. The intense one-on-one duel continues as they trade blows in this brutal fantasy match. It is a neck-and-neck clash until she spots a sudden gap in his defense and completely throws him off balance. Seizing the moment, her sharp blade slices deep into the enemy's flesh. The demonic beast takes the hit, but a sudden wave of dread immediately washes over her. She looks down in horror, realizing her foot is completely wedged in the muddy terrain. This rookie mistake gives the fiend the ultimate opportunity to launch a devastating counterattack while she is vulnerable. Unable to budge, the poor girl genuinely believes her life is about to flash before her eyes. Just when things couldn't get worse, a wild monster ambushes her from behind, leaving her trapped in a hopeless double-team situation. With zero room to dodge, she watches as the beast lunges forward with absolute confidence. But right before she gets turned into Monster Chow, a blazing beam of magical light tears through the battlefield. The blast vaporizes the threat instantly, prompting the second demon to summon a wave of slimes to finish her off. As the deadly attack rushes toward her, the party's ace sword specialist, Kim Suho, leaps in to intercept the strike. He easily cleaves the threat in half and immediately signals his teammate to back him up. Ready to rain down destruction from afar, the young archer takes aim with her weapon. She fires a massive arrow charged with high-tier magic that completely obliterates the demonic target. The rest of the squad rushes over, casually bragging about how those mobs were absolute pushovers. Fortunately, the princess managed to escape the chaotic dungeon skirmish without a single scratch. However, the eagle-eyed swordsman notices that one clever demon managed to dodge the blast by leaping off a nearby ledge. Knowing more monsters could ambush them at any second, he suggests she stick close to their party as they travel. They decide to move out as a unified squad to maximize their survival chances in this dangerous zone. Suddenly, she feels a strange sensation pulling her attention towards something hidden in the brush. She discovers a spent bullet casing lodged in the dirt, making her wonder who on earth is using firearms here. This reminds her of the mysterious sniper who took down the first beast with that insanely precise shot of light. Naturally, it was our favorite underdog Kim Ha-jin just doing what he does best from the shadows. Speak of the devil, the main character is currently busy sniping that annoying jerk Ju Yehoon. While that target runs for his life, the group gathers around a campfire where the swordsman discovers his friend's new choice of weapon. Too flustered to reveal the embarrassing truth behind her sudden class change, she plays it off as a simple backup plan. Meanwhile, the princess cannot stop thinking about that mysterious hunter, since nobody else in this academy could pull off such insane marksmanship. She simply cannot comprehend how he anticipated her danger, or why he keeps acting like a lone wolf savior. Her train of thought is interrupted when the archer suggests they officially team up for the rest of this dungeon crawl. After a moment of silence, she politely declines the offer and decides to split up, ignoring the swordsman's worried warnings. She explains that she has urgent business to attend to, which is obviously a cover story to track down her secret savior. While she searches, the protagonist checks his stats and realizes he has racked up a total of 22 points so far. Despite that decent score, the young man still needs to secure at least 50 more points to secure his position. Just like his peers, he is starting to get seriously annoyed by the endless waves of monsters populating this zone. He braces himself for a long night of hunting, but his plans are derailed when an unexpected visitor suddenly appears. Stepping out of the shadows to confront him is none other than the masked guild captain, cleverly disguised as another cadet. Panic immediately sets in as the young man wonders if this terrifying powerhouse is here to start a fight. Knowing she is way out of his league at his current level, he takes a deep breath and tries to figure out her true motive. He attempts to play it cool and strike up a casual conversation, but that hope vanishes the second she grips her weapon. As she draws her blade, our main character starts screaming internally, while forcing a very awkward smile. Knowing a direct clash is suicide, the protagonist realizes he needs to rely on his wits rather than raw firepower. He devises a quick strategy to buy himself some time, focusing on the mechanics that govern these academy duels. Utilizing the unique traits of his system gear, he stealthily deploys a thread of ether toward her. The disguised captain warns him that if he refuses to draw his weapon, she will gladly knock him unconscious. Fortunately, his stealthy magic thread successfully reaches its destination and snags the target. With the trap successfully sprung, the clever hunter has his opponent exactly where he wants her. The confused guild master has absolutely no clue what this weak cadet is trying to pull. Her confusion turns to disbelief when she realizes he is actually surrendering by removing his academy smartwatch. The absolute funniest part of this galaxy brain move is that the device doesn't even belong to him. Watch this. Using a thread of ether, Kim Ha-jin slickly swipes her smartwatch without her even noticing. She is left utterly flabbergasted by the trick, and our protagonist smugly explains that cadet duels are decided by whoever takes the other's smartwatch. So the moment he taps the fingerprint sensor, it is game over for her, leaving the guild captain absolutely stunned by his quick reflexes. While he silently critiques her lack of preparation, she really should have done more research on him, but feeling a bit merciful, this guy tosses the device back and decides to let this one slide, leaving the baffled captain completely in the dark about what he actually meant, which gives our clever hero the perfect window to run for it, though he definitely leaves a lasting impression on the masked guild captain. Although Valoran wasn't fully paying attention due to her own distractions, even with her senses halved by her disguise skill, still getting completely outplayed by a rookie cadet makes her realize she needs to prep a summoning portal in advance. While back at the base camp, our main character is just relieved to have survived, knowing that meeting her was a near-death experience. Especially since her disguise debuffed her, the young man feels like he has done enough grinding for the day and should probably take a well-deserved break while checking and calculating his newly acquired hunter points, when he suddenly notices that the intruder is Rachel, who has just appeared out of nowhere, leaving him to wonder if she actively tracked him down or just happened to wander by. But since she is starving, our protagonist offers to share a meal to start talking. As they start chatting, she inquires about his recent activities, prompting him to keep it brief by saying he was just hunting points, though he secretly knows she wants to ask why he rescued her, but is simply too proud or shy to say it, especially after noticing her injuries from that intense intense demon clash, but as the food cooks, the magical item in his pocket suddenly starts behaving very strangely. Pocket twisting around before suddenly launching itself straight into Rachel's jacket, creating a painfully awkward moment that instantly makes our hero panic as she pulls out the item and asks why an almond was inside her jacket. But the main character is far too mortified to admit he is pet raising a nut, so he frantically claims it's a seed, which she hands back while trying to hide her blushing face from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. And while he busy himself tending to the food, she finally builds up the courage to ask what she came to ask, explaining that an enemy team of hunters might be out. They're hunting her down in this dungeon zone, which brings up Johan, but he quickly reassures her not to lose sleep because he won't be coming after them anymore, as the scene transitions to show that a certain elite spearman has already wiped out the hostile squad in a fit of rage. Shin Jongkak has brutally decimated the rest of Johan's party with zero mercy, leaving the target utterly baffled as to why this top-tier hero of all people is here in the middle of this zone. And with a freezing smile, Shin Jong-ak greets him by launching a powerful projectile that plants a stick right next to Johan's face, and pinned to it is a highly mocking message on it detailing a specific location, while the cornered cadet desperately pleads that he was just chasing another person. But the elite spear user could not care less about his excuses, having absolutely zero interest in hearing explanations, which sends Johan into a massive panic as the powerful fighter readies his weapon and declares his utter hatred for people like him, lifting the cadet off the ground by his throat while expressing deep disgust for the kind of underhanded snakes that manipulate others just like him. Before the scene transitions over to the high-tech monitoring station overseeing the exam, where we see Yu Yeonya deeply analytical and completely absorbed in her own thoughts, until a fellow classmate approaches to ask what exactly is keeping her awake. But instead of obsessing over the usual golden boy Kim Suho, she brings up our main character, explaining that while the top cadet remains their priority, she stumbled upon a highly intriguing anomaly regarding this protagonist after intercepting a classified document known as the Jonah Report, which suggests he might actually be the ultimate fit for their secret plan. Compared to Kim Ha-jin, the other candidate's report might be fake, but they still uncovered one crucial piece of intel. Specifically, when it comes to his light magic, his rank is keeping her on high alert, but doesn't really matter right now because she still lacks concrete proof, so she plans to bring back something real, namely his name tag, since swipe stealing a supervisor's ID badge is worth a massive payoff. We're talking 200 points. Back at the camp, Rachel studies the young man's custom bullet, and it confirms exactly what she had already suspected all along. Still, she cannot figure out how he possibly knew she was in danger. The whole situation feels incredibly sketchy, but one thing is clear: the mastermind behind the attack was the mage, Lancaster. With heavy regret weighing on her mind, Rachel wonders if it would have been better if she had simply perished that day. Meanwhile, the transmigrated author is busy hunting world-class tree monsters. The young man picks a perfect sniping spot to start taking shots, feeling that this leveling up process is going way smoother than he expected. The princess looked super depressed earlier, but some good food brought her back to life instantly. Suddenly, the main character notices a strange glow nearby, discovering a lake that should be packed with monsters worth fighting. That means tons of points. He tosses a glowing orb of light into the water, figuring it will act as bait to lure them in. But out of nowhere, he senses someone lurking nearby and heads straight toward them. Nobody answers, but it's obvious the stalker is still tailing him. He readies his weapon, unsure of what to do next. He activates his special eyes and immediately spots Chae Naeun hiding right behind him. Bypassing her high-level stealth, he fires a quick shot right next to her, forcing her to come out. Startled by the near miss, the girl gets instantly annoyed. While this guy asks why she has been spying on him, she tries to make up a quick excuse but fails to come up with anything solid, which basically proves she really was following him. Wanting the raw truth, the protagonist presses her until she finally admits she is actually tracking Yu Yeonya. This throws him off guard a bit, but the tomboy is way more curious about how he bypassed her stealth. Instead of giving her an answer, the main character opens up his holographic laptop. Since nobody else can see the screen, she has no clue why he suddenly kneels on the ground. He recalls the smart girl's strategic role in his novel. She first monitors the main hero, then starts keeping an eye on other candidates too, meaning she has probably been watching them for a long time. And she is likely keeping tabs on him as well. Using his own tracking systems, he checks where she is currently hiding and spots her perched at the very top of a tree. That makes him wonder if he has become a person of interest in her eyes. While the young man pieces this together, the short-haired girl next to him starts completely losing her patience. She is also shocked by how he conjured that light sphere, but our MC doesn't want to deal with her anymore, and since they cannot agree on anything, they decide to split up, going their separate ways. He knows there is absolutely no safe way to tell her the truth. Explaining the magic of his stigma would mean telling her this entire fantasy world exists inside a book he literally wrote. So the protagonist simply goes back to hunting monsters. 2 hours pass by quickly, and he racks up 50,000 extra points. However, someone else soon starts bothering him again. This time, that annoying person actually shows herself. Yuyona remembers him clearly and wants him to feel at ease around her. She claims her mission is to test the cadet's abilities, offering him a minor challenge. The rules are simple. She will stand still and use only her left hand while the young man can attack however he wants. If he lands even a single hit anywhere but her left hand or forces her to move even a single step, she will gladly hand over her ID name tag. It is a fantastic deal, but this is the clever heiress they are talking about, and the MC knows it won't be easy. Far from easy. Even so, the temptation of gaining 200 points and jumping straight into first place is hard to pass up. The real problem is he is facing a strategic genius, so this challenge will be anything but simple. She waits to see whether Kim Ha-jin will accept the challenge or back down. Instead of running, the main character reaches straight for his gun. He makes it crystal clear that he is fully ready to take her on. With zero hesitation, this guy fires a bullet straight at her. Yuyona sees this high-speed attack as the perfect chance to test him. With supreme confidence, she casually flicks a single finger to deflect the shot. She easily swats the bullet away, showing off some absolutely insane reaction speed. Even though she blocked it, the raw impact still leaves her fingers throbbing from the power. Still, the young lady is pleased to find out that her intel report was highly reliable. On the flip side, our main character is feeling a little disappointed with the outcome. He used a reinforced bullet, yet she deflected it without magic, proving direct attacks won't work. Next, he taps into his system power to manifest 2 magic swords. He hurls them right at her, but she dodges with ease while analyzing his limited skills. Refusing to give up, the young man swiftly reloads his weapon and starts firing again. He shoots over and over, but she blocks every single incoming round in an instant. During the exchange, she realizes this gun is far too powerful to be a standard training weapon. This confirms he possesses a unique gift that directly improves the specs of his weapons. What she doesn't expect, however, is for the previously thrown blades to suddenly fly back. The clever protagonist is using a tricky angle to catch her off guard, exploiting her hand restriction. Even with that severe handicap, she is not someone to be underestimated so easily. She immediately shows that she has plenty of her own overpowered tricks up her sleeve. With a smirk, she activates a powerful aura to create a defensive shield. It blows the knives away from her, and since the weapons never actually touched her body, it is legal. Plus, she did not take a single step, making the protagonist realize he cannot win. Meanwhile, she is secretly amazed that he can bend projectile paths with such precision. She is completely fascinated, wondering what kind of magic system he is using because this guy has layers. She wants to peel back those layers and examine all his talents, but the protagonist is done. He calmly puts away his weapon and just starts walking away from the battle. She is completely stunned and left standing there, unable to believe he is actually leaving. She calls out, asking why he is leaving right when things are finally starting to get fun. That is when our clever main character turns around and coldly reminds her that she already lost. By taking a step back during his attack, she got careless and forgot the rule about not moving. This realization hits the proud girl like a truck, and she is absolutely furious that she got outplayed. She hears the young man say that he does not really care about the result, because this fight is a waste of time. He forfeits and walks off, leaving her to trail behind him like she cannot let it go. The truth is, the protagonist only wanted to test his strength against her to see if he stood a chance. But now he knows for a fact that she is an absolute monster in combat, in every sense of the word, yet she keeps following him around like an annoyed puppy. She keeps calling his name while the whole exchange is being watched from the shadows. The hidden observers are judging his combat abilities and discussing the situation. They wonder if it was okay to leave their main group behind, but the captain is confident. Suddenly, the entire island begins to shake violently as a massive event triggers. The captain calls this strange tremor a magical pulse, signaling the start of something big. The camera pans to show a mysterious, glowing cocoon resting on a young tree. It looks ready to hatch at any moment, releasing a dangerous entity. This parasitic butterfly monster grows rapidly by feeding on the local mana-rich trees. In the original novel, Rachel and the main hero defeated on the final exam day, giving her a massive upgrade. But right now, Rachel is stuck traveling with our protagonist, meaning he needs to guide her back to the main plot. There is still one viable option left to get her to fight the monster. But before they can make a move, she suddenly asks where they are even going since they have just been wandering. While wandering around the area, Kim Ha-jin realizes he has absolutely no clue where the young butterfly boss is hiding. Meanwhile, let's check in on Yuyona's group, who have already farmed enough monsters to easily secure the top spot. With only 20 hours left on the clock, the pressure is mounting for this high-stakes cadet exam. While Songo is occupied, Chae-naeun suddenly blurts out a question, asking what he thinks about the main character's actual skills. She points out that he constantly behaves as if he is holding back a massive amount of power. From the museum incident to the pair exam, he seems to be keeping his true strength under wraps. Every single time they cross paths, this guy shows off insane combat power, despite his notoriously low stats. Seeing his low rank, Kim Suho suddenly recalls a past conversation with the young man. Remembering those words, he jumps to the conclusion that the protagonist has a crush on Chae Naeun, making him grin like a total idiot. Completely annoyed by his random smirk, Chae Naeun demands to know what on earth he is smiling about. Mid-conversation, a massive tree root suddenly erupts from the ground and lunges at them. Both cadets are left utterly stunned as they watch the giant roots thrashing wildly. While the roots move with a life of their own, our main character also spots the commotion. Seeing this bizarre phenomenon gives the young man a major hint regarding the location of the hidden boss. He realizes the roots are spreading across the zone, leading right to the butterfly. The chaotic roots begin targeting other cadets, leaving only Rachel and our hero in a relatively safe spot. Left to their own devices, the protagonist explains his plan to track down the Tremors and defeat the beast, but he needs Rachel as his bodyguard, since she needs to keep him safe along the way. This seems like a perfectly reasonable request. Rachel agrees to the terms, which gets him plotting their next move to guide the cadets toward the main threat. Meanwhile, the proctor watches the feeds, wondering if they should intervene since this creature shouldn't even be here. However, she decides this unexpected boss battle might actually serve as the ultimate test for the Academy cadets. It might sound incredibly harsh, but she believes future heroes need to adapt to unpredictable dangers. After all, true legendary heroes are forged in the fires of extreme hardship. Suddenly, Chae Naeun leaps into the fray, unleashing a powerful magic attack. Her sword crackles with energy as she cleanly slices right through the obstacle. She manages to sever one of the massive roots, surprised by the sheer impact of her own strike. The incredible display of raw power immediately catches Kim Suho's attention. Geeking out as a fellow swordsman, he starts offering unsolicited tips on her form, which totally ruins her cool moment. While the waves of roots seem endless, they can definitely still be taken down with teamwork. The young swordsman quickly realizes that hacking away at these endless limbs is a waste of energy. Instead of fighting the symptoms, they need to destroy the core source connected to the main body. Right on cue, some cadets notice a strange anomaly pulsing near the giant tree's trunk. They spot something eerie wriggling inside a massive, glowing cocoon. Without warning, the outer shell of the cocoon begins to fracture. The protective casing splits wide open, revealing a terrifying giant caterpillar. Its colossal size sends shockwaves of pure dread through the remaining cadets. In an instant, the creature metamorphoses and detaches itself from the tree. Taking to the sky, the monstrous butterfly spreads its wings, ready to rain down absolute chaos on our heroes. Watch out, Kim Hujin, because a toxic magical dust is currently blanketing the entire battlefield. Cadet Chae Naeun is the very first one to realize just how lethal this fantasy debuff actually is. It completely drains her stamina, and the other cadets quickly start dropping like flies. She passes out, but luckily Kim Suho catches her before she can hit the dirt. For some reason, this overpowered guy seems to be the only one standing while everyone else is completely out of commission. It turns out he just held his breath, but he's hitting his limit and wonders if he can solo the dungeon boss right now. That's when he notices two cadets suddenly rushing into the fray. It's Rachel and our main character, who already geared up with masks for this exact moment. Moving fast, they charge straight toward the terrifying monster. Rachel notices the fallen students and realizes the dust took them out. But what really bugs her is that the young man predicted this. He grabs her attention and points up at the flying beast. He wants to take it down himself while she handles the creeping roots. Locking in, the protagonist fires a powerful magic bullet that completely shatters one of its wings and makes the creature shriek in agony. The mutated butterfly screeches, sending massive roots erupting from the ground. Rachel was already prepared for this exact moment and slices through them with some seriously clean swordsmanship. But the underground threat isn't over, prompting her to look back at the main character. A massive root erupts, nearly taking him out, but she reacts instantly and shoves him to safety. Unfortunately, a stray root snags her right ankle, yanking her up and launching her straight into a nearby tree. The protagonist briefly panics for his teammate, but that distraction costs him dearly as the roots lock onto him next. Just when it seems he is done for, Kim Suho leaps in to save him. Talk about a clutch rescue. However, that sudden move ruins his breathing control. The young man turns to Rachel, completely terrified, to find her knocked out cold. Suddenly, a strange seed slips from his pocket and bounces right over to its parent monster. Our protagonist can hardly believe his eyes when the seed hops onto Rachel's face and starts wiggling, showing her some bizarre affection. He is incredibly annoyed, but the suffering cadet calls for help as his status condition worsens. Backed into a corner, the main character calculates his options. Using his stigma magic, he can only craft 3 fire bullets. That gives him exactly 3 shots to delete this boss. He realizes he needs the other guy's help, but suddenly a massive bolt of lightning strikes the mutant butterfly right out of the sky. It slams the beast hard to the earth. The young man instantly wonders who performed this high-level magic. The culprit is the masked guild captain, cloaked in crackling electricity. As the boss goes down, he suspects she might know the secret behind this dust. With a golden opening finally presenting itself, Kim Suho summons the last of his energy to deliver the ultimate finishing blow. The monster is officially defeated. But immediately after that, the hero's energy completely drains away, and he drops to the floor. Valoran approaches the giant butterfly, reaching for the rare loot she came to claim. Out of nowhere, our protagonist steps in and tells her to back off. He warns her that this item isn't something she should be pocketing. According to the original novel's lore, even she doesn't know the true danger of this dust yet. She just wants to sell it, but if she steals it, Kim Suho loses a massive power-up he needs to face in-game bosses down the line. Meanwhile, Shin Jong-ok barely reacts. The captain looks around, realizing everyone except the main character is out of the loop. Pretending to be knocked out cold, Kim Hajin waits as the massive cloud of dust finally begins to settle. As the haze clears, the captain is completely dumbfounded that a mere academy cadet could survive this long. Suddenly, our main character looks a whole lot more interesting to her. She decides he is definitely worth watching, unaware that this clever guy has been shielding himself from the dust with ether, while easily controlling his breathing. The young hunter reaches to slide his mask back on. Before he can finish, a mysterious figure abruptly wraps him inside a shadowy portal. Inside this dark void, the captain drops her disguise, knowing the protagonist had her figured out from the very beginning. Playing it cool, the young man racks his brain to recall the alias she used during their first meeting. It was back during the midterm exams, and even the captain has to stop and think because she cycles through fake names like cheap clothes. She finally remembers the card she handed him under her alias, making the main character wonder if she's actually an exam supervisor, though she keeps grilling him. Demanding real answers, she gets met with his best attempt at bluffing his way out of the hot seat. Unimpressed by the lies, she fires a warning shot that cuts him off, locking him in a dead serious gaze. She looks ready to delete him right there, until she remembers she is supposed to be a hero, prompting our panicked protagonist to quickly explain he recognized her from the smartwatch. He quickly claims that he possesses special visual abilities. Still, she knows a basic eye skill shouldn't be nearly enough to bypass a high-level illusion spell. While she ponders the situation, the captain theorizes that this guy's magic might have a natural affinity for anti-magic. If that is true, his mana would naturally disrupt spells, explaining how he dispelled her illusion by simply focusing energy into his gaze. Buying into her own theory, she becomes totally convinced that the young man is an incredibly rare talent. Realizing his value, she shatters the pocket dimension to return them to reality. As a gesture of goodwill, she decides to split the precious sprout dust with him. Just as she starts listing her demands, her companion cuts her off to keep her from saying something incredibly foolish. In the end, the only real thing she asks for is a little bit of hope. Once the tense conversation wraps up, the main character finally breathes a sigh of relief. He genuinely thought his journey was about to end right there, but he survived. Against all odds, he secured the prize, and the rare dust is finally in his possession. However, the captain's unexpected interference completely threw off his planned timeline. The protagonist now has to figure out a clever way to hand the power-up to Kim Suho without raising any eyebrows. While trying to avoid suspicion, he suddenly remembers Rachel and the mysterious seed he left in her care. Right on cue, a blinding aura begins radiating intensely from her. A massive beam of light erupts, shocking him as he realizes the seed is finally hatching. The brilliant glow illuminates the entire room. The energy washes over the young man while the sleeping princess slowly begins to wake. Opening her eyes, she is greeted by an unexpected sight. A mysterious little girl is standing right in front of her. The child wraps her in a warm hug, instantly healing all of her injuries. As her pain fades, a strange sense of familiarity washes over the girl. She suddenly realizes the kid looks exactly like a mini version of herself, and the little one tries to speak. Unfortunately, the quiet mumbles are completely incomprehensible to her. She wants the child to repeat herself, but the touching moment is interrupted when a teammate rushes over to check on them. Sitting right next to her is a miniature clone, who looks up at the panicked giant and calls him daddy. Pointing at the princess, she innocently complains that her mom has fallen asleep once more. Meanwhile, the elite classmates who were knocked out cold are finally starting to regain consciousness. They wake up to find a dazed teammate struggling to carry the exhausted hero. He is hauling the hero while the arrogant rival grudgingly takes care of the remaining survivors. With that chaos resolved, the grueling fourth day of the academy's final exam finally wraps up. As the group heads back to the academy, the main character quietly reflects on how everything played out. Despite the massive butterfly boss causing pure chaos, the contribution points for defeating it will be massive. Looking at his system's smartwatch, the protagonist notices that a certain captain still hasn't messaged him. It is weird since she aggressively demanded his contact info to recruit him for her future schemes. Even with all his cheat codes, he still cannot fathom why she took such an intense interest in him. As he is lost in thought, Chae Na-eun brings up the mysterious dust again, prompting Kim Ha-jin to remind her that the toxic cloud literally knocked everyone out. She mentions hearing from the local hero, Kim Soo-ho, that he managed to take down the massive butterfly monster by ripping its wings apart, though she finds it hard to believe a basic firearm could do that much damage to a giant creature. He smoothly changes the subject, asking why she suddenly swapped to a blade, instead of sticking with her usual bow. Naturally, this guy loves stirring the pot, prompting her to snap that he was the one who suggested it, though he quickly plays dumb and pretends he was just worried about her using an unfamiliar weapon in battle. Still, she insists she will be fine, claiming her sword skills are top tier, so there is nothing to worry about. The protagonist nods along, casually asking how it felt to swing a blade again. However, her tense posture gives her away, leading our MC to suspect it must have been a pretty terrifying experience. That comment immediately sends her into a panic, because she wants to act like a total badass who handled it, like an absolute pro. He can read her like an open book, which makes sense since he literally wrote that specific trait into her character profile. He smirks, realizing that even with this fantasy world changing, her personality remains completely unchanged. He figures everything will turn out fine in the end, and tells her she was practically destined to wield a sword, which aligns perfectly with what this clever author initially planned. The camera then cuts over to Yoo Yeona, who is grabbing food with the other academy students. She is secretly playing matchmaker in her head and shipping the young man with Na-eun, which makes her blush, while even the main hero thinks there might be a spark after their recent banter. The purple-haired student notes that anyone trying to get close to the protagonist usually gets pushed away by his icy attitude. This makes the hot-headed girl stand out since she keeps engaging with him. She quickly tries to deflect the teasing by pointing out that Yeona was actually the one who approached him first, though that only happened due to hidden motives. The schemer only wanted information, but the situation still leaves the girl feeling completely flustered. She struggles to play it cool while her classmates watch to see how she will handle the awkward tension. Speak of the devil, they spot the main character nearby, forcing the flustered girl to instantly pretend like she couldn't care less. Our MC merely glances in her direction and keeps moving, giving the squad even more fuel to tease her relentlessly. Beneath the tough exterior, her defenses are clearly crumbling, and it shows right on her face. Meanwhile, our reincarnated author heads back to the medical wing. Upon entering his room, he finds a vandal waiting for him, looking like an adorable, miniature version of Rachel. She is absolutely thrilled to see her favorite person and leaps right into his arms. The young man quickly warns the little beast creature not to call him daddy out loud, knowing how complicated things would get if the academy found out. The adorable kid pouts stubbornly, demanding to know why she has to hide their bond. He begins to realize that acting as a guardian in this fantasy world requires an insane amount of patience. Despite the headache, the sweet girl beams at him with a pure, innocent smile, and our protagonist cannot help but crack a warm smile in return. Looking back, she had completed her magical evolution right next to the princess during the final exam. The young man had been completely blindsided by this sudden development. When he first realized what happened, she threw her arms around him, grateful for the way he had nurtured her. However, the main character panicked when a military surveillance chopper began scanning the area for unregistered life forms. In a rush, he begged the little one to revert back to her original seed form. She resisted at first, crying out for her mommy and feeling incredibly reluctant to leave the princess's side. Ultimately, she relented and transformed back into a tiny, magical seed, allowing him to sneak her safely back to his quarters. While this magical child keeps bringing chaos, he has somehow become a teenage father overnight. During lunchtime, the little girl happily devours her meal. He urges her to finish up quickly so he can examine the legendary butterfly seedling powder. This rare material acts as a high-tier magic item that binds to a target and unlocks their latent potential, boosting the stats of both living hunters and legendary gear. The issue is that this powerful buff was originally meant to fall into the hands of the story's main hero, but the intervention of the squad leader ruined that plan. Now our protagonist must figure out a sneaky way to deliver this power-up to the chosen hero. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the princess resting in her bed, reflecting on a strange dream about raising a child. The experience felt far too vivid to be a simple trick of the mind. She wonders if some mystical nature spirit influenced her sleep, or if she was just experiencing a weird illusion. Yet, she cannot shake the memory, and the lingering thoughts wrap her in a sense of warmth and pure joy. It feels as though that comforting warmth will stay with her for a long time. It seems like Kim Ha-jin might cross paths with her again in the future, but for now the story shifts back to Yu Yana. She is patiently waiting for her guest, who finally shows up, and it's none other than our underpowered protagonist. She actually thought he might flake on her and mentions another guest is coming, but since that person is lagging behind, they decide to head inside. Naturally, this gets the young man wondering who this mystery guest could possibly be. As they walk, the heiress congratulates our guy for crushing his academy exam, though he could not care less about test scores. She jokingly pokes fun, saying he should have bombed it a bit to look more average. But jokes aside, she knows that high-ranking guilds are starting to keep an eye on him. Just as she says this, the main character glances out the window and completely freezes in sheer disbelief. The girl proudly welcomes him to the massive headquarters of the Essence of the Strait, one of the top guilds in this fantasy world. Flashback to a few hours ago, where he received an alert about the exclusive guild experience program, which lets lucky cadets shadow active pros. These elite hunters get to pick the rookies they want, with the prestigious guilds getting the first draft picks. Our main character is secretly hyped because he finally gets to see high-level action up close. Typically, guilds only select the absolute best first and second-year prospects from the academy. Since the young man started with a bottom-tier rank in the 900s, he assumed he had zero chance of getting drafted. But just as he is counting himself out, a sudden ping on his smartwatch catches him completely off guard. The poor guy is absolutely dumbfounded that a top-tier guild actually selected him. It turns out the surprise invitation came straight from none other than the Essence of the Strait. Back in the present, the rich heiress and our protagonist stroll through the grand hallway. He learns that these pro hunters spend most of their time analyzing dangerous dungeon raids before even stepping onto the battlefield. The young man gives his guide a knowing side eye as he connects the dots. He realizes she is the sole reason he got this internship. After all, being the guildmaster's daughter comes with major nepotism perks. They enter the analyst department, where a senior researcher notes that the main character topped the written exam, making this the perfect spot for him. This welcoming guide is Sanyo, a trusted officer and the heiress's right-hand man. He is currently running the internship program for these potential future recruits. While he seems like a nice mentor, our protagonist knows the dark truth since he literally wrote this story. The main character is well aware that this seemingly friendly guy will eventually betray the guild in the most brutal way possible. Suddenly, another guild member approaches the group to address the new cadet. She is a rising star in the guild who immediately looks down on our low-ranking cadet. Judging him solely by his academy rank, she glares at the heiress, clearly accusing her of abusing her family influence. It is painfully obvious that this senior hunter does not want the young man anywhere near her department. She sides with the rival vice leader, putting her in direct opposition to our main girl. However, this petty rivalry will not last forever. According to the original plot, she eventually turns over a new leaf to become the guild's strongest deputy leader. Sanho tries to defend the main character by mentioning his perfect written test score, but she instantly brushes it off. She claims school textbook knowledge is useless in a real dungeon raid and starts putting him on the spot. To humiliate the rookie, she hands him a complex tactical report to solve right then and there. Sanho quickly warns her that leaking classified guild documents is a major violation, but this toxic senior does not care, because her only goal is to humiliate the main character. This gets on his nerves, but he sees it as the perfect opportunity. Ready to shut her up, the young man asks the heiress for a pen and paper. While the senior keeps throwing shade, our protagonist wonders why this lady is being so incredibly hostile. Meanwhile, the heiress spots that her highly anticipated second guest has finally arrived. She and her assistant quickly head out to welcome the new arrival. They leave the main character alone to deal with the impossible paperwork. Looking over the dungeon data, he realizes the complex tactical scenarios would make any normal cadet pass out. Fortunately, his cheat-like perception allows him to dissect the variables and write down the solutions with ease. The young man is just about to wrap up the very last section of his analysis. But right before he can finish, the annoying senior snatches the paper away, mad that he was actually solving it. Honestly, our protagonist is about 1 second away from using his weapon to blast her annoying face off. Shrugging it off, he leaves the room completely annoyed that he could not write down his final conclusion. He just hopes she does not make him redo the test, but as he prepares to exit the building, fate intervenes. The moment the main character steps out of the elevator, he gets a massive surprise. He bumps right into Chain Ayun, and she looks just as shocked to see him as he is to see her. Our guy Kim Ha-jin spots her and immediately begins questioning Yu Yana. Meanwhile, this guy keeps a close eye on her reaction, realizing she intentionally kept them both in the dark. Let's take a quick detour to check in on the investigator's agency since it's been a while. The detective is completely draining his energy trying to dig up info on him, but absolutely nothing useful is showing up. In fact, the young man's past is a total blank slate with zero traces of his parents or how he ended up an orphan. The veteran investigator is hitting his absolute limit after his niece handed him this seemingly impossible task. Yet, at the same time, every mysterious detail about this boy only makes the case 10 times more intriguing. A shredded piece of an old report mentions a horrific accident that took the lives of a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next up, we shift gears to the official guild mobilization task. Chae Na-yoon and our main character are team partners for this guild experience. When Sano asks why she was late, she mentions having a meeting with her grandfather. Before rushing over, she had to speak with him, and her grandfather is Nok. He's the legendary S-rank hero, Ju Chul. Just then, Yu Yeonha gets an urgent call on her device and tells the group to go ahead without her. Sneaking into the restroom, she connects with her uncle Jin Hyuk, demanding a status update on the secret investigation. The detective teases her, complaining that he has barely had a moment to catch his breath, let alone start digging. This makes her visibly annoyed, prompting her uncle to ask why she is so obsessed with the boy's parents in the first place. After all, it's not like the young man is actively looking for them, but given his suspicious interest in criminals, she wonders if his parents were tied to some dark past. Perhaps they were linked to a crime that connects directly to the old investigation into the infamous Kwang-o shelter incident. But the detective abruptly cuts her off, claiming he has an important client to deal with, and immediately hangs up the call. After hanging up, he begins to wonder if there really is a hidden connection. Could there be a link between the young man and that horrific dungeon-level massacre from the past? Speaking of which, about 16 years ago, a massive wave of monsters, a horde of beasts swept through Kwang-o, leaving a trail of destruction. 9 powerful heroes and 87 civilians lost their lives. Jin Hyuk led the official probe back then, which ultimately got him exiled from his own clan. While the government blamed it on demons, that was just a cover-up for the real culprits. The true villains were pulling the strings from the shadows. The former president Kim Sok-ho and Daehan Group's legendary chairman Ju Chul. They buried the truth, sending elite assassins to silence anyone who asked questions, ensuring the dark secret stayed buried forever. But that raises a massive flag. What if someone actually survived? What if the protagonist's parents died there, fueling his drive for revenge? Sensing imminent danger, the investigator decides it's time to stop digging. If the legendary chairman targets him, he's as good as dead. Meanwhile, we cut back to Chae Na-yoon, who is having the time of her life sprinting ahead with the vanguard. Sadly, our main character's physical stats are absolutely trashed here. He can barely keep up with the pace. While Sanho wonders if this guy will be okay, Chae Na-yoon doesn't seem concerned at all. However, for some reason, Yu Yeonha looks incredibly tense. Most of her annoyance is directed at her frustratingly unhelpful uncle. She's still steaming about him hanging up on her. Soon they reach the active zone where a horde of golems is, wreaking total havoc on the environment. One massive golem is already positioning itself to crush some innocent bystanders, raising its colossal stone fist, ready to smash the ground, but Yu Yeonha's whip lashes out and wraps around it, halting the strike in its tracks. That clutch opening gives Sanho the perfect chance to charge right in, channeling his martial arts to hurl his spear with substantial power. Shin Jong-hak follows up, throwing his own weapon to shatter the beast. The golem crumbles into pieces. Meanwhile, our out-of-breath protagonist finally catches up with the rest of the vanguard. Chae Na-yoon prepares to fire a magic arrow at the next target, but then decides that using her sword would be a much more efficient way to slice through them. She remembers that these monsters all share a specific vulnerability, prompting her to rush forward to slash right at their ankles. Her blade glows with pure magic energy, but just as she steps in to deliver the finishing blow, the monster catches her completely off guard, slamming a massive fist right in her midsection. She gasps in pain and hits the ground hard, unable to believe this level up of the monster's strength. The beast raises its arm for the final blow, when suddenly a voice yells at her to dodge as the young man leaps in to pull her out of harm's way. His ether magic successfully pulls off the rescue, but Kim Ha-jin ends up just a little too close for comfort. Strangely, his pure desire to protect the young lady made his ether react on its own, making the vibe incredibly awkward in a flash. While the young man scrambles to think, needing to break the tension, he decides to drop some genuine advice, warning her that if things get rough, she should fight from farther away. The protagonist even points out that her weapon is built to unleash long-range attacks. The heiress doesn't take the criticism badly, but her mind completely shorts out. Still, she tries to act tough as usual. She quickly turns away and mutters a thank you, but our main character knows there is a crucial reason she needs to keep using that specific sword. With it, she will eventually command about 10 times more mana than your average hunter. Her innate cheat skill is called Mana Ocean, and this blade helps unlock it. Basically, her energy reserves are absolutely busted and her raw output even surpasses the legendary Kim Suho's. The dungeon raid wraps up with the Academy cadets destroying the golems while the recovery team handles the aftermath. Just then, our protagonist feels someone's gaze locked directly onto him. The moment their eyes meet, he knows exactly who it is. The rich girl calls out, saying they need to get moving, so he turns away while feeling a bit bad for the mysterious observer. Elsewhere, a high-ranking officer named Jin Sion is absolutely sick of being stuck behind a desk for hours. Her friend advises her just delegate the paperwork, but this prideful elite still thinks she can handle it better than anyone else. Then, her colleague takes a look at the report our protagonist wrote. Since she already had low expectations for this low-rank cadet, she was ready to grade his evaluation extremely harshly, but the second she reads his tactical report, she is completely stunned into silence as her entire attitude flips. She immediately starts blowing up our boy's phone with messages, demanding that he call her back this instant. Too bad for her, because the main character has absolutely zero interest in going back to headquarters or dealing with her dramatic self again. Instead, he drops a quick text to the party leader, stating he won't be attending tomorrow's guild event. The young man figures this little absence will make things much more entertaining, while Yu Yeonher responds to the angry leader with nothing but pure sarcasm. She bluntly reminds him of his actual rank at the academy and points out that he isn't even qualified to join a legendary guild like the Essence of Straight. This only makes the arrogant young master even more furious, especially since this whole mess started because the leader couldn't keep his mouth shut. Even though he knows the guild heiress will be absolutely livid with him later, our hero still thinks this was the smartest play. After such a long, exhausting day, his eyes start to feel heavy, but sleep will have to wait because he still needs to keep a very energetic little kid entertained. He gently picks up a vandal, planning to figure out his next move while she stays fast asleep. With some quiet time to spare, he pulls out the mysterious powder, examines it with absolute care. Lately, there is one major detail about this stuff that has been bothering him. There is quite a lot of it here, easily enough to buff several key players in the story at the same time, including himself. So our protagonist decides to divide the magical powder into 3 distinct portions. He reminds himself that he needs to survive this dangerous fantasy world alongside the main cast, which means utilizing every single advantage he can get is the only logical path. After carefully dividing the stash, he takes his share but realizes using it directly on his body would be a total waste. There is no hidden talent waiting to be awakened in his physical vessel. This means the most optimal move is to apply it directly to his aether magic, so he carefully sprinkles the mystical powder onto the glowing golden sphere, waiting for the upgrade to finally kick in. Right on cue, the young man receives a late-night text from Chae Naeun, making him wonder what on earth she wants from him at this hour. The message is a simple thank you for the rescue, but then she starts typing and erasing for a solid 10 minutes without sending a single thing. When his patience finally runs thin and he asks what she is trying to say, she quickly brushes it off as nothing. Our MC tells her to just go to sleep since she is acting incredibly strange. Instead of throwing a tantrum like usual, she just laughs, which only confuses the poor guy even more. Honestly, the fact that they are chatting this casually is already starting to feel a bit weird to him. He originally spawned into this world as a mere extra with zero influence, but now he is smack dab in the middle of the main cast's drama. It really makes him wonder if he has officially graduated to a key supporting character now. Either way, there is still a massive mountain of problems he has to deal with. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yu Yeonha, who is completely drained from her brutal workload. The poor girl has been absolutely buried under endless tasks lately. Although the Essence of Strayed has its own intelligence department, they are pretty trash at gathering high-level information, which is exactly why she is desperately trying to scout some top-tier talent to revamp their system. Unsurprisingly, she is still incredibly salty at her shameless uncle for completely dropping the investigation into Kim Ha-jin and leaving her to handle all the dirty work alone. But right in the middle of the night, Chae Naeun suddenly rings her up. Yu Yeonha picks up and tries to play the busy card, but Chae Naeun gets straight to the point. She and Kim Suho are heading to a seminar and want her to tag along. She is about to decline instantly, but then she hears that a certain top-tier cadet will be joining. Shin Jong-hak is indeed attending. Just as she prepares to hang up, she asks if there's anything else but Chae swiftly pivots to yesterday's leaked combat footage. Regarding the epic golem fight, Yu Yeonya confirms the video is real, having already watched it while writing the guild's official report for management. Being the sharp intellect she is, she immediately deduces that Chae is sweating over the exact moment our main character caught her, especially since the camera captured a crystal clear angle of them looking way too close, leaving Chae praying to the gods that the footage never leaks, while her friend playfully teases her about whether getting princess carried felt nice, and if she secretly enjoyed it. The call wraps up with Chae face turning completely red, right before the call cuts. Next, we check in on Chae, who is currently undergoing a complete meltdown from pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yu Yeonya knows her friend is just running away from her feelings and happily heads back to her desk, in a surprisingly fantastic mood. However, that upbeat energy vanishes instantly when an unexpected notification pops up, causing her to leap straight out of her chair in sheer disbelief. Our boy has officially resigned from the guild internship program because of some massive incompetence from the staff. Now she is absolutely livid, ripping into the supervisor for sabotaging such a promising recruit, while also feeling annoyed at him for being so unpredictable and never doing what she expects. Shifting back to our protagonist, his story points are currently taking a massive hit because his influence on the overall narrative keeps expanding. Since he didn't expect to rake in massive points anytime soon, he realizes he has to invest them wisely. After some thought, the young man accepts that his raw physical stats will always lag behind, meaning his true edge lies in tactical builds, so he decides to dump his story points straight into upgrading his weapon, a gamble that seems highly risky but promises insane returns, especially since his standard luck stat usually pulls him through. Deciding to go all in, the MC triggers the skill awakening and prays this gamble doesn't blow up in his face. He rapidly inputs the commands on his holographic keyboard and confirms the system activation, holding his breath while feeling incredibly anxious about the potential fallout. However, as soon as he opens his eyes, the interface delivers some rather frustrating news. The skill's rank degraded due to a lack of story points, but his godly luck saves the day at the final moment, mitigating the penalty from being a total disaster. The young man sighs in relief, and even though he is not entirely thrilled with the compromised outcome, it was still a wild gamble that managed to avoid a catastrophic failure. With his build adjustments finally out of the way, he recalls the main reason he needed this power boost in the first place. Checking his smartwatch, he spots an alert regarding the travel club's upcoming trip, signaling that the main scenario is finally ready to progress. Throughout the following week, the protagonist pushes his body to its absolute limits with relentless physical training, on purpose. Even after prioritizing his main weapon upgrade, he refuses to slack off on hardening his physical vessel. Every workout leaves him completely drained, and his base stats still fall short of even a baseline cadet. Fortunately, when he channels his newly formed Aether energy, he is thrilled to find that the system's integration has finished processing. We get a breakdown of this mystical Aether substance, which behaves like a versatile fluid he can manipulate at will for various combat applications. His raw strength scaling jumps to a solid 0.7, and he unlocks detailed materialization to control the fluid's appearance, color, and texture. He tests the limits of this magic, choosing to avoid creating firearms due to their complex internal mechanisms. Instead, to evaluate the fluid's capabilities, he molds the energy into a sleek dagger. It materializes flawlessly, feeling exactly like a standard blade, but with a massive hidden perk. Using his analysis skill, the young man notices that materialized items receive a staggering 44% stat boost, making this construct ridiculously durable, far tougher than any ordinary weapon. Eager to test its durability, he hurls it with all his might, and the energy blade easily carves deep into solid stone, a feat that would shatter a normal dagger into pieces. This precise materialization skill is an absolute game changer, especially when combined with his random enhancement buffs. While these traits don't rival legendary artifacts yet, they are perfect for catching opponents off guard, since an unsuspecting enemy can easily get wrecked by a basic-looking blade, which plays right to his tactical playbook. We then switch to the adorable Evandel playing with the glowing liquid while he instructs her to stay put inside the room during his club activities, sweetening the deal by promising to bring back some delicious treats if she behaves like a good girl. He shares a playful moment with the cute little kid before heading out the door while she beams with a bright smile, waves, and promises to wait patiently for his return. Meanwhile, over at Rachel's quarters, a royal representative arrives to ensure her safety. Following the recent hostile incursions, the Academy has assigned top-tier guards to watch over her, and they soon bring up the mysterious cadet who saved her life during the crisis. Hearing that the prestigious Royal Guild is eager to recruit the young man makes Rachel genuinely happy since she already knows his tactical genius and combat prowess are far beyond average. Watching our low-ranked hunter hero Kim Hajin, Rachel figures other guilds are already preparing massive offers, though no one can recruit openly yet. Doing so at this stage is actually illegal, and while the Royal Guild might not be at the very top of Korea's leaderboard, they are absolute pros at scouting academy cadets, making her believe they can offer the young man the deal of a lifetime. Next up, we cut to the travel club president, who eagerly introduces the student group to England, where the heat is absolutely brutal, and Chae Na-eun is already throwing a tantrum, while Shin Jong-hak questions why our main character is still wearing his academy cadet uniform in this scorching weather. Meanwhile, she is completely baffled that he looks perfectly fine while rocking a thick jacket on top. They think he has lost his mind, but they have no idea he is wearing the enchanted black coat Rachel gave him, which auto-adjusts to the surrounding temperature. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho and the protagonist are genuinely impressed by the country's stunning architecture, only to find out their final destination for the day is a place that technically does not exist in the ordinary human world. Welcome to Clancy Islet, a massive floating island accessible only through a dimensional portal. The main character explains that this man-made wonder belongs to the government and was built using rare floating stones. It is a playground of wealth and entertainment, packed with auctions and high-end magic product, launches basically this fantasy world's Las Vegas, serving as the main stage for the next story arc. As soon as the group arrives at Clancy Islet, Chae Na-eun's eyes light up with pure joy. Kim Soo-ho is quite surprised to learn that both Hina and the energetic girl have actually visited this place in the past, but the memory hits her like a truck because she last came with her brother right before he got caught up in a tragic, terrible incident. In an effort to cheer her up, the friendly sword prodigy asks her to show him around, which instantly boosts her mood as she happily agrees to be his guide. The club president then announces there is a major event scheduled for the afternoon that they are all cleared to attend, leaving them free to explore until they have to regroup. Naturally, she immediately raises her hand and asks to hit the casino, showing her true colors as a total degenerate gambler. Since academy cadets are treated as legal adults on this island, they are fully permitted to enter the high-stakes casino floor, and the four of them head inside with the hot-headed girl easily being the most hyped and excited of the bunch. The entire venue absolutely screams luxury money and pure gold. Our main character honestly did not expect it to look this ridiculously flashy, while his female classmate is locked, loaded, and ready to gamble her life savings away. But first they need to present their IDs at the front desk. Utilizing his cheat-like observation skill, the young man instantly sees right through Valoran's clever disguise and casually asks how long she has been working here. And even though she plays it cool, he now knows she is already deep inside the venue. This is crucial because the upcoming event at 7 o'clock is extremely dangerous. Knowing that several powerful demons are about to gather here, he clenches his fist to stay composed, his nerves getting tested, though not for the reasons you might expect. In reality, this guy is just incredibly hyped to gamble and test how far his overpowered, stat-boosted luck can carry him. Since the demonic raid is not scheduled until 7, he has plenty of time to enjoy himself. Before long, our lucky protagonist starts completely draining one slot machine after another, thanks entirely to his absolutely absurd, system-breaking luck stat, and he begins to wonder which high-stakes game he should dominate next. Meanwhile, poor Chae Na-eun is suffering through a legendary, absolutely devastating losing streak at the card tables. The dealer sitting across from her is a man named Bert. Thoroughly tilted by her consecutive losses, she finally throws in the towel and tries to walk away, but the dealer unexpectedly stops her and offers to refund 20% of her losses, because he genuinely feels bad for her. Unfortunately, this act of pity only makes her even more furious, causing her to slam the table in rage. The funniest part is that in about 2 hours, she's going to be sobbing right here in this casino with absolutely nothing left to her name. Sadly for the hot-headed girl, the sketchy casino staff completely control the flow and outcomes of these games, and their leader Bert is actually a minor but crucial figure in the overall plot of this webtoon. The main character watches her lose yet again, realizing there is only so much she can do against a pro who plays for keeps and has dirty tricks ready. So he steps in like a hero and confidently takes her seat, wanting to see how this rigged game plays out. The hot-headed girl thinks he is being completely reckless since the minimum bet is as a cool $100,000. Even so, the young man joins the high-stakes table, a bold move that ultimately only irritates her even more. The players receive their dealt cards and start checking their hands, when suddenly one of the men looks at the main character in surprise and asks why he hasn't even turned over his cards yet, to which he calmly responds. Our main character, Kim Ha-jin, claims he isn't trying to cheat, but with his overpowered observation skill, he can read his opponent's hands like an open book. Even when the cards are face down, he sees right through them, which sounds absolutely insane to the seasoned gamblers who wonder if this rookie even knows how to play the game. The young man completely ignores their trash talk and casually decides to flex. By revealing his absolute worst card, he drives one gambler completely insane, leading to a heated argument where this guy fires back that the loudmouth was the one who picked a fight first. Since the old man started jawing first, things rapidly escalate and almost erupt into a full-blown physical brawl there at the table. Luckily, Bert steps in to hold his hot-headed buddy back, reminding him that their opponent is a prestigious cube cadet. They need to show some respect to a future hero, even though Bert himself is secretly losing his mind over the cadet's bizarre playstyle. He manages to hide his shock behind a cool face, maintaining his composure at least until our protagonist decides to shatter it completely. And by shatter it, I mean absolutely destroy it in the next few seconds. Meanwhile, in the casino, a disguised alley spots 6 members of the evil society blending in with 3 undercover association heroes, plus a rogue hunter who is definitely up to no good. One of the suspicious figures seems harmless enough, and she also bumps into our main character, whom the captain seems to take a strange liking to. Now she wonders if he can recognize her from their past encounter, especially since the captain claims his special skill lets him see right through any disguise, which means the young man's cheat code ability is actually active 24/7. Yep, he's basically running a permanent wall hack, but let's get back to Bert. His cool facade is finally starting to crack under pressure, while our hero continues to play with absolute, unwavering confidence as they reach the 12th round and the stakes skyrocket. With the pot climbing to a massive 60 million won, Bert is sitting pretty on a god-tier hand featuring the ace of hearts and maintains a cold, calculated silence. Holding a flawless poker face, he confidently matches the current bet. When another player raises the stakes, the main character follows without blinking. Bert stays in the game too, fully convinced that his hand is so overpowered that losing this round would be rarer than hitting a fantasy world lottery. But our main character is anything but normal, prompting the veteran gambler to glare intensely at the cadet. Completely focused now, the man's eyes lock onto the glowing ring hanging from the cadet's necklace, realizing it is a powerful magic artifact. The female lead notices this interaction and asks about the jewelry he got in the hall, but our hero plays dumb and claims it is just a worthless trinket. Despite his brush-off, the girl's mind starts racing as she tries to figure out his true motives. She probably assumes he is saving that precious artifact for a special someone, prompting her to lose interest in the game and stand up. As she prepares to leave, the young man tries to get her to stay, but she insists the game is already over and even offers to cover his losses, so he does not have to gamble away such a rare item. Refusing to let go of the valuable ring, our hero grabs her wrist and confidently tells her that losing is not an option, leaving her completely flustered by his sudden boldness. Once she calms down, he turns to his opponent and points out that his artifact is incredibly valuable, so if they are going all in, the gambler needs to match the bet. The man is forced to put up his own magical bracelet as collateral, and with both high-value artifacts on the line, the tension reaches its peak. The stakes are officially set, and it is finally time for the grand reveal. Bert flips his hand first, smugly showing off 3 aces and 2 jacks, a massive full house that looks absolutely unbeatable to anyone watching the match. Believing he has completely crushed the competition, the smug gambler even offers a mock apology as he starts reaching for the pile of chips. Just as he thinks he has secured the bag, our protagonist dryly reminds him that the final cards have not even been revealed yet. The game is far from over, even if it looks like a done deal to the crowd. He casually smiles, completely unfazed by the opponent's premature celebration. With a swift flick of his wrist, the young man flips his cards over to reveal his true hand, a mind-blowing 4 of a kind that leaves the female lead absolutely speechless, while he just shrugs it off as if pulling off a miracle draw was child's play. Claiming it was nothing but pure luck, the main character drives the gambler to the brink of insanity as the man's calm composure shatters into a furious rage. He starts screaming at our hero, forcing casino security to step in and restrain him, and after a thorough investigation, they confirm the cadet won the match. The victory is ruled completely fair and square, leaving the girl to mock the loser's pathetic breakdown while the young man collects his hard-earned loot. Examining the newly acquired bracelet, he realizes it is a high-grade defense artifact designed to reduce incoming damage and convert it. That absorbed energy is converted straight into pure mana, though the funniest part is that the previous owner had no idea it possessed such a hidden, sealed function. Normally, the wearer cannot directly access this sealed energy, but adding a couple of magic runes could unlock a massive mana boost that the original owner would not have discovered for a long time. In the original novel's timeline, it would have taken another year to unlock, and the curious female lead asks what the main character would have done if his gamble failed. If he had actually lost the match, he answers with a straight face that he would have just accepted the consequences. He jokingly claims he would have accepted his doom, but now that he is filthy rich, he offers to pay her back for her losses, only for the blushing girl to tell him to keep the cash, because she secretly thought he looked incredibly cool. She is definitely falling hard for him, but their moment is interrupted when their allies show up just in the nick of time. Arriving just as the main event is starting, they find our hero dressed like a high-fashion model, making his friends wonder what prompted this sudden glow-up. When asked about his stylish transformation, he casually explains that he stopped by a simple shop and somehow walked out looking like a millionaire. Flaunting his high-end designer outfit, the female lead proudly brags to the group about how the main character swept every luck-based game in the casino like an absolute beast. Just as they are discussing his insane winning streak, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a mysterious newcomer who looks like trouble. He seems to know Chae Naeun, who definitely didn't expect to see him pop up here, though he claims she's the only one he actually recognizes. Claiming he only showed up for a good time, he jokes about being her secret boyfriend, causing her to instantly blush and furiously deny the whole thing. Honestly, it is hard to read this guy, who turns out to be Jun Woo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the very same elite hunter that Valorant once labeled as completely harmless, and Valorant seems pretty pleased as he greets him in a highly professional and polished manner, continuing their chat while the mysterious masked guild captain watches their interaction closely from the shadows before calling for Valorant, who dramatically appears using his magic, fully prepared to play a part in this game. Just like that, the massive event kicks off with live broadcast crews, covering every single angle, highlighting global VIPs to show how big of a deal this is, especially with a revolutionary new method for using white crystals about to drop. Naturally, everyone is dying to get a piece of the action, right as Rachel pulls up in a ridiculously luxury ride. Stepping out of the vehicle like royalty, she instantly commands the entire room's attention, causing a massive wave of reporters to rush forward, desperately shouting questions for her statement. But the cold princess completely ignores them while her personal security guards step in to keep the aggressive crowd at bay, allowing her to shut the heavy doors behind her and come to a halt right in front of what appears to be a shimmering spatial gate, feeling incredibly relieved to finally secure a brief moment to catch her breath alone, but her peace is instantly ruined when Zelen, the shady CEO, approaches to greet her, though she is visibly annoyed and immediately questions if the anti-demon security is actually active, to which he boasts that this island is currently the safest spot in Europe, with top-tier hunters on standby to crush any threat, meaning absolutely nothing can go wrong, especially since the Lethan Corporation is backing the Royal Guild to boost their public standing and status through this grand showcase. But there is still something highly suspicious about his tone that makes her feel incredibly uneasy, and that smug grin of his basically screams that he is hiding a dark secret. Yet, all he tells her is to sit back and enjoy the show, while elsewhere in the hall, Kim Ha-jin quietly sits by himself at a table, noting that even though they are still 30 minutes away from the opening ceremony, the venue is already packed to the brim, though what really irks the young man is why anyone would host a high-risk event in a location infested with literal demons, making him realize that while the author of this fantasy world created many corrupt corporations, Lethan is by far the worst. It is not just because of the monsters inside, but because the humans in charge are utterly vile, hoarding a powerful white crystal that must never fall into demonic hands. Drawing from his knowledge of the main story, he knows for a fact that at least 3 disguised demons will make their move and reveal themselves during today's chaos, with the final one being Hakpyo, the treacherous captain of the Guild's recovery team, meaning that at his current low level, the main character is powerless to stop them and must let events play out naturally, instead of intervening directly. But his train of thought is interrupted when an unexpected voice calls out to him, belonging to the masked and highly skilled captain, who catches him completely off guard by claiming she is merely doing a routine security patrol of the surrounding perimeter, though Valoran quickly chimes in to relentlessly tease her about chatting up her secret crush, sending her into a flustered rage while the confused young man wonders if he is the target of this banter, before she regains her composure to report a strange noise on her comms that he also somehow heard. surprising him even further, right before Kim Suho spots the main character conversing with this mysterious lady and asks who on earth she is, prompting him to introduce her as Zhao Feng, a casual acquaintance, while she greets the group familiarly because she recognizes their famous high-ranking status in the academy. But their conversation is suddenly interrupted by another guest, named Junwoo, who seems deeply intrigued by how this mysterious woman actually knows a mere cadet and starts probing into her official guild affiliations, indicating he might have already deduced her true identity under that mask. But the tension dissolves as the main ceremony kicks off, with the star students sticking together while the young man is left with the remaining pair, prompting the masked captain to dodge any further questioning and state she must return to her designated patrol station, quickly vanishing from the scene while he breaks out in a nervous sweat, praying the suspicious guest hasn't managed to link him to his secret persona. Just as Rachel glances down from the VIP balcony and spots our protagonist sitting at his table, instantly noticing that he is wearing the custom black royal coat she gifted him in the past, which brings a soft, genuine smile to her face. Right on cue, the presentation begins as the corporate leader takes the stage to boast about driving global innovation, explaining the fundamental magical energy source that powers every dangerous monster in this fantasy world, which is none other than mana, and how when this raw power naturally crystallizes, it forms an invaluable artifact of immense strength, with pure white mana crystals being the most coveted of them all, as only a few hundred have ever been discovered, though the real issue has always been that nobody knew how to harness their true power. But now, Salen steps up to claim that times have changed. He dramatically unveils the artifact, bragging that after years of top-secret research, his megacorp has unlocked the ultimate way to exploit this legendary white crystal, safe inside its high-tech containment chamber. The gem's true powers remain shrouded in mystery, prompting the crowd to erupt into wild, jaw-dropped applause. They are absolutely buzzing with hype and curiosity, but while everyone else is starstruck, Kim Ha-jin is just chilling in the back, keeping a low profile. Supposedly, this secure vacuum chamber has deep roots tying it to the ancient Persian Empire's lost history. While the CEO keeps rambling on stage, Rachel is busy scanning the room, locking her eyes onto some seriously shady-looking characters. These sketchy figures are lurking in the shadows, and though they initially resembled standard security guards, she has a bad feeling about this. Her spider sense is tingling, screaming that a massive disaster is about to go down, but without concrete proof, she's stuck playing it cool. That is, until she spots our main character suddenly standing up and slipping out of the room in a major rush. Honestly, it makes zero sense for him to bail before the main event even wraps up. His suspicious exit only adds fuel to the fire, making her even more doubtful of this mysterious guy, who always seems to magically materialize whenever trouble starts brewing. It is getting impossible for Rachel to look past his sketchy behavior, so she immediately orders her personal guards to scan the perimeter for any red flags. The guards scramble to secure an exit route just in case things go south, leaving her to handle the situation solo. She taps her magic ring and triggers Shadow Step, a stealth skill that completely erases her presence. Armed with this neat trick, she can sneak around, totally undetected. Her primary target is our mysterious protagonist, because she is convinced he is cooking up something spicy behind closed doors. Interestingly, both Zeland and the young man expect a major incident to strike. Clancy Hall, a deep dive investigation into the Lething Corporation's secret files has already been wrapped up. The treasure inside Clancy Hall is supposedly a genuine ancient relic, not some cheap replica. The real mystery is why Zeland would risk displaying the actual artifact instead of a decoy. Hapio assumes Zeland is just suffering from a severe case of overconfidence, hoping this flex will send his company's stock value skyrocketing. It actually makes sense on paper since the portal to Clancy Islet is guarded like Fort Knox. Plus, the island's magical barriers render any demon-made portals completely useless. Knowing this, Hapio and his crew had to get creative, choosing to hijack a commercial plane instead. I mean, who would ever expect demonic invaders to fly in coach? Meanwhile, our main character makes a break for a restricted area, with Rachel stealthily tailing him. Keeping her distance to stay invisible, she watches through her stealth-active camo as he tries to bypass a heavy door, specifically the rooftop exit, which is tightly sealed under maximum security lock protocol. Our clever hero pauses for a brief second to assess the situation and whips out a literal hammer, leaving Rachel completely dumbfounded. She is left wondering if this absolute madman really plans to break the door down by brute force. Since weapons are strictly contraband on the island, a basic construction tool is the closest thing to a weapon he could sneak in. Still, using a basic hammer on a magic-reinforced door is just wild. It sounds totally ridiculous, but the young man couldn't care less. He takes a massive swing and completely shatters the barrier into splinters, leaving Rachel utterly speechless. She cannot process what she just witnessed. This guy is casually flexing some serious borderline superhuman strength. But before she can process it, pure chaos erupts. Down the corridor, the raid has officially started, and a group of bloodthirsty demons are already on the move. They are slicing and dicing innocent guests without a single shred of mercy. Even Zelan gets caught in the crossfire, and amidst the bloody frenzy, a villain manages to swipe the white crystal. However, that thief is instantly ambushed by a high-ranking hero. Yet, as the dust settles, the hero is stunned to find that his target managed to dodge the fatal blow and activate a clone multiplication skill, proving to be an incredibly annoying opponent. The self-proclaimed elite hero Shane Chen tries to flex his status, but the slippery villains, shadow clones, just scatter in every direction. Shane calls him a coward, completely paralyzed by not knowing which clone to hunt down first. Observing the madness from the sidelines, the masked guild leader patiently waits for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a wave of ferocious monsters begins tearing the venue apart, leaving Chainayan completely paralyzed in shock. Now they have to survive both a demon invasion and a monster horde at the same time. Suddenly, a blood-soaked Junwoo rushes over to back her up. He chucks a spare sword to Kim Suho so he can join the fray, considering the guy couldn't smuggle his own weapon in. Junwoo knows he needs his powerhouse ally in the fight, having dragged him along specifically for muscle. Determined to prove himself on the rooftop, Kim Hajin watched the chaos unfold. Spotting the action below, just like in the original webtoon novel, the thief Nate split into 8 clones to escape with the glowing white relic. Now, a high-ranking hero is hot on the heels of one clone, totally clueless that it's a decoy. Talk about a useless chase, especially since Valoran is currently tracking yet another fake copy, while the squad captain hunts down the actual target carrying the prized fantasy crystal. According to the original lore, she gets ambushed by a massive horde of demons who clearly forgot she is an absolute beast in combat. Seriously, they completely underestimated her overpowered magic stats. She summons a tiny, harmless-looking black orb that the monsters laugh at, but the second they make contact, it begins devouring their sight and their very existence. One unfortunate mob screams in terror as his body gets sucked into the crushing gravitational pull of this miniature black hole. The void rapidly drags in the remaining demon horde, swallowing them whole with zero effort. Even the master thief is shaking in his boots after witnessing that terrifying spell. A dark shadow whip suddenly lashes out, skewering him and pinning his body to the ground without a shred of mercy. Even though our protagonist literally wrote her broken abilities himself, he still finds her fighting style absolutely terrifying. If the original plot holds true, that crucial artifact is supposed to fall into the hands of the mysterious Mask Syndicate. But wait, a wild plot twist appears. The target pinned right in front of them is actually another clone, meaning the young man has no clue where the real crystal is. This causes the main character to immediately boot up his cheat code laptop to check for a system update. There are no notifications, so this isn't some developer-guided event. The story's variables are simply shifting in real time, which is a major problem because our guy has absolutely no idea how to handle this chaotic detour. It's a plot development he never wrote. Suddenly, he remembers his stigma, which is the ultimate trump card he has left in this fantasy game. He channels his remaining magic energy straight into the mark, focusing his mind to the absolute limit. Activating his eagle eye skill, he pushes his sensory perception far beyond human limitations. With this hack, the hero can scan right through solid walls to search the entire zone. This makes tracking the target a breeze, yet the elusive crystal remains hidden, forcing him to desperately sweep the area. He refuses to stop scanning until he finds whoever is running away with it. Just then, a suspicious vehicle catches his attention, and the passenger inside is holding the vacuum cube. But out of nowhere, a massive mental backlash hits the young man. He recoils in pain as a massive flood of sensory data violently overloads his brain, leaving him stumbling and dizzy. It is clear that he has pushed his system powers way past their safety threshold, but he knows he cannot afford to stop now. Leaping onto a higher vantage point to get a clearer line of sight, he finally spots the crystal carrier at the exact right moment. He hijacks a nearby motorcycle and mutters a quick apology to the owner for stealing their ride. With a rev of the engine, he speeds off into the night. Meanwhile, the scene transitions back to the absolute chaos unfolding at Clancy Hall, where Chae Naeun is doing everything in her power to protect the innocent. As she helps the crowd evacuate, our hero suddenly makes a dramatic entrance, calling out for her. Naturally, she gets annoyed that he took so long to arrive, but then he tosses her a highly valuable item. It is a legendary magic sword that he acquired back in the Sidious arc, and he claims it perfectly matches her combat style, since she will need a top-tier weapon if she plans on slaying high-rank demons. This blade reacts dynamically to the wielder's inner mana, and as we already know, this girl has an absolute cheat code level reservoir of it. Equipped with this, she can slice through any demon that crosses her path. She demands to know why he is giving her such a masterpiece, but the young man has no time for explanations, quickly taking off to handle his next objective. She yells at him to wait, wanting answers, but he has already vanished into the shadows. After putting some distance between them, the protagonist locks onto the getaway vehicle, transporting the stolen mana crystal, and guns the engine to close the gap at breakneck speed. Inside the target car, the driver wonders how long it will take to make their clean getaway from this zone. That is when our protagonist slams his hijacked motorcycle directly into the driver's side door, hitting the vehicle with enough force to send it flipping through the air in a spectacular crash. He pauses to catch his breath, feeling the strain of using so much physical force. From the wreckage of the impact, the target kicks the bent door open, absolutely furious and completely ready to murder whoever dared to ruin his escape plan. To top it off, Kim Ha-jin realizes this jerk was only acting tough because he's still waiting for his high-level escort to show up, flexing all that unearned confidence like he's some S-rank hunter. Too bad for him, he has no idea our main character is about to rewrite his entire script. He uses his system points to force the transport plane to turn right back around, completely breaking the guy's brain. While clutching the precious magical crystal, the plane suddenly just nopes out of there, leaving this smug noble absolutely defenseless in this fantasy zone. So our protagonist walks right up to him and suggests they have a little chat, but right then he senses an overwhelming murderous aura, locking onto them from the shadows, and a split second later, a massive explosion rains down and obliterates the entire area, courtesy of the same terrifying brute from the villain syndicate who previously defeated the princess. Talk about worst-case scenarios for a boss-level threat to crash the party, instantly vaporizing the young man's tactical advantage. As the dust settles, he gets an even nasty shock seeing the unconscious princess held hostage right next to him. Steeling himself for a death match, he channels his ether magic, having never expected the plot to derail this badly. The local hotshot sees his desperate move and warns him to stand down unless he wants a one-way ticket to the graveyard, but our protagonist isn't flinching. He aims his magical firearm straight at the crystal case to hold it hostage. The massive villain notices he's protective of the girl, claiming he only dragged her along as bait, since she wanted the loot too. He mocks their bond before giving the young man a brutal ultimatum. He asks if he's actually brave enough to pull that trigger before the girl's head gets snapped off, but our transmigrated author keeps his cool, threatening to blow up the high-grade crystal, which is the one item the villains desperately need. Surprised by the kid's absolute audacity, the hulking brute tosses the princess onto the dirt. Now she's safe but stranded on the battlefield, and the boss demands the magical item in exchange. The protagonist tosses the container over, which the giant catches with effortless ease. Honestly, our main character never cared about keeping the loot anyway, knowing it would eventually slip out of his hands, so using it to buy her safety was the ultimate big brain play. He wants to call for backup, but he's completely on his own, with no way to ask the princess for details yet, when suddenly the monster grins maliciously and launches a cheap shot at him with an incredibly sudden devastating strike. The young man's expression says it all as a mountain-sized fist comes barreling toward him at match speed. The sheer velocity creates a shockwave, showing the insane power tier of this raid boss. But when the dust clears, the giant is left completely bewildered, his strike having frozen right in front of the boy's face, who didn't even blink or show a hint of fear, not even for a millisecond, which makes the boss respect his guts. It was all just a test, and now he knows our protagonist is the real deal. Praising his mental fortitude, the brute turns around and exits, allowing our main character to finally release the breath he was holding. Once the threat is gone, the residual pressure forces him straight down to his knees. That was the absolute definition of staring death in the face. Realizing how close he came to getting obliterated, he knows none of his cheat skills could have saved him from that level of physical raw power. One wrong move, and it would have been game over. Just then, the princess begins stirring back to consciousness, completely lost because the action happened at speed blitz velocity, so he reassures her the threat has cleared out, and she is safe. Seeing her dazed look, he details the swap for the magical crystal and asks if she was hunting for it as well, to which she honestly admits she was just tracing his steps. She then presents a custom bullet she recovered during the tournament finals, making him realize she knows exactly what he did. Kim Ha-jin reaches out to snatch his high-tech sniper rifle bat. However, she swiftly yanks the weapon away and slides it right into her pocket. It turns out she was super worried about him and followed our protagonist into the danger zone, only to get ambushed by the enemy. After taking an absolute beating, she seizes the moment to ask why he keeps acting like her guardian angel during their final evaluation. It wasn't just a one-time thing either, since this guy has saved her skin multiple times in the past, making her wonder about his true motives. She starts suspecting that the young man has been keeping a very close eye on her every move. Honestly, trying to answer this without exposing his secrets is a total nightmare. Under pressure, our main character frantically scrambles to cook up a believable excuse. He blurted out that he is actually her #1 fan, which already sounds incredibly sus, and then he immediately doubles down by claiming he joined her online community. Mentally, the protagonist is screaming, wondering if he just took this ridiculous lie way too far, but he absolutely cannot reveal the truth about this fantasy world, especially since she is a key character prone to danger, meaning her death would trigger a literal game over for the entire plot. The narrative would completely collapse, leaving her visibly flustered by his sudden confession. Blushing hard, she struggles to find the right words before asking a very direct question. She asks if he genuinely has feelings for her, leaving the young man sweating bullets and looking for any escape route. He is completely cornered, but let's shift our focus back to the absolute chaos unfolding on Clancy Islet. The battlefield is still a total disaster zone, and Shin Jong-hak is throwing a massive fit. Apparently, a stray blast singed a chunk of his precious hair, while Chae Na-yeon is busy analyzing the aftermath. She quickly demands to know if he witnessed the insane action that just went down, looking completely bewildered. Since he has no clue what she is talking about, she describes how Yoon was turning monsters into paste with his bare fists, like a martial arts master. He did it without even drawing a weapon, right alongside Kim Soo-ho, who was slicing through enemies like a legendary, unstoppable swordsman. Then we have Chae Na-yeon herself, unleashing massive magic slashes with her sword and clearing waves of beasts in a single swing. The raw power of her new gear has her feeling absolutely ecstatic. Loving her upgraded weapon, she also mentions how our protagonist suddenly zoomed away on a bike, though Yoon only caught a brief glimpse of him before he vanished. Absolutely nobody knows where the young man disappeared to. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho raises concerns about the princess being missing, prompting her royal guards to scan the area while others wonder where she could have vanished to after the chaos. Following the surprise attack, Ayuna realizes the demons might have abducted her to use as leverage. Having a high-ranking royal hostage would give them immense power over the British government. Just as the group starts to panic, they all spot her walking back into the camp. Seeing her roll up safely on that motor vehicle instantly brings a massive wave of relief to everyone. The relief lasts only a second before they notice she is riding the exact same bike our protagonist used to make his dramatic exit. The guildmaster's daughter quickly connects the dots, figuring out that while they were fighting, the main character rushed to the rescue and sent her back. This misunderstanding leads her to wildly overestimate his power, believing he single-handedly annihilated a horde of high-level demons. She is totally shocked, realizing that this mysterious guy has grown far stronger than anyone could have anticipated. His combat potential is already way past cadet level, and later on, the scene shifts to the luxurious double-star hotel. Inside the lobby, Chae Na-yeon is fidgeting around as if she is eagerly waiting for someone. When our protagonist finally arrives to meet her, he is surprised to find the rest of the club missing, only to learn they already left to grab food. Since he kept her waiting so long, she urgently tells him to tag along, showing a strange amount of enthusiasm. The protagonist is completely clueless as to why she is acting so friendly, unable to read the room at all. As they walk together, her heartbeat speeds up and her anxiety starts to spike. Stopping in her tracks, she spins around to face the main character, though this isn't going to be your typical romantic confession. Blushing furiously, she asks if he considers them to be actual friends, a question that holds heavy weight given their complicated past. But instead of just giving her the easy, heartwarming response she wanted to hear, the young man flatly rejects her proposal with an incredibly cold and serious look on his face. This harsh truth immediately crushes her spirit. Hurt by the rejection, she quickly turns around to hide her face, playing it off as a joke before marching ahead hoping he forgets the whole awkward exchange. In reality, the protagonist does care deeply for her, but he knows he has no right to call himself her companion. Due to the dark path he is destined to walk, he will eventually have to take the life of the person whom she holds dearest to her heart, which is why he refuses to get attached and cause her even more pain, silently accepting that their friendship is doomed. With that heavy burden on his mind, he makes his way back the following morning. He returns to the academy dorms, where a very excited Evandel is absolutely thrilled to welcome him back. Delivering a box of crispy, delicious chicken is apparently all it takes to send her skipping away in pure bliss, and Kim Ha-jin is finally starting to realize just how useful this little helper can be in his crazy new life. Now that his cute little roommate is occupied and the distractions are gone, the main character can finally buckle down and get back to business. But before his short recess officially wraps up, the first order of business for this guy is sensing his high-tech smartwatch. Running back and forth to his laptop just to make quick edits to the world-building layout was getting seriously annoying, so he finally decided to cough up the points for the remote sync feature. By the way, that powerhouse devastating punch wasn't about to halt mid-air just because our protagonist wished it would. Luckily, his absolutely broken, cheat code level of luck activated at the very last second, saving him from becoming a total pancake. And after securing some major gains, he walked away with a heap of precious story points, which he promptly spent to link the system straight to his mobile device. With the integration successfully completed, he can now access all of his powerful author privileges directly from the palm of his hand. Having this cheat menu on his phone is so convenient that it makes him question why he dragged his feet on buying this upgrade for so long. With that quality of life update sorted out, he hits up his business agent Park Soo-hyuk to check if his special request has been delivered yet. And as it turns out, the young man had actually ordered a custom magical motorcycle, but his agent quickly warns him that even the budget model is going to cost a staggering 150 million won. But our level-headed protagonist is totally unfazed and tells him to double down on the premium options instead, leaving the agent completely stunned by his reckless spending habits. Still, he goes ahead with the purchase because, when you are the same guy who just casually walked away with 2 billion won from a high-stakes casino run, a drop like this barely pinches his wallet. Besides, the main plot is finally approaching the highly anticipated moment where the powerhouse leader of the Warhorse Guild prepares to launch a raid. They will be taking on the dangerous Devil's Lair dungeon, and once they clear it, their stock value is going to skyrocket, making his calculated investments pay off big time. Knowing he is about to become absolutely filthy rich, the guy can't help but let out a sinister chuckle. He laughs like a straight-up fantasy antagonist. When the academic break officially concludes, our main character returns to campus and observes his classmates buzzing with energy. Speaking of keeping tabs on things, he realizes it has been a hot minute since he last snooped on the main cast's social media feeds. He used to scroll through their profiles daily just to make sure no sudden plot deviations or dangerous flags were popping up. As he scrolls through the latest updates, he notices that the arrogant rival Shin Jong-ak has uploaded a rather dramatic photo of himself, complete with a cringeworthy, try-hard caption. This dude is posting so frequently, you would think he is trying to become an influencer. It makes him cringe a little. Meanwhile, the actual main hero barely posts anything online, and Rachel's official account is clearly managed by a team of PR professionals from her royal palace itself. Then there is the fierce heroine Chae Na-eun, who has been completely radio silent ever since that intense casino incident. He knows his harsh words probably bruised her ego and hurt her feelings, but it was a necessary wake-up call. He figures she is tough enough to bounce back eventually. Once he heads into his new classroom, he is relieved to see that the semester is starting off on a positive note. Their eccentric homeroom teacher stands at the podium to formally announce the official commencement of the second semester while detailing some major policy adjustments that will be implemented immediately. First on the list are the revised cadet rankings. Second, the Elite Cube Academy is welcoming a fresh batch of elite transfer students into their ranks. A special exchange program has brought in some of the most talented young mages from top-tier magical institutions. These rising stars are destined for greatness, and with 20 newcomers added to each class, the total cadet count hits 200. Having co-authored this universe, our guy already knows exactly who they are before the instructor even calls them forward. The classroom erupts into polite applause as the spellcasters file into the room to introduce themselves and find their seats, but one particular face immediately catches his attention and throws him off guard. He struggles to recognize the girl at first, racking his brain to figure out where he might have run into her before. But once the new student turns her head and gives him a clear view of her face, it hits him that this is Tomer. She is sporting a completely new look, but there is absolutely no mistaking her identity. The real mystery is why a dangerous character like her is infiltrating Cube, and that is when the system alert suddenly flashes. It warns him of a major narrative shift, revealing that the mysterious co-author has retroactively upgraded her status to a key character, which means her influence on the plot is about to expand significantly. This news instantly stresses him out because it is yet another wildcard throwing his predictions out the window. And looking at the devious smirk plastered on her face, it is blatantly obvious that she is plotting something mischievous. Later that evening, the young man arrives at his brand new dorm room, which is a massive upgrade he earned for his performance last term. With this nice academic promotion, even his ally Rachel is highly impressed by how spacious and luxurious his new living quarters are. He managed to secure this prime real estate after climbing up to the rank of cadet number 35 in the entire class. Having leaped over 600 positions to enter the upper ranks of the academy, he is more than satisfied, especially since the extra space lets a vandal run around without being seen. But his main concern right now is keeping a close eye on Tummer, whose true motives remain a complete mystery. After giving his little companion a quick goodbye, the protagonist heads out to attend his very first class of the term, which happens to be a grueling wilderness training exercise. Led by their strict instructor, the main objective of this lesson is to force the veteran cadets and the transfer students to cooperate as a unified team. This dangerous training simulation is formally known as the Dangerous Walk, and although they are not dealing with actual flesh and blood monsters lurking in the treacherous mountain terrain, the area is packed with highly advanced traps designed to mimic lethal demonic beasts. This time around, the stakes are insanely high, because a single slip-up will send a student straight to the ICU. With everyone feeling incredibly tense, they are instructed to divide into squads of 12 to begin the challenge. Based on their randomly assigned points, Mayan and Kim Suho end up in the exact same squad, while Kim Hajin is nowhere to be found. It looks like our main character was placed in a completely different group with Rachel instead. Once the teams are officially locked in, their risky dungeon trek begins, but Chaenaean's squad is clearly getting freaked out by the eerie and pitch-black atmosphere, especially since just a couple of minutes ago it was a bright morning. Kim Suho warns the cadets to watch their step for traps, since they could trigger one at any moment, and right on cue, a clumsy student steps right on a pressure plate, activating some terrifying monster-like vines that immediately lash out and bind him. The cadets draw their weapons and try to fight back, but they all end up getting captured by the flora except for the two top-tier swordsmen. Thankfully, Mayan steps up to free the rest of the captured cadets, only for them to get scared half to death by a creepy girl who looks like she crawled straight out of a horror movie. Both Kim Suho and Chaenaean are visibly shaken by the encounter, knowing it was a genuinely terrifying moment. Still trying to keep spirits high, the top swordsman praises her combat skills, which makes Chaenaean want to ask him the exact same question she previously asked the main character, wanting to confirm if they are actually close friends. Caught off guard by such a random and obvious question, Kim Suho confidently replies that they are and asks why she would even doubt it, leaving Chaenaean nervous as his answer continues to bug her. She decides to keep quiet, thinking that any normal cadet would have given a basic answer like Kim Suho did, but the young man is built different. He completely rejected even the simple concept of friendship, leaving this clueless girl wondering if he's planning a romantic confession and wants something way deeper than just being buddies. Anyway, the group is stunned when they cross paths with the protagonist's team in the exact same zone, and once united, they begin discussing rumors about a massive illusion barrier trap, especially since they've been wandering in circles through these mountain paths for over an hour, before pointing to the main character, who took matters into his own hands and successfully guided them out of the barrier. The team praises our MC like he's some legendary god-tier navigator because of how incredibly easy he made it look, but he quickly reminds everyone that his team's official training session is about to start. The other cadets back him up on this, and when asked if they've chosen partners yet, both Chaenaean and Kim Suho admit they still haven't made up their minds. Meanwhile, Juwon has seen enough of this talented cadet to decide she will pick him as her partner, catching Chaenaean and Delik off guard, since teams need proper balance, and he is clearly the best among the mid-tier cadets. He seems like the smartest strategic pick, which frustrates Chaenaean, though she can't explain why and just calls him an incredibly stubborn guy. He's just someone who is super difficult to handle, and honestly, even she seems confused by how incredibly far she is taking this petty grudge. Delik leans over to whisper and reminds her about the sketchy rumors surrounding the sniper, warning that people claim he is constantly ditching campus to waste time on random shopping trips, which instantly catches Kim Suho's attention, making Chaenaean grow even more irritated by the second. She snaps at the gossiper, demanding to know if Delik has ever actually caught the guy in the act. She and Kim Suho are both highly annoyed that their classmates readily believe these baseless rumors, even stepping up to defend him by pointing out that he is actually a decent person. Still annoyed, Chaenaean storms off, while Kim Suho suggests that they focus on their current task. The rest of the squad quickly gets back to their outdoor hiking training mission.
Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Yeonya, who has just finished setting up a voice modulator to disguise her tone.
Since this is her inaugural meeting with the new recruits, she doesn't want to make even a single mistake in front of them. This is the debut of the Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a brand new network of agents under her absolute control. Wearing a dark cloak, she addresses her crew, confident that everything is going smoothly so far. She has already structured the Falling Blossoms Guild into 3 distinct departments. The first division will be dedicated to gathering intel from rival guilds. Acting as elite spies, their primary objective is to uncover the secret plans of powerful groups like the Holy Grace of God and Desolate Moon. The second unit will focus entirely on scouting high-level monsters in untamed dungeons, and they will be known as the Scouts. Finally, the third and final branch will operate completely in the dark, far from the public eye. Their specialized duty is to clean up messy situations, even executing tasks as brutal as targeted assassinations. They are known as the Shadows, and keeping it low-key, she assigns Team 3 a stealth mission to track 5 targets, including our main character Kim Ha-jin. She wants them to investigate these people with a simple rule: never get spotted and never get caught. The fun part is that 4 of these targets are completely fake. She is testing their reactions to find a weakness, but she will not let them get captured. She is really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Among those 5 names, the only real target is her partner, this guy. Talk about a high-value target. Before long, the alarm stops blaring and morning arrives. Much faster than our protagonist expected. He is shocked to find adorable little Evandel fast asleep on his bed, completely knocked out. He gently pets her head for a moment, when he hears a faint meowing sound from outside. The co-author notes that summoning phantom-like creatures with witch magic is a breeze, but this ghost cat is special. It is a flesh and blood feline that the little girl summoned using her unique magic. For now, it just looks like a cute, harmless visitor that might come in handy down the road. After that, he heads out to grab some breakfast. On the way, the young man is surprised to run into Jonas, wondering where the guy is heading. The young mage mentions he is on his way to grab a bite. They walk together, and Yu Yeona mentions how much his ranking has soared. However, he admits this might be his peak, prompting her to ask if he has actually planned out his future. The main character claims he is not worried at all, believing they still have plenty of time, but she completely disagrees, reminding him that the true challenge begins in their 3rd year. She then directly invites him to join the Essence of the Straight Guild, the powerful group she will inherit, promising that joining them will make success much easier to achieve. Surprisingly, he rejects the offer, saying he is interested in the local guild of the Abandoned Plains, even though their future is uncertain. He knows they would recruit him, and he genuinely prefers their mercenary style. Desperate to recruit him, the lady says she might change his mind if she can just figure out what he desires most. That statement makes the co-author quite nervous, leading him to ask what kind of intel she is referring to. She dodges the question and reminds him that she already took care of Gina for targeting him. Next, the narrative shifts back to the classroom where the creator silently observes Kim Suho, who is about to conquer a dungeon. In the original plotline, after returning from break and scaling Mount Geomag all by himself, the hero discovers a hidden dungeon that purifies the soul. Clearing it solo should be impossible, but the chosen one pulls it off anyway. As the main hero, he slays the boss and claims a legendary weapon alongside a major power-up. With its butterfly burst effect, that weapon helps him ascend to new heights. The catch is that our protagonist currently holds the dust, so the weapon won't receive that buff anytime soon. Because of this change in the timeline, the young man wants to tag along with the hero into the dungeon. This version of reality isn't as generous to the protagonist as the original lore was, and honestly, our greedy main character wants to join because he suspects there might be some sweet treasure waiting for him too. Later that afternoon, back in his room, the co-author brainstorms ways to handle Tomer. The cute summon is relaxing on his lap while he attempts to draft a solid plan before heading into the dungeon with the hero. Tomer isn't exactly on good terms with demons, so if our guy can locate her father, there is a solid chance she could become an ally. After all, this deadly mage has a single goal in mind: to track down her father and end him. The issue is that the young man has no clue where the target is hiding either, which complicates things. Even the Book of Truth is useless to him here, and Detective Jin Hyuk's search area is locked to Korea, making that path a dead end. This leaves only one viable lead. According to the system's database, the sole individual connected to Kim Chundong is Kim Hosup, so our protagonist gets in touch with him immediately. Since the hacker has been grinding at an information agency, the main character asks for his assistance. The scout is worried about getting caught by his boss, but he takes the job anyway. Meanwhile, our hero wonders if that academy bully is still giving the poor guy a hard time. Since the guy sounds like a total zombie on the phone, Kim Ha-jin tells Joseph that there is actually a way out if he ever wants to quit his stressful job, suggesting he should join the Blossoms Guild under Yu Yeonya. With that, the call wraps up, and the main character feels like he just gave her rising agency a massive power-up. Even further, now it is time for the main hero's solo dungeon raid, and he is currently busy, practicing his swordplay and perfecting his strikes when our protagonist casually walks up to him to see what is going on. The legendary warrior wonders if he is training late too, while our boy thinks the hero is pushing himself way too hard, especially this early in the semester, so he casually asks if the hero is preparing for a dungeon raid at the moment. At first, the chosen one plays it cool and keeps his guard up until the protagonist directly mentions the Geomac Mountain dungeon, dropping a hint that he is fully aware of the same high-level zone the hero is targeting. That completely shocks the swordsman, who immediately asks how the young man found out, but the reincarnator just acts like he happened to spot it while scouting out the dungeon area earlier. Pointing to his own sharp eyes, he proudly points out that observation is his main specialty. Then, he pitches the golden boy an interesting proposal. He wants to tag along on the dungeon quest even if they split the loot, at a 90-to-10 ratio in the hero's favor. Our MC is perfectly fine with just tag-along duty, while letting the powerhouse handle the heavy lifting. The swordsman admits he discovered the hidden instance last week, and since it looked smaller than average, he thought he could easily solo the entire thing. However, knowing how dangerous a solo run can be, the protagonist agrees it makes sense to bring a partner. Still, the hero admits he is not quite sure if the main character is someone he can fully trust in a dangerous dungeon. For now, he wants to test our boy's combat skills, to see if he can actually hold his own. The sudden challenge puts him on the spot. The only way the main character stands a chance is if the prodigy takes a massive handicap, and even then, the power gap is absurd. Still, he decides his best strategy is to focus entirely on evasion. He accepts the duel, but complains that the wide-open training field gives the opponent way too much of an advantage. The hero remains completely serious, stating that he is not here to test out gear, and that there is 0 point in the underdog trying to win. He promises to stop the duel himself once he feels he has seen enough. The protagonist realizes the hero is dead serious and will not hold back, so he relies on the only weapon he has left, his wits. The wooden training sword the swordsman is holding is packed with mana, making the shooter's regular bullets useless. If he relies on those, the powerhouse will completely humiliate him. That means the only asset he can truly rely on right now is his overpowered luck stat. The hero tells him to give the signal to start the match. The main character stalls for time while quietly adjusting his character stats in the system. With his setup complete, the young man decides it is time to start. The swordsman kicks off the match by blitzing straight toward him at maximum speed. The gunner triggers his bullet time ability to buy a few precious seconds, reacting to the lightning fast charge. Thanks to this skill, he can read the trajectory of the oncoming blade before the strike even lands. By narrowly dodging a few swings, our protagonist manages to evade the bulk of the hero's relentless attacks. Even so, the sheer pressure of the rival's aura is starting to overwhelm him, and the shooter realizes he cannot remain on the defensive forever. He finally goes on the offensive, firing a precise shot directly at the warrior's face. The hero calmly reacts, tilting his head to dodge it easily. This duel is proving to be a humbling experience for the story's creator. Even with a time-slowing ability, he still cannot completely dodge the hero's strikes, and if this drags on, he will only fall further behind, so he does everything in his power to bait his opponent into making one single mistake. Suddenly, the legendary swordsman vanishes from sight and reappears right behind him in the blink of an eye. With his back completely exposed, the main character quickly uses his ether magic to pull himself away by latching onto a nearby tree. The hero's devastating strike shatters the ground, which actually surprises the swordsman himself. At the exact same time, the hero closes the distance once more at breakneck speed to get right in the protagonist's face. But that is exactly what the strategist wanted, having baited his opponent into stepping right into. The very moment he takes a step, a massive trap explosion blasts Kim Suho into the sky, courtesy of a modified cadet jacket designed by Kim Ha-jin, catching the standard fantasy protagonist completely off guard midair. Because of that sudden blast, the hero crashes hard onto the ground, giving our main character the perfect opening. He seizes the opportunity instantly, ending this intense duel with a classic Glock pointed straight at his opponent. Aiming directly at the hero's head, the young man knows it didn't cause lethal damage, but that modified academy uniform was the ultimate trick. Crafted using valuable system story points, this surprise strategy defeats the hero, who respects this guy's sheer determination and agrees to let him join the forest team. With a mutual agreement to conquer the upcoming dungeon raid, the two share a solid handshake, officially kicking off their new dynamic partnership before the scene transitions over to a creepy, abandoned factory, where the tense silence is shattered by the sound of breaking glass. Shards scatter across the cold floor because it turns out Yoon Jun just smashed a precious fantasy relic. He did it under the direct orders of Deng Zhang, a calculated scheme designed to manipulate the market. By artificially boosting the value of these broken magical artifacts, they just need to activate their next step. Channeling power into a glowing white crystal, the villain begins the synchronization process. The core emits a concentrated beam of magic energy, reshaping the raw material into deadly weapons. These forged magic swords are actually cheap duplicates, replicated entirely from tiny shards of the original artifact. The boss realizes they can stop hunting for real gear since this experiment proves their counterfeits easily outclass low-tier gear. With just a single shard, they can mass-produce 30 lethal blades, and when it comes to their entire inventory, the mastermind calculates they will easily manufacture 600 magical weapons. At a price tag of 800 million won each, they are looking at an outrageous profit margin of nearly 500 billion won. The underling instantly realizes they have just hit the ultimate jackpot in this illegal business. Meanwhile, Valorant arrives to deliver some highly anticipated updates to the syndicate, sharing news about the prominent Pack Horsemasters Guild and their upcoming campaign. They are planning to clear a high-value dungeon in the very near future, making them the perfect target since the Masked Syndicate's boss wants to execute a total ambush, plundering all their hard-earned loot and resources in one clean sweep. Analyzing their duel, the Golden Boy recalls that the main character exposed over a dozen fatal flaws, yet he still could not land a decisive blow. What truly baffled him was that bizarre final technique used to seal the match. The hero still cannot wrap his head around how he got overpowered, wondering if it was raw physical force, or perhaps a sudden, concentrated burst of magical energy, laughing it off as he realizes he has no idea how this guy's abilities operate. Either way, one thing is absolutely clear to him: our gunslinging protagonist is incredibly overpowered, and the sole reason the young man conceals his true level is to protect his own secrets, a trait the hero deeply respects since he also hides his true potential, though he never expected to meet someone so similar. Just as he gets lost in thought, a sudden commotion nearby snaps him back to reality, where he spots Chaenaeon training hard in the middle of the park, and his sudden greeting startles her completely, making her blush with embarrassment while wondering why he is still wandering around at this hour, which prompts him to casually mention their previous encounter. She demands to know the real reason behind their meetup, so to tease her, the hero jokingly claims they were there to cheer her on, which she obviously doesn't buy, prompting the angry heiress to yell at him for a straight answer, until he finally confesses they were actually having a friendly duel, leaving her completely stunned because she always assumed the legendary prodigy was light years ahead of our main character, making a sparring match between them seem pointless. However, the top-ranking cadet decides to keep the spicy details of the match entirely to himself, which only annoys her even more, so she swiftly turns back to her sword practice, though he tries to offer her some friendly martial arts pointers on how to wield her weapon, demonstrating how relaxing her grip slightly can make her strikes incredibly fast, executing a flawless slash to show her how it's done. This display leaves her totally dumbfounded, and she immediately begs for another demonstration, thus beginning a late-night training session under his guidance, where she absorbs his high-level swordsmanship techniques. Later, resting in her dormitory room, she keeps playing back his generous offer to coach her through her swordsmanship training, and by now she is finally starting to grasp the fundamentals of the blade. Chaenaeon stands up and grabs her high-tech VR headset. She slips it on to dive into a game that's been absolutely exploding in popularity lately. Seasonal matches in this virtual arena are streamed live to massive audiences. The winners instantly become household names, reaching superstar status overnight. What makes this game special is that it completely ignores stats and items, forcing players to rely purely on raw skill. This fierce girl boasts a legendary track record in this action-packed arena. With 98 wins and only 17 losses, she decides to ignore her rank for a bit and look for a quick match. She scrolls through the lobby looking for an opponent when her eyes land on a mysterious swordsman. Going by the username Extra7, this guy's win-loss record is quite peculiar. He has a perfectly even record in the platinum tier, making him the perfect target for a quick warm-up. She confidently expects to wrap this fight up in just a couple of moves. As soon as she shoots over the duel request, he immediately accepts. The countdown begins, ticking down from 3 seconds to start the battle. The challenger closely analyzes her opponent, waiting to see what kind of opening move he will make. But she is completely caught off guard when he charges at her before the timer even runs out. Their very first clash instantly throws her onto the defensive. The opponent grabs her by the throat and swiftly sweeps her legs to break her balance. With a devastating low kick, the mysterious player follows up with a lightning-fast strike. He delivers a brutal finishing blow, handing a shocking defeat to a player who got outmatched by a guy with a totally average 50-50 win record, leaving her absolutely fuming. Convinced that this opponent must be using some kind of hack, she immediately demands a rematch to salvage her pride. However, she gets wrecked again, and even in the third round, the result remains exactly the same. She gets utterly beaten once more, but surely the next match has to be different, right? Not a chance. She gets wiped out yet again, leaving her completely furious. In this moment, she is forced to confront her own total helplessness. While she wallows in despair, her opponent just stares at her, wanting to log off to get some sleep while she begs for one final rematch, eventually learning that he is usually online at this exact hour, prompting her to ask him to teach her new combat skills whenever they meet in the game, to which he actually agrees. Once he logs out, the author takes off his headset, scratching his head over why that girl was being so incredibly stubborn after he just won 7 games in a row. His main goal was to test the game's random enhancement system, using it to massively boost his headset's performance. Since it raises base stats, this random upgrade system is turning out to be way more useful than he initially thought, heavily buffing any piece of gear and taking his gaming experience to a whole new level, making all of his senses feel incredibly sharp. Although he is a bit disappointed the max boost cap's at 44%, our protagonist thinks he might be able to push it even higher. Meanwhile, his little summon is eating an entire cake, all by herself, and the main character realizes he needs to step in to take it away, which immediately causes her to burst into tears.